Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Michegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Happy Monday, my friends. Happy Monday. It's just another manic Monday. Today is Monday, August 17th, 2026, and we are here for day 14 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I hope everyone had a lovely weekend. Were you able to step away from the YouTube and the social media? Because I think that TikTok has lost its ever-loving mind, and I think that what is going on out there is insane. And I heard that Patrick Clancy's lawyer is going to be sending out some letters to some people that have been accusing him of doing the deeds in this horrific case that we've been covering for 14 days. So we'll see what happens with that. My flight was canceled today, so you got me. You got me today. I wasn't supposed to be here today, but there's a little storm called Lala that is disrupting travel plans everywhere. And so here I am. Yeah, did you hear about it? Was Hurricane Lala, then it was a tornado, then it was a cyclone, then it was downgraded to a tropical storm. But prayers up for everyone on the big island of Hawaii that is dealing with the aftermaths of Lala. And so I am here, and you are here, and we're here together. And what better way to get through this trial than together? So there's that. Today's motivational quote of the day for Monday, August 17th. Earl Nightingale said, Never give up on a dream just because of the time it will take to accomplish it. The time will pass anyway. That's really some pearls of wisdom. Earl Nightingale, never give up on a dream just because of the time it will take to accomplish it. The time will pass anyway. There you go. Prayers up. I was watching the local live stream all weekend on the Hawaii weather on KHON, which is the local Honolulu station, because you can't trust anything that you see on anywhere, because people are repurposing like old footage and then posting it and saying this is the current state of wherever, fill in the blank. Remember that old movie? I think it was called Wag the Dog. Anybody remember that old movie, Wag the Dog? That was such a great movie, and it's so true. It is so true. Oh, please. I know. The actress Hayden Panettiere has passed away at the age of 36. Very sad. She has just published a book within the last couple of months that she was on a book tour with about, among other things, her struggles with postpartum. So sad. It just happened last night. Not sure what the details are, but I did see, again, assuming that this is true, that there had been police activity at her home that same day, which was yesterday. I think the news broke last night. Art Imitating Life, somebody said, yeah, very sad. Yeah, she passed away. Oh, thank you. I have a little starfish. I don't know if you could see that on my nails. It's like ombre. It's like blue ombre. I thought it'd be good for, the ocean. Very, very, very sad. I don't know a lot of the details about Hayden Panettiere, but only 36 years old. Oh, Missy's reading the book right now. Is it good? So not sure. Not sure. Yeah, she had a brother also who passed away. Very, very, very sad. They're saying she overdosed, but I don't know. There had been listen, there had been a long history of DV, I believe, with her current boyfriend. And very, very, very sad. So condolences to her family and to all of her fans and everyone in the chat. Today's badass affirmation. I will not be an a-hole to myself. I wonder if we could add to that and say, I will not be an a-hole to myself or others today. I find Instagram to be the least toxic of the social medias. So sometimes I post over there. Not a lot, but sometimes. Oh man, I clipped something from, maybe it was Friday night's show. Friday night we had no court. So I did a show on, boy, did we laugh on Friday night if you guys were here. 5 hours, we just laughed and laughed and laughed. We covered the recent decision on the Karen Reed and Aidan Carney defamation motion to dismiss. And then after that, we covered the Turtle Boy, Aidan Carney, Mark Betterow letters about his new indictment in New Jersey. And boy, did we laugh. We had some laughs. It was fun. We needed that, right? We really needed that. So if you missed Friday night, hold on. Hold on one second. Nobody needs me until I'm on the air. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm going to be an empty nester soon, and I'm very emotional about it. I don't know how I like it. I don't think I'm going to like it. But I have 3 in college this year, and has anybody ever have you looked at a tuition bill for college lately? Anyone? So here's what we're dealing with is shipping a car. Anybody ever ship a car to like another part of the United States of America? Are they all scammers? I mean, is that what they do? It's crazy. What happened to my trip? My flight got canceled. There was a major storm called Lala that has affected travel for many, and there's lots of power outages, and they're kind of regrouping over there from the storm. Yeah, but driving to Colorado is like, it's a long drive, and it's worth my peace of mind to pay to have the car shipped than to have a child drive a car to Colorado from New York. Like, it's worth it. But it's like they don't even tell you like when they're going to deliver it. Like, there's no date certain. So I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Right. So they said, yeah, we can come today, but it's going to be another $400. I'm like, no, you weren't supposed to come for like a day or two. So no, it's crazy. But I think that's what they do. And then I'm afraid, like on delivery, is it like, have you ever dealt with any movers, like moving companies for moving your house that were like not so reputable because all your stuff is like being held hostage on the truck? And they're like, yeah, we need another 800 in cash. Have you ever had that happen to you? Because I had that happen to me once with an office move. It's crazy. It's Aquarius Magic says, I'll drive it for you, Mel. I know. Yeah, it's hard to find a reputable one. This one was supposed to be, but then it seems like everyone contracts it out. So I don't know. Oh, Kristen's done paying for college. Good for you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want a private person driving my car. I just want to know if anybody's ever dealt with a company like this and if they're all scammers. It's like, yeah. But people do that. House movers do that too. And they have your stuff on the truck and they're like, yeah, it's going to be another whatever. And they want cash. You know, everybody wants cash. It's insane. It's insane. Just a reminder, please do not put drug names in chat. YouTube doesn't like it. They will block you. And then you'll have to email me. It's a whole thing. So if you could just use initials, be creative with your spelling. That's how we get around YouTube rules sometimes. Just be creative with your spelling. Kind of refrain from, we noticed this last week. A lot of people putting a lot of their personal information in the chat. That is fodder for scammers. So just maybe don't do it. Maybe don't do it. So the U-Haul pods. Pods I always found were good. Like if you got a pod and they bring the pod and they deliver the pod to your driveway, then you pack it full of stuff. That's more like storage, or you can use it for moving too. But pods is a reputable company. I don't think that you can put your car in the pod because if you could, that would be a really good workaround, right? Be a really good workaround. I got nervous. I thought maybe the court got canceled today because nobody had a feed up until about 20 minutes ago. Because there's no court Friday. I don't know. Did somebody forget is an intern going to get fired because they just put it up 20 minutes ago? Yeah, I did Google best shipping companies. Trust me, I did my due diligence on this. This is supposed to be a good company. It's supposed to be good for college students. So there's that. I don't know. I heard the Commonwealth might rest today, Elizabeth, but haven't been able to confirm. We won't know it's over till it's over. I don't know if they're going to rest today. I have no inside info, but that's the word on the street, Mark. Deep breaths, everyone. Deep breaths.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I see everybody just for a few seconds?
All right. Let's get it out once, and then we're going to get it out at the end. There's another bow on that woman's head. Let me tell you something. Now, this is intentional. This is intentional. I don't like it. A lot of other lawyers are out there speaking out about it on all of the usual suspects, TV shows. They don't like it either. It's manipulative. It is manipulative. Shannon with one N, Bowhead Buckingham, said that Cora loved to wear bows in her hair, and she loved unicorns. And this is like, it's like, imagine if Kevin Reddington was wearing a button that said, justice or postpartum depression is a thing. I mean, it's subliminal. Everything a lawyer wears to trial is intentional. It's intentional down to your jewelry. Okay. There are men that I know that when they're picking a jury, take off their wedding ring because, maybe the female jurors will like that. I mean, I'm telling you, everything a trial lawyer does is intentional. It's intentional. And I don't like it. But let's just get the bow talk out of the way now. And then once we get and then at the end, we'll go off on the bow again. But what happens in the chat is that people start talking about the bow, and then we lose focus of what we're here for. What we're here for, to shine a light on postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, to prevent this from happening again, to help women understand that this is sometimes normal. There is help available. And if you are feeling these feelings or intrusive thoughts or hearing voices, please get help. To help the partners of these women understand what to look for and how to help and what to do. And hopefully get the bow out of your system now. Scott's going to let it go for another couple of minutes. Then when court starts, that's it. That's it. No mercy. No mercy for Bo. Talking about the bow. We're talking about the bow now. Remember, we're talking about Randy now. We're talking about Randy now. Yes. All right. Get your bow talk out. Bow down to the bow for one moment. And, all these people out there that are blaming Patrick and there's all these conspiracy theories about Patrick did this, Patrick did that. That wasn't really Patrick at the CVS. It was his friend. Like, they've gone so far as to put side-by-side comparisons of a grainy video It was better than the Sallyport video and the Karen Reed trial, but they look like the same shoes to me, and enough with that stuff too. And listen, you're entitled to your opinions, and I love your opinions, and I love it. But I am not going to have a man badmouth in my chat and be open to defamation because people in the chat can't keep their accusations to themselves. Because trust me when I tell you, nobody knows more about the corruption in Massachusetts than Rosemary Scapicchio. She's the one who uncovered all of the misdeeds of Proctor and got Proctor's cell phone. If there was any corruption or any cover up in this case, Rosemary Scapicchio would know about it. They've had this information for 3.5 years. And I think what they're doing, what these people out there are doing to this family is disgusting. It's disgusting. And I won't be a party to it. But you can if you want to, if you can, but just not here. You can't be a party to it here because I can't allow it in my chat because we are a channel of facts. We're a fact-based legal channel. And I just can't. And even Law and Crime, Patches for Cupcakes, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. Law and Crime has this a new woman that I've never seen before. Remember how when Law and Crime and Court TV merged, they fired everyone on Court TV except Vinnie Politan because he's a shareholder? There's a woman, I don't know who she is. I've never seen her before, but she's from Law and Crime, and they did a whole segment on it, and they're perpetuating it. Like when what we call mainstream legal channels are starting to perpetuate this stuff, that is not good. Like, why do you think Terry Moorer, the documentarian in the Karen Reed case, didn't publish all the things that Karen Reed said about the Haas defendants? Because they didn't want to get sued. And in that case, there was a third-party culprit. They were third-party culprits. It was in all the court documents. But they're feeding into it too, and they're doing shows on it too. That's just, it's not smart. But listen, nobody asked me. Thank you, Patches for Cupcakes. You're amazing. Your dad's favorite mom says it's not the prosecutor's responsibility to pay homage to the victims they've never met and know nothing about, especially in this case. Also, Proctor Barbecue resumes 8/27. Yeah, Proctor, well, Lally will be back on the stand on the 27th, and I am here for it. And it is Rosemary Scapicchio, who is Lindsay Clancy's civil attorney for her med-mal case and also the attorney for Miles King. And that is where this evidentiary hearing will continue on August 27th. And I am here for every minute of it. Thank you, On Top, for being here and for sending a super sticker this morning. Pat bought the tickets to Hollywood Vampires and Evanescence, had hip surgery, so cannot go. I'm sorry. I'm glad that you can recover with us. Oh, I love Evanescence. I didn't even know they were on tour. I love you with all my heart too. And sending you all the healing vibes, Pat. Hip surgery is a rough one. Emma Stevens says, having PPOCD that led to PPP, I find you are the only commentator I found that has empathy, care, and provides unbiased comments. Love, Emma from the UK. Thank you, Emma. I love you so much. This is it. Skeptical Alley says she should wear a onesie in honor of Callan. Yeah, or maybe the other one should. Maybe the other one should wear a onesie in honor of Callan. Wouldn't that be cute? Imagine. Bergen County is here. New Jersey in the house. Deborah became a member. And typical DNA gobbledygook says, "'Tis but a hair bow. 'Tis but a hair bow." Typical DNA gobbledygook. You're so great. You guys, you're called the Snark Tank for a reason. You have amazing usernames, and you're so much fun. And sometimes we have to laugh all the time, or we're just going to cry. There's over 11,000 people in here. Oh, look, 111, repeating angel numbers right there. 11123. Let's see. Let's everyone hit the like button. It's kind of like wiping your feet on the mat. It helps the people who are having difficulty watching this trial on places like Crime Find Us because the chat is vitriolic. Unicorn Glitter is here and bought the tickets to Hollywood Vampires for tonight. Awesome. Have a great time. I guess they're across the pond. Bows and Backpacks is here. She's glad. She or he is glad to be here today, that I'm here. Daniela, thank you for becoming a member. Kristen, thank you for becoming a member. What about Father Bob? Say, am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. Look at this username. What about Father Bob? You're amazing. Thanks for your 5. Here's for another day with Melanie. You're definitely the best. You're the best. That is the best username of the day so far. so far. You can change your username, you know. You just got to go into your YouTube channel and there's a way to do it. You can just go in there and figure it out. I don't know how to tell you to do it, but I will tell you there's a way to do it. Oh, you're also saying my volume is better here. Thank you. Sometimes I have to keep my finger on the booster button and I have to adjust it for each person who walks away from the microphone. So listen, I'm a one-woman show and it is what it is. Backpacks, bow ties, lies, oh my. See what I'm saying? See that? Thanks for your super sticker. And Allison Jones says, sorry, you got to cancel flight. Happy we get to be with you. TBH, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready anyway. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. I was really trying to use just a carry-on suitcase this time. But the thing is that I don't know how long we're going to be there. You guys watch Landman, right? I know you watched Landman because we watched it together. Remember Allie Larder's character? What's her name again? Billy Bob Thornton's wife. She moved to college with her daughter. That's going to be me. That's going to be me. And do you remember? Oh my gosh. Back to School, when Rodney Dangerfield also went to college. And then I think Will Ferrell went to college too in another movie. I'm going to college. Girl with Sunglasses is your good morning queen. Good morning. She and I were talking last night about the insanity that is going on with the people on TikTok. She's a big TikToker. She was boots on the ground for us during Karen Reach Trial number 2. We love our girl with sunglasses. And if you don't follow her on Instagram and TikTok, do it. I have a TikTok, but I don't really use it or ever go on there. There's a person impersonating me on TikTok who has more followers than I do. I can't get TikTok to take it down, but TBH, the person does a really good job clipping my stuff. And I sent the person, or if it's a bot, I don't know, a message once and I said, listen, I would actually pay you to clip my content. You don't have to steal my content and post it. I don't have time for that. I don't have time to do the clipping and the stuff. But a girl with sunglasses she did a really funny bit on Father Bob the other day, and she dressed up like a nun. Girl, the fact that you just had a nun's habit hanging in your closet is just in and of itself hilarious. Unless you were a nun for Halloween. She had a giant crucifix around her neck. Go follow our girl with sunglasses. She's amazing. Rather useful. KB says, so worried for Jeanette McAuslin. She did the same, but in Norfolk County to her kids. Her 2 kids in Norfolk County going through a divorce. My love to all the moms trying to get through each day. Yeah, she also fled. Didn't she flee to New Hampshire or Maine? And we love our girl with sunglasses. She's gorgeous. And then I had it in my calendar that there was to be an arraignment, and then it didn't come up on the calendar. They're at sidebar right now. Don't worry, they're coming. Make sure you subscribe. It's free. Hit the notification bell. It's free. And then you'll know. She fled to Vermont, right? Very sad. I don't know a lot of details on that case. I don't remember even how old the children were. But it was Norfolk County? I don't know how old those children were. I don't know if postpartum is a defense here. It seems to me like, as I said, that could have been a revenge sort of thing. I don't know. I don't know anything about it, but I think those type of cases are easier to understand. Remember, whatever happened to that case? Kimberly Singler from Colorado Springs, who took the lives of 2 of her children, tried to take the life of the 3rd, and then fled to the UK. Somehow she was able to get on a plane. She lied about a home invasion. Whatever happened to Kimberly Singler? We got to figure out where she is now. Was she ever extradited back to Colorado? They had just had a custody hearing. All right, we're back. It's terrible. There's always a paper rustler. There's always a cougher in any courtroom. Oh, did you guys see? I posted on my Instagram. There was some footage of K Shred from 1989. Oh, he looks like Magnum PI. Giant mustache. He represented a woman in 1989. I think it was the first successful defense of battered women's syndrome in Massachusetts. I'm not sure if that was exactly the case that it had the montage for, but look at this. Wait, hold on. What is this? It's a box next to Kevin Reddington. It says live, laugh, and sing. It's got like motivational quotes on the side of it. Maybe it's evidence. Oh, it's photo albums. Oh, look, he's got photo albums. He's got the photo albums ready. Lindsay had a little bit of a scowl on. I don't know what's going on, but we're waiting for the witness to come in. Lindsay's parents. Father Bob is back. Free Father Bob. The fact that they wanted the logs last week, the more I thought about it, the more mad I got.
All rise, please.
Her priest went in to comfort her after that horrific day with the autopsy photos, and really? I don't know if the Commonwealth is westing. I don't know if they're westing today. I'm not sure yet. And yet you're still talking. So funny. My nickname since I was 13 is Lala, and that's the reason you had to be with us instead today. I couldn't watch this without you. Thank you. I love you so much.
Hey, hey, hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I hope everybody had a chance to kind of rest up a little bit and come back here, and we're going to get right back to the trial. So what I want to do first, ask you those questions since we had a long break, and then talk a little bit about the schedule and kind of today's schedule and kind of where we go from here. So first question, as you know, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Today's schedule is that it may be kind of a little bit stop and start. Okay, so kind of bear with us on that. Might be a couple times you got to take a break just after a short amount of time, and then we'll bring you back in. It's just the nature of cases at this point. It's anticipated that the Commonwealth will close their portion of the evidence today. All right.
There's your answer.
At that point, the defendant has the opportunity, if they want to present witnesses and evidence if they want to. But remember, they don't have to. The burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth. All right. If the defendant offers evidence, then the Commonwealth is then given the opportunity to offer rebuttal evidence. All right. And so that's kind of the next phase that we're about to go into after the Commonwealth rests. And I'll go into a little bit more kind of how that goes, but I just kind of wanted you to kind of see where we are and where everything's going to fit procedurally as we go forward from here. So with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case, and Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
Ian Whiffen is here. Ian Whiffen is here. Oh, let the games begin. Let the games begin. Tell your friends. Here he comes. They flew him in from Canada. He was the Cellebrite expert in the Karen Reed case.
Good morning.
Oh boy, this should be fun. Is he going to testify as to how accurate Cellebrite is now? Did he change his position?
All right. Good morning, sir.
I can't believe you're doing this.
All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffin. IANWHIFFIN.
Where do you work?
Cellebrite.
What is Cellebrite?
Cellebrite is a digital intelligence company working in the digital forensics field.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2020.
What is your role at Cellebrite?
I'm currently a customer engagement manager.
What does that mean?
I work with customers, helping users of our tools to understand the digital evidence that they're finding and presenting.
And what is,
He's a customer service rep. He also has his own company, his own thing called Art Tech. Remember Art Tech? Let's see if this becomes an infomercial for Art Tech. He's a customer service rep. You heard that. I'm going to write it down though. Customer engagement manager.
Understand the digital evidence. I'm currently a customer engagement manager.
what does that mean?
I work with customers, helping users of our tools to understand the digital evidence that they're finding and presenting.
And what does digital evidence consist of?
Any information which is extracted from a cell phone, primarily or from a computer, which can be interpreted by the examiner and presented as evidence. It could be call history, messages, location data, media, anything that you can find from a digital device.
And could you just briefly describe your educational and training background that qualifies you to do this work?
Yeah, I've worked in IT for many years. In 2013, I began my career within Calgary Police Service in Canada as a digital forensics examiner. That was after spending approximately 9 or 10 years working as a patrol officer in the UK and in Canada. As part of my role as a digital forensics examiner within the Calgary Police, I went on numerous training courses. The Canadian Police College, they did an introductory course into digital forensics, and then further courses focusing on mobile data provided by some vendors such as Blacklight or Cellebrite at the time, as well as further courses presented by the Canadian Police College specifically about cell phones.
And Cellebrite, the software produced by Cellebrite, is that software used to extract and analyze data from cell phones and computers?
Yes, there are several tools within our catalog. One of them is designed to extract as much data as possible from a cell phone. And then one of the other tools is designed to take that extracted data, decode it, decrypt it, make sense of it, and provide it to the user in a way which can be searched, filtered, organized, reported, and presented.
Does Cellebrite's ability to access cell phone data continually change based on improvements that are done to the phones themselves?
Yes, there's constantly changes being made to devices which make it difficult to extract the data. There are changes being made to the software that means that the data that we extract is now different to the data that we extracted previously. A new feature, for example, or a change that's made by the software developer. So we're constantly changing our software to be able to extract that data and to decode more data.
Were you asked to locate Apple Health data and other information that could be relevant to the investigation of an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Tewksbury on January 24th, 2023?
I was, yes.
And what is Apple Health data?
Apple Health is a component of the iOS operating system, which logs sensor data from multiple locations. So there's sensors built within an iPhone that monitor steps taken, flights climbed, for example, as well as third-party devices, Apple Watches, Fitbits, any other device like that. All the information is brought into the Apple Health application, aggregated, and made available for the user to see.
Roughly how many phone extractions have you done?
Since around 2013, well over 1,000 phones.
And how many times have you done analysis on phone extractions?
The analysis is part and parcel. So of those 1,000 phones or so which I've extracted, I've done analysis on all of those phones as well.
Did you drive up and down hills in your car to see if it would register steps? Did you put it in a freezer? Remember, her Apple Watch was found in the nightstand. The police didn't find it.
And then you've also done analysis on extractions, like in this case where someone else did the extraction and provided the information to you and you did the analysis?
Correct, yeah. Whenever I'm helping customers or users of our tools, they may provide me with the extracted data. So the data which I'm analyzing is more than the devices I've extracted.
And have you tested?
If you're not looking at the screen, his fashion choice today is a gray blazer with a white tie and a black button-down shirt. He's giving wedding DJ vibes. That's a choice. That's a fashion choice. Just like what's on the head of this ADA is a choice. That is also a fashion choice.
Testified previously in courts?
It is more than the devices I've extracted.
And have you testified previously in courts about what you've done in terms of extracting and analyzing information?
Yes, I've testified in multiple courts around the world, approximately 28 times.
Now,
2 of them were the Karen Reed trials.
you received a copy of the extraction for Lindsay Clancy's iPhone 13, correct?
Correct.
And when you received that extraction, did you also want to know all the specific information about the case and the investigation?
Typically, when I'm working a case, I don't want to know a lot of detail. I'd rather come to my own conclusions based on the data that I'm viewing rather than note the intricacies of the case. All I require is an outline, the date that something happened, the time, who was involved, basic information.
And in terms of the extraction that was done on Lindsay Clancy's iPhone, that extraction, what type of extraction was it?
That's what's called a full file system extraction. It's essentially all of the data which is being extracted from the device that is still live.
And did you use specific tools to conduct your analysis?
Yes, there's the Cellebrite physical analyzer tool created by Cellebrite and also my own tooling. Applications I've been working on for several years.
Remember, he had 600 users last time. Let's see if he's up to 600 users on his own art tech software, and if this will become an infomercial. I told you, it's like somebody who went to Harvard. They got to tell you they went to Harvard in the first 5 minutes or talk about their time in Cambridge. He can't not mention his own software.
You've actually made your own tools that allow you to examine phone extractions?
Correct. There's some tools that I've been working on since prior to joining Cellebrite. Tools that as an examiner, I decided that I needed to create for myself and make available to others. And I still use those tools to this day.
And these tools that you used, are those the tools that allow you to examine and categorize the information, the data that you find in the extraction?
Yes, the primary point of the tool is to go into the data, decode it, provide it in a way which is easy to filter and search, but also additional tools there that allow you to dig into the data and look at the raw information, the databases, the files, all of the raw information, which is what our tools initially decode.
And did you focus in on a particular time frame when looking at the data on the defendant's iPhone?
Primarily, I knew that the date of the incident was 24th of January 2023, so that was the main focus of my analysis. But some of the data I was aware could be from further afield than that, so I took a look of, I think it was around 3 weeks before that, so early January to late January.
Because you told us that in 2022, January 29th specifically, that Jen McCabe's 227 search didn't happen. In fact, you went so far as to bring a laptop with you to do an in-court demonstration of your own software. And so if Cellebrite wasn't accurate in 2022 and it removed its timestamps, why do they have timestamps for her Google searches in 2023? I have so many questions. Please, Ian WHIFFEN, help us. Ian Travolta WHIFFEN, I'll allow it.
Were you able to look at the health data on January 24th, 2023 that was in the defendant's phone extraction?
I was, yes.
And what is health data? And how does it show up on a phone?
The user of the phone would be able to access the health data via the health application, where the information is broken down to explain how many steps have been taken over a particular period of time, the approximate distance that was travelled, the number of stair flights that were climbed. That data is stored on the device itself.
Unless you're John O'Keefe. And in John O'Keefe's case, he absolutely did not go up and down 3 flights of stairs. That can also happen when you're waving your phone around in a car going up a hill. Oh man. Oh, K-Shred is going to have his, I am so glad. Can I thank my airline for canceling my flight? Because if I missed this today with you, I would be on the airplane screaming into a pillow right now that I was missing this.
Database, that was travelled, the number of stair flights that were climbed. That data is stored on the device itself in a database. So as a forensic examiner, I can take a look at that database in its raw form, and understand exactly where that information is coming from, and present it to the user of our forensic tools in a slightly more forensic-friendly method than the user of the application on the phone would see.
Showing you on the screen here, page 4.
Forensic friendly, AKA say no more. Whatever you want me to say, I'll say wink and a nod, wink and a nod. I can't believe he's still working for Cellebrite. That might be the craziest part of it.
Showing you on the screen here, page 4 of your report. Looking here, we have a section here, heart rate.
Pause for screenshot purposes. Whoever wants to screenshot this, Emily C, I see you. Somebody said he's dressed like a priest, hoping he's channeling Father Bob, hoping that K-Shred will go easy on him.
Rate data, is that correct? We have a section here, heart rate data, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're able to see here, what can you tell about the heart rate data from the extraction?
So heart rate data comes from wearing an Apple Watch or a similar device, not from the phone itself. In the case of this phone, there was an Apple Watch paired to the device, and all of the heart rate data, which is recorded periodically throughout the day, is stored within the health database.
And what was the name associated with the?
Okay, I'm going to read that to you because apparently she might blow right by this, but she says, it says heart rate data. Heart rate data is provided solely via the Apple Watch. The first heart rate data for the 24th of January, that's the day of the killings, occurred at 6:52:49 a.m. And the last heart rate record for the 24th of January, 2023 occurred at 17:23:52. That would be 5:23:52. Remember, the Apple Watch was in the drawer. And I don't think that she was, so she must have not been had it on when she dove out the window. But how do we know that she was wearing it all day? It was in the drawer. It says there in total between these times, there was 150 records where the wearer's heart rate was recorded. Throughout this time, the average heart rate was recorded as around 90 beats per minute, but with several notable fluctuations. Okay. All right, let's go.
Is stored within the health database.
And what was the name associated with the Apple Watch?
So as it says in the third paragraph down, the Apple Watch itself was called Lindsay's Apple Watch.
And here in the report, you're able to show the recorded heart rates throughout the day. How is the heart rate recorded and sent to the phone?
There are sensors on the Apple Watch itself on the rear, which periodically.
Pause for screenshot purposes. Highest recorded 120 beats per minute at 13:56, but her heart rate was rising all day. Her heart rate was rising all day. 8:45:03, 120 beats a minute. 8:51:05, 118 beats a minute. 11:32:09, 119 beats a minute. 11:43:02, 116 beats a minute. 13:56:46, 120 beats a minute. And 16:33:20, 120 beats per minute. And boy, are the TikTokers going to have a field day with this.
Check the heart rate on the rear. There are sensors on the Apple Watch itself on the rear, which periodically check the heart rate at any given time, and that information is sent to the phone via Bluetooth.
And are you aware of how often an iWatch will record the data and report it to an iPhone?
The actual cadence at which the watch is checking would depend on what the user's doing. So if you were in the middle of a workout, it would be a lot more consistent than just periodically throughout the day. And I actually don't know how often it is throughout the day. If you're not doing any particular workout, there doesn't seem to be a set cadence. Every device I've looked at, it's slightly different.
So
Showing
your data is not accurate. What if she was having a panic attack all day long? What if she had high anxiety? That's a great Mel Brooks movie. What about then?
Page 5 of your report.
I've looked at, it's slightly different.
I'm showing you page 5 of your report, this database of the heart rates. For example, on several locations, there'll be a heart rate report, maybe a few seconds in between them, and others.
Screenshot. There's a chart, very basic primitive chart of the heart rates and times of day.
There's 7 or 8 minutes in between the heart rate, maybe a few seconds. There'll be a heart rate report, maybe a few seconds in between them, and others there's 7 or 8 minutes in between the heart rate report. Is that what you're talking about, how it varies depending on what you're doing at that point in time?
Yes, this is typical from what you see when you look at the database. The timestamps are never consistently at a recognizable cadence.
And the highlights in green, what do those represent?
So I actually tried to just highlight some of the high points for the day. I realized a few days ago while reviewing this, there was records there that show a high of 123 and 122, which I had not highlighted.
And that's right there, right below, right
Correct.
around 1146.
Yes.
And what was the last time a heart rate was reported from the watch to the defendant's phone?
So the last heart rate recorded was at 17:23:52, so 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, with a heart rate of 57 beats per minute.
What was the average?
I wonder if he's learned how to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit yet. Do you think he worked on that after his embarrassment at the last trial? Thank you, Friend of Dog, for gifting 10. You're amazing. Welcome, new members.
Heart rate for the day?
With a heart rate of 57.2, so 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, with a heart rate of 57 beats per minute.
What was the average heart rate for the day for the defendant's phone?
There was a range of heart rates going between as low as, I believe, around 50 and as high as around 122. On average, it was around high 80s, early 90s.
And so at 5:23 p.m., the last recording of her heart rate was 57?
Correct.
57.
And there aren't any further heart rates reported to the phone after that point, correct?
That's correct.
And what are some of the reasons why a watch would no longer be reporting a heart rate to the phone?
If the watch was taken off, if the watch was turned off,
If the battery died?
the battery was dead, yes.
What about if her spinal cord was severed? Would that affect
You
her
also
heart
mentioned
rate?
flight climb data. What is that?
Flight climb is information which the Apple Health application stores every time it detects that you walk up a flight of stairs. So a flight of stairs would be considered either a 3-meter or 10-foot incline over 16 steps. So the device has detected that both the altitude has changed by 10 feet and there were steps being walked at the same time.
If Shreddington does not bring up the driving in the car, waving the phone around example from John O'Keefe, then my day will not be complete. So if you haven't been paying attention yet, start paying attention now.
So there's two factors being considered there. The steps that your watch monitors as you walk, and then the altitude. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it? Is it GPS or something that's keeping track of your altitude?
The altitude is being monitored by a barometer or an altimeter, which is inside the device, just measuring for differences in air pressure.
And this information, the flight climb data, can that be monitored by both a watch and your phone if you have it on you?
It is. Both devices have got the barometers built in. Both devices can monitor flight climb events.
Can anything simulate or kind of fake out the watch or the phone into thinking that a flight of stairs is being climbed when it's not?
Driving.
There are some circumstances where that can happen. They're typically quite rare, but it can happen.
Right. They're quite rare, except in the case of John O'Keefe, a murder of a Boston police officer. You said he was driving in his car, waving his phone around up and down a hill, and that's what caused his phone to register 3 flights of stairs, but really rare. Only in cases of murdered police officers. Got it.
An example of that.
I got to hear that again.
Rare. So where that can happen.
Phone into think or kind of fake out the watch. Can anything simulate or kind of fake out the watch or the phone into thinking that a flight of stairs is being climbed when it's not?
There are some circumstances where that can happen.
Right.
They're typically quite rare.
Oh, so rare.
But it can happen.
John O'Keefe.
Is an example of that being in a car and going up a hill?
No.
Correct. Yes.
No.
If there is movement which the device can mistake for steps at the same time as the incline is being driven, then that could accidentally record.
Dude, he did not.
But if a person's not in a car and then is in their home, then it would be flights climbed, not hills being driven, correct?
Correct. If the person is in a house, the person was climbing stairs.
Okay, new defense. Lindsay was out driving her car. She was out there driving her car up and down a hill, deciding what she was going to do next. And somebody else came in and murdered the children. Really? He's doubling down. Has there ever been an expert in the history of ever that has stood by this premise? Apple, the people at Apple, their heads must be popping off right now. To think that a guy like him who works for Cellebrite is going to come in and tell Apple that their health data is wrong because it can register stair climbing when you're going up and down a hill in your car. What a joke. He's doubling down on it. That's why they hired him.
How is the data in terms of flight climb data? How is that data displayed? Or in the health data itself?
Wait, does he know that the world is laughing with him, at him? Not with him, at him. The world is laughing with him, at him. The world is laughing at him, right? Does he know the world is laughing at him right now? I can't believe that they would double down on this and hire this man again. I really can't.
Within the application or within the forensic tool?
Within the forensic tool.
Okay. So within the forensic tool, we break down, or within Physical Analyzer, we break down the health data into hour segments. So for an hour, we may say that there are 3 flight climbs. And then it's up to the user to dig in a little further. They can select that 1 hour and then see how that activity breaks down over the hour. So you would see that there were 2 flight climbs that occurred at 10 minutes after the hour, and then another flight climb occurred later on.
So showing you page 6 of your report here. The top box here, is that showing the general hour data where 3 flights have been climbed?
Correct. So in this case, the user's looking at a time period between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. And the health data that's been pulled from the database has been aggregated. And it tells you that there's 98 samples being considered. The maximum heart rate during that hour-long period was 108. The distance traveled was approximately 759 meters. And there were 5 flights climbed within that hour.
And then below that, you break that down a little further, correct?
Correct. So this is further down the screen in the interface where we can see an actual time of 10:17:27 where there's 2 flights climbed. And again, another record at 10:17:28 where there were 2 flights climbed, and then a further flight climb at 10:49.
And then going down to the bottom here, this table, what are we seeing here?
Wasn't she at the doctor's office that morning? She was at the doctor's office that morning, right? I thought so, with Cora. Around that time, maybe, I don't know.
In this table, the bottom here, this
Record at 10:17 where there's 2 flights climbed, and again another record at 10:17:28 where there were 2 flights climbed, and then a further flight climb at 10:49.
and then going down to the bottom here, this table, what are we seeing here in this table?
So you may have realized in the slide above where there was 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past and 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic measurement.
That's unrealistic. So that's not accurate. You're going to cherry pick the ones that they want you to say are not accurate. Hold on a second. Did anybody pull surveillance video from the doctor's office lobby, from the office building, to see if Lindsay was actually wearing her Apple Watch? Did anybody do that? Because you went to CVS and 3V, and you went to the water park, or the whatever that's called, the Cape Codder and the Science Museum. Did you get any footage of her wearing the watch? Because that would have been a good investigation. When did they actually hire Ian WHIFFEN? Let's hear this again.
Slide above where there was 2 flight climbs. You may have realized in the slide above where there was 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past and 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic measurement.
No, that's not exactly what it says. It says start time 10:17:27 until 10:17:27 to 10:27:06, 2 flights, and then 10:17:28 to 10:27:08, 2 flights. That was on the Apple Watch and the Apple phone, different times.
It's because one of those measurements, 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past and 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic.
Where does it say 18 seconds past? They both say 10:17. Am I missing something?
Measurement. It's because one of those measurements comes from the phone and one comes from the watch. This table breaks it down to say which of these records came from the watch and which came from the phone, because there are some which overlap.
So what you're saying is the prior table, it showed the 4 flights of stairs being climbed at the same time within seconds, which isn't rational. But this breaks it down to show some of that data is coming from the watch and some of it's coming from the phone, correct?
Correct. So if we look at records at 4 and 5 here, for example, we can see a start time of 10:17:27 and an end time of 10:27:06, where the watch recorded 2 flight climbs. And then 1 second later, a start time, and 2 seconds later for the end time, we see the watch also detected 2 flight climbs. This is just the same 2 flight climb events that happened, but both devices recorded those flight climbs with slightly different timestamps.
And that will happen if I'm wearing my watch and I have my phone in my pocket and I go up the stairs.
That's correct.
Time drifts. What about the time drift?
Did you do something to compare these times and make a table where where you ignored or disregarded the double entries?
I did. I tried to correlate and discard all of the duplicate information. So where there was an event of a flight climb that was recorded on the watch and the phone, rather than provide information that said there was 2 flight climbs, I would ignore one of them.
Right. I just ignore stuff if it doesn't fit the case. If you want me to ignore it, I'll ignore it. This is what you call a hired gun.
To just the ones which climbs, I would ignore one of them and limit it to just the ones which we could prove happened.
And that's displayed here in this chart at the bottom of page 7 of your report?
Correct.
This testimony is going to be gold, Jerry. It's going to be gold in Karen Reed civil cases. It's going to be gold.
Going to page 8 of your report. we have here at the top of page 8, does that show the last flights climbed recorded on either the defendant's phone or watch?
It does. It shows that
Screenshot this. They're saying this is her last flights climbed. What if she dove out the window? How would that register, Mr. Whiffen?
there was additional flight climb events logged by the phone, which were not logged by the watch at 17:03 and 17:33.
So these records indicate that at 5:03 p.m., the defendant's iPhone was with the person as it went up the stairs. And then at 5:33 p.m., the iPhone was with the person as it went up the 2 flights of stairs.
Correct.
And there's a time difference there. The start time is 5:33 p.m. and the end time is 5:38 p.m. For 2 flights of stairs. So that's roughly 5 minutes in between the 2 flights. Is there a way to explain that length of time?
The way the Apple Health data records this information, aggregates it, it tries to group events together. So in this case, it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34 and a second one at around 17:38:33.
So around. So it's not really accurate is what you're saying. Why would she take her phone with her if she was going to kill her kids in the basement? Why would she bring her phone with her and leave her Apple Watch in the drawer? Make it make sense. They're trying to establish a timeline, you see, for when she went up and down the stairs. So maybe that they can prove that she strangled her children at some, like at what point the phone call with Patrick happened, I think. Let's see.
And it just flight climb records this information, aggregates it, it tries to group events together. So in this case, it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34 and a second one at around 17:38:33, and it just grouped them both into one event. It doesn't mean that it took 5 minutes to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's just within that 5-minute period, there were 2 flight climbs.
So if I have my phone in my pocket and I climb up a flight of stairs and then I spend a few minutes on that floor and then still with my phone in my pocket go up another flight of stairs, that's representative of what we're seeing here at 5:33?
Correct. There tends to be around a 10-minute window where it tries to check every 10 minutes, but it can reduce that window in a case like this where it sees that there's group data within a smaller time period.
And then further down on page 8, we have another table here, which seems to have combined data of heart rate and flight climb data. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep. She took it away too fast. She doesn't want us screenshotting it, but I know you guys want to. So
Here, which seems to have combined data of heart rate and flight climb data. Is that correct?
Correct.
heart rate and flight time, heart rate and flight climb data attached. Maybe you should just create some more reasonable doubt here. How about that? Right. And did 227 happen? Let's see if he talks about Google searches, because that was specific to a Google search or a tab opening. This is just, he's right now, he's on the
Did you also look at web usage on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
Here we go.
I did, yes.
And what did you do to look at the web usage on the phone, and what time frame did you look at?
For web usage, I expanded the time of interest to early January to the 24th of January, and just took a look at any web history over that time. There was over 1,300.
They only gave him the data from January 1st until the 24th. They didn't give him any of the data before that, when she was Googling such things as perhaps, am I a sociopath, or can a sociopath be cured? I forget exactly what the searches are, but they only gave him the searches from January. This is what they do. They cherry pick what they want to give their experts, just like they did to Jessica Hyde and him. And I think at one point they didn't give him any hash values, remember? Here we go. Ian whiffs again. Ian whiffs again.
To early January. For web usage, I expanded the time of interest to early January to the 24th of January, and just took a look at any web history over that time. There was over 1,300 records recovered. I took a cursory look down that list and highlighted some which potentially were relevant to the case. And
Maybe
then
cursory isn't good enough. If you're being paid as an expert, maybe you should be a little more diligent than cursory, but you know, that's just what they're paying you for.
provided the 1,300 actual records as a appendix report.
And going to page 12 of your report,
Something
looks
whiffs.
like you started here on January 10th, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
And basically here you list various searches that occurred.
Okay, here's the searches. She puts this stuff up like the last chart, and there was something highlighted, and she didn't even question him about the highlighted portion. She's putting up only the page on January 10th. Prescription information. Google search, trazodone and Benadryl, trazodone headache, trazodone and ibuprofen, trazodone and Tylenol, trazodone and Tylenol interactions. That's all on January 10th.
On each day between January 10th and January 24th from the extraction, is that correct?
That's correct. Broken down by day with the time of the search, the website that was visited, the title of the web page, and then the identifier in the database.
And looking at these searches, on January 12th, 2023, at 19:48, so that would be 7:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
There was a search. In the title, it says, "How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression?" Is that the title? Is that what the user is putting into the search?
If I could see the search, please.
Haas quickly does Wellbutrin work? But remember, timestamps aren't accurate anymore. Why do they have timestamps still? When were the timestamps removed?
So the top entry here we can see starts with https www.google.com/search ?Q. The text after the Q, how quickly does Wellbutrin work, is what the user searched. Typically that is exactly as the user typed it, assuming that there are no auto completions in place. In this particular case, it appears it was searched using Safari. So there's no auto completion. That is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title, how quickly does Wellbutrin, I can't say that word, I'm afraid. Wellbutrin, thank you. Work for depression, Google search is the title of the page which Google assigns.
So where it says after the Q, how plus, quickly plus, does plus, the user's not putting in those pluses, correct? Is that, what were you calling those?
So that's part of the attribute. It's how the data is encoded in a URL or in a web search. You can't have spaces within this address string. So they replace the spaces with the plus symbol.
So I type in how quickly does, and the computer adds the pluses in space marks?
Yes, it's URL encoding to make it safe for the browser.
And then at 7:49, there's a search for Lamictal for depression.
Yes, and depression spelled with a B at the end instead of an N, which demonstrates that this is what the user typed in rather than
Like Haas long to dying cold?
And then a few minutes later at 7:55 p.m., the user typed in Elavil for depression, correct?
Correct.
Hold on. She cherry picked. She cherry picked that. We're going back to the document.
The user text after the Q.
How to tell if you're sleep deprived. Oh, she forgot to mention that one. That one was at 20:09. How to tell if you're sleep deprived or depressed. She selectively didn't have him talk about that one.
How quickly does Wellbutrin work is what the user searched. Typically, that is exactly as the user typed it, assuming that there are no auto-completions in place. In this particular case, it appears it was searched using Safari. So there's no auto-completion. That is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title.
He said auto completion or auto deletion in place. Wait a second.
It appears it was searched using Safari. So
Didn't Jennifer McCabe use Safari?
there's no auto completion. That is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title, how quickly does I can't say that word, I'm afraid. Wellbutrin, thank you. Work for depression, Google search is the title of the page which Google assigns.
So where it says after the Q, how plus quickly plus.
So that's part of the attribute search. You can't have spaces plus some plus symbol.
So I type in how quickly does in the
Safe for the browser.
And then at 7:49, there's a search for Lamictal for depression.
Yes, and depression spelled with a B at the end instead of an N, which demonstrates that this is what the user typed in rather than a page that was being visited.
And then a few minutes later at 7:55 p.m., the user typed in Ellaville for depression, correct?
Correct.
And then on page 16, on January 18th, 2023, at 10:25.
Wait a second. 10:25. So she's going to ignore everything before that. Ketamine saved my life. Low dose S-ketamine in postpartum depression, in prenatal depression, clinical trials. There's something before that too. Dissociative, depersonalized, derealized, dissociative, and disappearing something. Talking about cherry picking her searches, huh? The effect of ketamine on preventing postpartum depression. This is the 18th of January.
We have a search there, ketamine for suicidal ideation, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's the user typing that in.
Yeah, again, those words were typed in by the user.
And then on January 19th, 2023, on page 17 of your report,
Symptoms of postpartum psychosis, atypical antipsychotics. Psychosis symptoms, this is on January 19th. Severe sleep deprivation causes hallucinations. Okay, thank you for letting us know that as early as the 19th of January, 5 days before the murders, she was Googling severe sleep deprivation causes hallucinations. Let's see if she talks about that.
we have symptoms of postpartum psychosis searched on January 19th.
Correct.
And again, so we're looking at, this is AM, correct? 9:24 AM that was searched?
Yes, the morning.
And then 9:30 a.m., there's another search for psychosis symptoms.
Yes.
Does sleep deprivation cause hallucinations? Thank you for helping prove the Commonwealth's case. Again, effing again. How much do you think they had to pay him to get him to come back to
Going
Massachusetts?
back to that same page, page 17, at the bottom for January 24th, we have here searches for kids Miralax
Okay, this is the day of the murders. Kids Miralax, Takeout 3V, CVS Pharmacy.
at 4:02 p.m. and Takeout 3V at 4:13 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then CVS Pharmacy at 4:47 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
There was also an Apple note that you found in the records, correct?
That was.
The Apple note, in your report, it says it was created on December 22nd, 2022 at 10:23 a.m. Strike that. And then modified at 10:23 a.m. on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to tell what in the note was modified?
No, there's no real auditable log to look back and see how many times it's been modified over the course of its life. I was able to do some amount of recovery to see that on the day it was created, it started in a very similar way to as it's written on the 24th or 23rd of January. But the exact changes between when it first was created and the last time it was modified, we don't know.
And then you also looked at messages, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to compile the messages that were sent and received between the defendant and her mother and the defendant and her husband on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And were you able to arrange it using the tools that you use in a way that looks like you might see it on your phone?
Yeah, I tried to prepare it in a report which would be easy for any viewer to understand based on their own usage of text messaging.
So showing you page 19 of your report. What we have here is an enlarged version of what you might see on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And
Oh, look, you can do PowerPoints and make them look like real text messages. Why didn't somebody whip out the text message screenshot between Allie McCabe and Colin Albert while he was on the stand and show that to him and ask him if he thought that was real? That would have been a great Perry Mason moment.
An enlarged version of what you might see on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is this in blue, is this Lindsay's phone?
It is. The messages in blue on the right would be outgoing. The messages in gray on the left would be incoming.
And so we have a photo being sent out from Lindsay's phone to her mother, and then a reply coming back, and that pattern goes on and on, correct?
Correct.
And then looking at page 22, you were able to do the same in terms of her contact with Patrick Clancy that day, correct?
I did, yes.
And so in gray, we have Patrick Clancy sending a message to Lindsay Clancy, and in blue is the response, correct?
Correct.
Were you, excuse me, were you also able to look at the phone calls that occurred either incoming or outgoing to the defendant's phone on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And looking at page 27 and 28 of your report, first on page 27, just looking closely at the phone. Here in the report, it says 2024. Is that a typo? Is that supposed to be 2023?
That's meant to be 2023. Yes, I apologize.
Okay. And so what we see here, can you just tell us what these?
Okay. He couldn't even get the date on his report right. It says January of 2024. I would submit to you that that's a material mistake. Sorry about that. Yeah, details aren't important. You're an expert witness. You can see it right there on the page. It's up on the overhead projector. It says January 2024. He's like, yeah, that's wrong. How come she put up those text messages, didn't ask him anything about it? Didn't ask him anything about it. Hold on, watch this again.
Here in the report, it says 2024. Is that a typo? Is that supposed to be 2023?
That's meant to be 2023. Yes, I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, Scrivener's error, no big deal. No, it's just a murder trial. It's a triple murder trial. No big deal. Yeah, sorry about that. Oops. No big whoop, no big. I mean, it says 2024. It's a typo. It's a Scrivener's error. It doesn't really matter. For the love of the traveling Mary.
And so what we see here, can you just tell us what these columns are?
Yeah, the start time of the call, typically when it is answered by the recipient. The end time, when the call's ended. The metadata is information including who the call was to or from, how long the call lasted, and then the reason that the call disconnected. And then a record ID. So if you had the database, you could go in and find this record based on the ID number.
What about butt dials?
And looking at page 28, this is the continuation of that table regarding the phone calls, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what we're seeing here is at 17:33, which would be 5:33 p.m., there's an incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And it says duration 8 seconds, is that, 0 seconds. Does that mean it was not answered?
In this case, it was an unanswered call.
What if it was a butt dial?
And then at 5:34 p.m., roughly a minute later, there's an outgoing call from Lindsay's phone to Patrick's, correct?
Correct.
And that call was approximately 14 seconds?
Correct.
And then at 6:09 p.m., another incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay that went unanswered?
That's correct.
Now, you also, in a section you called media, you have some photographs that were taken from the phone with some metadata included, correct?
Correct.
What is metadata?
Metadata is information about that photograph. It could be the device that captured it, the time that it was captured, the location, information about the lens, the lighting, etc.
And so looking at page 29 of your report, just for an example, what we have here are 3 photographs, correct?
Correct.
And the metadata for the first one shows captured at South Shore Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
How were you able to determine that's where that photograph was taken?
The metadata of the photo included the latitude and longitude where the image was captured. I took that latitude and longitude and looked on Google Maps to see a physical address. In this case, it came down to the South Shore Medical Center.
And then the third photo here, that shows captured at the home address on Summer Street, is that correct?
Correct.
They're not putting the photos on the screen, and maybe the cameraman is confused about what he's allowed to show and not show. But these are her editing photos of the kids, because
And then you
remember,
looked at device.
hold on, remember, they made a big deal about this when they went on, they did the video tour of the house and they showed us the blood on the floor. I think Kevin Reddington put this up. It was like a banner of photos of one of the children. Every month she took a picture of them. 1 month, 2 month, 3 months, and she had a whole, like a banner in one of the rooms of the house. Maybe she was editing it for the banner. What does editing photos of the kids even prove? This is when you have nothing. This is what happens when you have nothing.
usage? What is device? And then you looked at device usage. What is device usage?
Device usage would relate to how the user is operating the device. So when they have it unlocked, locked, what applications being used at any particular time. Essentially anything which is not a message or a phone call or results in additional data like that.
I'm looking at page 32 of your report. In that device usage log, it shows that the last time the device usage was logged was at 5:13 p.m., correct?
So this table relates just to the locking and the unlocking of the device. So the last time the device was unlocked was at 17:13:16. The device was locked again around 2 minutes later at 17:15:12, and the device was not unlocked again.
And so where the device was not unlocked again after 5:16 p.m., but we have a phone call.
Yeah, she had a phone call and 5:33, 5:34.
Being made at 5:34 p.m. How does that happen?
There is a setting within iPhones that allow you to use a locked device to call back numbers for missed calls. So in this case, Lindsay had the missed phone call that would have shown on screen as a notification as a missed call. And without unlocking the device, you're able to call that person back.
So you just press on the icon that shows up, you have a missed call, you press on that, and you can call the person back without unlocking the phone?
Correct.
What? I'm going to need to do an experiment and prove that you don't have to unlock your phone to return a call. I never heard of that before in my life. Maybe we need to do a little, thank you, a little, did anybody see the TikToker that put a stake in the window and then slammed the window down and said that it made a line across on the stake? So that's what happened to Lindsay, that somebody slammed her head in the window and that's why she had a line on her throat. Like, you can't make this up. Why do they never call anybody from Apple to testify? Is it because they won't do that? Because Apple won't do that? I don't know. I guess maybe it's true. Somebody said they did that just this morning. It was such a waste of a stake, somebody said. Oh.
The device, you're able to. So in this case, Lindsay had the missed phone call that would have shown on screen as a notification as a missed call. And without unlocking the device, you're able to call that person back.
So you just press on the icon that shows up, you have a missed call, you press on that, and you can call the person back without unlocking the phone?
Correct.
So you mean to tell me that they've had Karen Reed's phones in their possession for, I don't know, 2.5 years, the second set of phones that they took from her, that if somebody called one of those phones and it came up as a missed call, they would be able to call that person back without unlocking the phone? Cool. If you have the
And then
settings
what is
on?
application focus?
Application focus is literally the application which is visible on screen at any given time.
And at 4:13 p.m., 16:13, on January 24th, you've highlighted it in green here. What are we seeing there?
At 16:13:23 until 16:14:50, the Apple Maps application was being used, visible on screen.
Boop. There you can go. You can screenshot this.
Is it then used again at 5:13 and 5:14 p.m.? Or is that a different application?
So at 5:13 until 5:14, it was mobile Safari, so the mobile version of Safari.
Screenshot.
The internet browser was on screen, and at 17:14:47 until 17:15:08, it was the mobile SMS or messaging application, which was on screen.
So do you just look at the part that's in parentheses to see what application was open or being used at the time?
Correct. What application was on screen at the time?
So for example, where it says 1734, which would be 5:34 p.m., and in parentheses is in-call service, does that represent a phone call?
It does. That's the screen that indicates you're in a phone call.
And staying with the same page, page 34, you've made some notes here. Let's go out a little bit. Regarding Apple Maps, Safari, and messaging. So can you just explain what you pulled from the data for Apple Maps?
Yeah, Apple Maps was used to.
Oh, wait, he made a nice little chart there. Let's give it its flowers. Hold on.
Pulled from the data for Apple Maps.
All right. Apple Maps, Safari, and then messaging. He's got all his data in there, but she's not going through any of this with him. Apple Maps was used from 16/13/23 until 16/14/50 to plan a route from the user's current location to 3V restaurant. Safari, the last unlock of the device at 17/13/16 was initially used to load Safari where information was searched regarding Pediatrics, Google search at 17/13/22. Messaging, the last unlock was also used to launch the messaging application, specifically to send the message to Patrick Clancy at 17/15/03, quoting the Pediatrics item previously searched for.
Apple Maps was used to plan a route from the user's current location, the home address, to a restaurant called 3V.
And that was at 4:13 p.m.?
It was.
And then in terms of Safari, you have the last unlock at 5:13 p.m.?
Yes, so the last unlock of the device was used for the purposes of viewing Safari, where Pediatrics was searched using Google.
And then in terms of messaging, what did you pull from the data there?
At the same time, or in that same device usage, so the device was unlocked, Safari was used to search Pediatrics, and then the messaging application was opened to send a message to Patrick saying Pediatrics liquid stool softener.
And that was at 5:15 p.m.?
It was.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
Did they talk about location data at all? You're welcome, Samantha. I'm glad you found me too. She says, thanks for no commercials.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what
I'm
we're
not showing.
seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17/13/16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17/15/12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 5:13 device unlock,
Yes,
5:15 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17/13/16. Safari was closed at 17/14/47. Messaging was opened at 17/14/47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for Pediatrics. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you have the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33, 34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the
So
calls happened-
nothing's really accurate. Maybe she was driving on Fairview Road. That's right. You know, that's like the Bermuda Triangle of Massachusetts.
And then
Has already been completed at that point.
and then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
I would move to submit the report as the next exhibit.
No objection. All right, that report may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right.
He didn't tie it all
so-
together.
Members of the jury, remember I said it might be a little stop and start here today. This is one of those stops. All right, so we're gonna take a short break, and then we'll come right back.
Wait a minute.
and
Is he not
return
crossing him?
for,
Hold on a minute.
The cross-examination of this witness.
Oh, he is going to cross. Why are they taking a break? He's going to cross him. He said, we're going to come back. Maybe there's going to be a voir dire. Maybe. This is what must-see TV. Must-see TV. Father Bob. Good morning, Father Bob. Can you please give us all a special dispensation? Hot mic.
She's doing that.
Jurors have exited the quorum. Court's in session.
All right, so the court will be in a short recess at this time. Thanks.
Court, all rise.
Well, we're a little bit behind, so we might get to just scooch through the whole recess. I mean, it's, how behind are we? About 22 minutes. All right, let's see. There is one benefit to starting and stopping. I don't know. Did the judge have to go handle another matter in another courtroom? Possible. Let's see if we can hear the hot mic.
Then we'll come right back and return for the cross-examination of this witness. Okay?
All rise, please, your attention.
He said it sounded like somebody might be coming here on Thursday. Why? She's doing that.
Jurors have exited the quorum. Court's in session.
All right, so the court will be in a short recess at at this time. Thanks.
Support, all ayes.
Not only are the hot mics becoming a part of this trial, but people are trying to read Lindsay's lips, and they've got this clip of what they think Lindsay, when Patrick is on the stand. This, I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it's not real. They have a clip of Lindsay, allegedly what these TikTok conspiracy theorists think is she's saying something like, "I am innocent. He did it," or something such as like that. So hot mics, lip reading. I don't think you heard Proctor. Proctor was not involved in this case. I don't think you heard that. But point out some flaws in Ian Whiffen's testimony. Those of you who are paying close attention, Mrs. Always Right says, will Mr. Reddington be able to question Ian Whiffen about all the discrepancies in his software as far as timestamps and such go? Well, he didn't use his software, I don't think. He said that Cellebrite changed their software. Yeah, Team Brittany says it's on TikTok. It's not real. Thank you. Soap said, Kay Shred's first question. So when you extracted the television, well done. Well done. Blue Eyed Southern Girl says, did you see Hayden Panettiere died? Yes, we talked about it at the very beginning of the stream. She had terrible postpartum so bad she gave her fiance custody of their daughter and wrote a book about what happened to her. No cause of death yet. They are saying it's suspicious. I think it's been reported that there was the police responded to the home earlier in the day. There was also a history of DV from what I understand. See, Bossman says, I drove to Colorado on Friday. Ugh, it was long. Sco buffs from Massachusetts. I know it's a long 80 West the entire way. I love your show. Learning every day, says Ginger Mama Bear. Thank you. Friend of Dog, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. This break is taking forever. People are saying, well, we fast forwarded through it. So we've only been here for like 2 minutes. Thank you, Friend of Dog. Lucky Birdie said she removed the Apple Watch for the injury on her wrist. Maybe. Sassy Ducks Diaries became a member. Welcome. Thank you, Buzzing for Truth, for being here for 26 months. Jerry Joe says, agreed, bring in Alessi. What could be more egregious? What? Oh, I miss Bob Alessi so much. Mixed Chick, Lindsay's heart rate with her meds is not going to be accurate, in my opinion. Thank you, Mixed Chick. He didn't tie it all together. He talked about the heart rate, but it seemed like it was like between 119 and 120 all day, from what I know. From the chart that they put up. S. Hurtlocker says, I love this group of Melanie. Oh, we love you too. Hank's understudy, healthcare data is what he called it, right? Or no, healthcare data. Thank you, K-Reds Public Barbecue. Another great username in here. I mean, it was a big fail. She didn't tie all that stuff together. It was just weird. Reds Devil's Lettuce. Reds Devil's Lettuce says, seeing you is a nice surprise today. Sorry your plans got messed up. It's okay. I wasn't really ready. I was trying to pare down my suitcase to get everything into a carry-on. Husky Lover says, I switched to a Garmin watch because my Apple Watch used to count steps when I would crochet. It's crazy. She's loving that my flight got canceled. Thank you. Thank you. Charles said, what gradient of hill will mimic stairs? Thank you for, and Charles has a couple here. So that's the first. He's from South Africa. Michelle Davenport said, Whiffy is definitely iffy. And then Charles Argo again said, when were the altimeter calibration conducted? Mama, she is here. She says, so glad we're here together for this Ian Whiffen mess. Ian's Stairway to Heaven. Oh, see? Ian's Stairway to Heaven. Excellent username. See, I told you guys you could change them, and you've been doing it. I see you. Thanks for your 10. Smells whiffy, Ian. Was it a swing and a whiff for this witness? Anyone? Carmen Brown says, I feel like the jury's giving Ian the side eye because they all watched the Karen Reed trial. It's possible. It's possible. Papa Dragos pointed out, Irish Catholic judge. Yeah, well, yeah. We were talking about that. I mean, his name's Judge Sullivan. there is a clergy privilege too. I mean, do you think the Commonwealth is going to call Father Bob to the stand and ask him what they talked about in the room? Because there is a privilege for clergy. Wild. Charles said, if you fly from New York to a high part of Colorado, how many steps will it show? But the altimeter, sensor. I don't know. Would your Apple Watch health data work on an airplane? MF says, where's the matchup location data to these times? Yeah, where's the location data? They should have had that if they had her phone, right? So now WHIFFEN decided what is relevant on her cell phone internet searches, says Charles. Yeah. Lena says, he said he provided the ones relevant to the case, but I thought he said he doesn't like to know anything about the case when he does his analysis. I'm getting a whiff that something stinks. Thank you, Lena. The Commonwealth is allegedly going to rest today, but the judge did say there was going to be a number of breaks. So we'll see. Backpacks, bows, lies, oh my, says he sounds nervous thinking he's getting ready for K-Shred's barbecue. Charles says all the searches say Google searches, no mention of Safari. I did on the chart that I screenshot. I think I saw at least one mention of Safari. Aileen, Plymouth is my county. I'd love to know how much of my tax dollars he was paid. Usually the defense attorney can ask if he wants to. Hi, Ozzy. Is this the same dude? Yep. Suddenly data makes sense. Yeah, of course it does. Thanks for chat. The WHIFFIN, INN. He's the biggest tool we exported. No refund.
Yeah. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
We're back.
All right. Yeah.
Alicia Taylor says that it's in settings. Face ID and passcode allow access when locked. Return missed call. Do you think she had that setting on? I don't know that setting exists. My sunshine says, but I thought the Google timestamps only showed what time the tab was opened and not the actual search time. Yeah, I know. Explain that. It reverts back to the first time you ever opened that tab. Thanks, Josie Lou, for your 50. In light of a lack of digital forensics regulatory entity, I wonder how will WHIFFEN's demeanor change if he knew a competitive expert is present in the gallery at the time his expertise is delivered. Who do they have in the gallery? Verno? Like a magnet forensic guy watching him, hint, hint. Oh, well done. Well done. Thanks for your 50, honey. Rather useful, KB says the prosecution's watching Mel Little on break to pivot.
All right, please, you're entering.
Red Thread Mama. I think one of my big questions is why he called her to ask what to get when he was there. If she already sent him what to get from the pharmacy, we know from the CVS manager that Lindsay called to confirm it was in stock. He might have called to say, where is it? What aisle do I find it in? I don't know. He did testify about that, though.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. WHIFFEN, just a couple of things. One of the takeaways or question that I had is that you were talking about in reference to the Apple Health data. Fair to say that there's an issue as to the accuracy or reliability of the Apple Health data. You've actually done research on that.
I've done research on it, yes.
Okay, and one of the things that you did is back about a year ago, June 28th of 2025, you did a blog article on Apple Health accuracy and reliability, and it talked about using a pitch, which I think is, you guys refer to like a football field.
It was a rugby field, yes.
And then you had somebody put the watch in their right pocket, somebody with the left pocket, and then someone else held it in their hand, you measured it, and things of that nature, right?
Correct, it was 3 phones.
Some of the things were off a little bit, but basically you put that in your report and you were able to draw your conclusion as to the accuracy and reliability, as you say, of the Apple Health data, right?
Correct.
Now,
He did another experiment just for this trial or for his own blog?
someone is wearing an Apple Watch. Is that what records heart rate?
As the heart rate is on the watch, yes.
It is on the watch,
Yes.
okay. And the steps that the person takes, things of that nature, the movement, is that on the phone or would that be on the watch?
That's on both the watch and the phone.
Okay. Now, if you have an Apple Watch and you test it or you examine it, would you be able to determine what information was actually recorded by the watch while the person was wearing it?
Yes, the information that's recorded within the Apple Health database does specify whether the information comes from the watch, the phone, or from a different device.
Okay. And in this case, if I understand correctly, the Apple Watch stopped recording data at, is it 5:23?
It was around that time.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you your report. Feel free to just refresh your memory or look at it or whatever helps you out.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I just want to get the times down.
Yeah, because it's important. Details are important.
I think you indicated that the watch stopped recording information at 5:23 p.m.
Yes, the last heart rate was 5:23:52.
52, okay. 5:23 and 52 seconds. And then I believe the phone and watch stopped recording at 5:38, was it?
The last usage of the, let me double check this. I believe the last usage of the phone to record flight climb data was at 5:38, yes.
All right, and after 5:38, it's pretty much blackout. There's no further information or recording, right?
Yes, not until like the phone was seized by police, I believe.
By the
But
police.
there's other activity, but appeared to be after the incident.
We know it wasn't seized by police.
So the further activity would have been the following morning on the 25th of January, say around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning?
I ended my analysis on the 24th.
Okay. Well, so 5:23 p.m., the watch stops recording information. 5:38 p.m., both the watch and the phone stopped recording any information until the
He stopped at the 24th. He didn't go any further.
police picked up the phone. Apparently, stopped recording any information until the police picked up the phone, apparently the following day, right?
Again, there would have been activity later on, but it wasn't usage, it wasn't health data. It would have been things like incoming calls, if
Okay,
there
so
were any.
when you went through the stair climbing and talked about the steps that were taken, the distance that was taken, that stopped at 5:38 p.m., right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know, when I say you, I mean, there's a witness, but also the police, whoever was wearing the watch, for example, if Lindsay's wearing the watch or carrying the phone after 5:38, you don't know what was happening at 5:39.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening at 5:40, 5:45, right?
Correct.
Right up till 5:58, 6 o'clock p.m., right?
Purely the data on the device.
So it could have been, the phone could have been put down, the watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever.
Correct.
You just don't know, right?
Yes.
One of the things, you're familiar with the concept of location data, right?
Correct.
And location data, one of the things you looked at or you're aware of would be from Lindsay's phone on August 23rd of 2022. Is that correct?
Apologies, August 23rd, 2022.
Yeah.
I didn't go back
Okay.
anywhere near that date.
You have tested and written blogs, though, on location information, right?
Correct.
You actually testified in the case of Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington in Suffolk Superior Court in Boston in support of the accuracy of this particular artifact or information, right?
Correct.
So you're a true believer that the phone does in fact record accurately significant locations on the iPhone, right?
It certainly.
Oh, he does his homework. A good lawyer never asks a question he doesn't know the answer to, and he knows the answers to all of it. We didn't even know about this case, Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington, who's running to Google right now. You're a true believer that it's accurate. Now it's not?
It can, yes.
A true believer that
Again.
artifact are in support of the Apple versus Victor on location information, right?
Correct.
You actually testified in the case of Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington in Suffolk Superior Court in Boston in support of the accuracy of this particular artifact or information, right?
Correct.
So you're a true believer that the phone does in fact record accurately significant locations on the iPhone, right?
It certainly can, yes.
All right. And are you aware, or if I was to approach you in your expertise,
Showing it to Ms. Buckingham.
it's just a doctor's. That's all.
He is a
You were
true
talking
believer.
earlier about latitude, longitude, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just to get familiar with, for example, significant location visits on Lindsay's phone, August 23rd, 2022 at 9:34. Do you know what that says or what that means?
The created time
Yeah.
of 9:34. That'd be when the device decided that the device had visited this location enough to consider it a visit.
Okay. Do you know what that location is? If I suggest to you it's a doctor's office, would you be aware of that?
I don't recognize it from the coordinates.
Okay. Thank you.
That was the day of the Tom Hall search on Spotify music. Suicide
This here
methods.
you're familiar with too as well, right? The geo data with the latitude and the longitude.
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that you can take the metadata off of the information on the cell phone, one of which would be latitude and longitude. You'd be able to determine, for example, that this would be the Lindsay Clancy home, correct?
Yes, correct.
You've seen this before, right?
It rings a bell, yes.
Okay, I'd offer this room.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
267.
All right, thank you.
Now, you have your report in front of you, right?
Yes.
And that's captioned Digital Forensic Report, and it's in evidence, so the jurors are going to be able to review it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to page 11, I believe. Yeah, page 11. Okay.
Yes.
And just so the jurors are able to acclimate themselves to it, that would be this item here that you went through with the district attorney, right? As far as the searches, Google searches,
I have a different page 11.
different page?
Oh, what?
That looks like this page 12.
Oh, okay. Well, let me approach you with what is your digital forensic report, report number 1?
Yes.
Yeah,
He's got different page number. Oh, this is going to be good.
okay. Is this the same?
So this is a revision.
A revision?
The revision submitted in February that just had
Okay.
a different record highlighted.
Yeah, okay, so basically there's no big deal difference, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we can go by, you have the revised and I have the old. Can you look at January 10th on the Google search, for example?
I can.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
So looking at January 10th of 2023, just read along with me and the jurors again would be able to look at this in the jury room. Prescription information at, it says 14:55. What does that mean? 12:14 in the morning?
14 a.m., yes.
All right. And then 19:11, which would be at 7:11 in the morning?
7:11 p.m.
Oh, PM, okay. Trazodone and Benadryl goes on about an hour later. Trazodone headache, Google search goes on. Trazodone and ibuprofen goes on. Trazodone and Tylenol goes on to 2032, which would be 8:32 p.m. Trazodone and Tylenol interactions, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that these are things that Lindsay Googled on her cell phone. That's what this document refers to, right?
Somebody used the cell phone to Google it, yes.
Oh, you don't know who was actually using it, but this is
Exactly.
Lindsay's cell phone.
Yes.
You're aware of that. If we jump ahead, looking at all of these various Google searches, follow with me on, let's say randomly,
Not random. Not random at all.
page 13, 1948, which would be 17:48 p.m., I guess. You with me on that?
Yes, 1948.
Yeah.
Yes,
How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression? That's what was Googled, right?
correct.
Followed by Lamictal for depression, Elavil for depression, how to tell if you're sleep deprived, ketamine for suicidal ideation, right?
Correct.
These are all searches that were done on Lindsay's cell phone. On that particular date, chronologically, would have been the 12th of January, right?
Correct.
Now, without boring everybody, it goes on and on and on with searches along those lines. Suicidal ideation, drugs, trazodone, mixtures, things of that nature, right?
It does.
Page 17, if you have it, would be the Apple Note council asked you about.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I suggest to you, sir, that this is the Apple Note, I believe a previous witness may have read this to the jury, so they will have this in the room to read. But basically, this is the note that says, I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself, and basically my life has turned to crap, right?
Correct.
So what was modified in this? If you know, because counsel asked you if there was modifications and things of that nature, and I'm just asking if you know, what was modified in it?
Exactly at the moment, I don't have all of that in front of me. It's possible to see snippets going back over time. I do recall
Okay.
on the 22nd of December when this was created, it started with the same sentence.
Yeah.
And there was a few essentially spelling differences
Okay.
as time went on. But as much as you can recover from the earlier versions of the note, it's a snippet. It's essentially two sentences, and the rest of
Basically
it
the
is
same
it's essentially the same note.
Okay, thank you, sir. Going forward onto page 18, page 19, and 20, would you agree with me that, well, actually, in 21, they basically contain photographs that were sent from Lindsay's phone to, it looks like Patrick's phone. Would you agree with that?
I believe the first few pages are sent to Mommy.
Okay. And this basically is the, there we go. This is the snowman in the backyard being made, right?
Correct.
And then Lindsay's phone is sending the blue.
Yes, the
and
blue
gray
messages
would
are
be
outgoing.
what? A response?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the response is?
The one on screen at the moment is the response sent from Mommy to Lindsay's phone saying that's a big roll of snow. I was wondering if you got enough for the kids to play in, and it's a pretty nice day too. Gives them something to do on a day without school.
Okay. And then your report then goes on with additional photographs of the snowmen. There's a box of Cheerios apparently. And then there's a photograph of a young boy appearing to be very exuberant with his arms up in the air. And then there's the Lindsay phone responds with a picture of a little girl with a mask on, right?
Correct. And this is a conversation with Patrick.
Patrick, okay. So are you able to tell what Patrick said, if anything, when he sent the picture of the little boy with his arms up in the air?
So at the very top of that message above the photograph, it says, got himself dressed. And that would be the message that was sent alongside the photograph.
Okay. And then what was her response?
Initially, it was just the photograph.
Did she respond any further in your report or your research?
Sorry?
Did you see any response in your research of the phone?
I don't remember seeing any response.
All right. Can you look at page 22?
Yes.
Okay. And this would be on January 24th, 2023. And it looks, what time is that? 8:19 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, you can even look in your report, this is in the same thread with the little girl making the snowman, and the text about, it looks like a nice day, hoping you got snow, things of that nature. And there's a reference by the mother or mommy to get the hot chocolate ready, things of that nature, right?
The message at 8:19 a.m. that says cutie was sent by Patrick in
Okay.
a different thread to the snowman photographs.
Okay, but I'm asking you about the one that's underneath the snowman and the mummy text. The last commentary is get the hot chocolate ready.
Oh, yes, that's the one
Okay.
from,
And that's from the mother, apparently, right?
correct.
Or someone that is in the phone as mummy, right?
And that
Okay.
was at 11:33 a.m.
Now, if you look on page 22, we can get to what you were talking about. It looks like January 24th at 8:19 in the morning. Cell phone number 781-375-8564. And what does that say?
Cutie.
And that, so just tell us, so is that Patrick's phone?
Yes, that would be the phone stored as Patrick sending a message to Lindsay's phone.
And how did Lindsay respond, or how did her phone respond?
I certainly hope he's changed his cell phone number since then. Oy.
It appears that Lindsay reacted to an image with the love emoji.
Like a little hat thing?
Yes.
And then what did Patrick say?
Patrick asked, how's it going?
What did she say?
Good.
And then did she say anything further?
Yet she also responded, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys. A few.
So that she indicates that her urine looked good, nothing going on with her kidneys, and then phew, like whew, you know, something like that, right?
That's how I read this.
DHEW?
Yeah. Yes.
And then he said good, right?
Yes.
And then as you go forward, there's more pictures of the kids with the snowman, making the snowman. Patrick then says to her at 11, looks like 11:29, am I reading that right, in the morning?
11:29.
What does he say to her?
You're a good mama.
And does she respond?
She responds with an emoji, which is the face covered in hearts.
The face with the hearts? And then they go back and forth with each other up until getting the menu and asking what you want for takeout and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Page 25, just in case you were looking. All right. Can you look at page 28 for me? And page 29, I can hold them up. Basically, they basically are just a continuation of photographs, little thumbnails of the kids doing snowman and sitting in the doctor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did is that you actually performed a comprehensive search. Is that a full focus extraction? Is that what you call it?
Full file system extraction.
Okay. And you did that for the phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, right?
Correct.
That would be what you refer to as your appendix?
The appendix 1 of the Lindsay Clancy phone is 1,300 and some web search visits.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you what says report number 1, iPhone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, and ask if you can recognize that.
Yes, this appears to be the just the web history from Lindsay's phone.
Okay, so that's pretty much if anybody cares to look at it, that's the entire web history, right?
Correct.
All right, I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
He got in her entire web history.
Then, Mr. Whiffen, you also had report number 4, which would be the digital report for Patrick Clancy's
I did.
computer. I'd offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well. All right, thank
And
you.
finally, report number 5 says Surface Pro laptop belonging to Patrick Clancy.
Yes.
So this would be your search of his laptop as well, correct?
Correct.
I'd offer this.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Okay. To all the conspiracy theorists, I just want to point out to you that they have a full download of two of Patrick's computers, And if there was any evidence of anything nefarious with regard to Patrick Clancy, they certainly would be using it, especially the Commonwealth. If he was having an affair, that would be their theory. She killed them out of a revenge killing. I wish we could just put those theories to bed at this point, but a lot of people don't. And I won't have it in my chat. So please guide your actions accordingly.
Approaching you with an item, sir, I'm just going to.
Kevin Reddington's TV. Excellent username. Welcome.
Well, I'm just going to answer it. I'm not going to do it. No problem. This says extraction report, Apple iPhone. You recognize that?
Yes, I didn't create it, but I recognize the report.
Okay, so that is a Cellebrite report of the extraction of Lindsay's phone, correct? Yeah, you can look at whatever you want.
He didn't create this one. This is the one that Trooper.
Yes, this is a report generated by physical analyzer, a Cellebrite tool of the device.
Okay.
This is the extraction that Ian Ziering, the trooper that looked like Ian Ziering, testified about. Wonder if they're different. Oh, go.
Now, if you look at the report, for example, just randomly on page, let's say, 9, bottom line, it says web history. I just grabbed that random. January 24th, 23, correct?
Yes.
And then you go to the right, and it says Lindsay's iPhone mobile library.
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the time that it was recorded, right?
Yes.
And what time would that be on that date, which is January 24th?
It would be 9:35 local time in the morning.
So if you jump ahead to January 25, 2023, let's say, is that 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And that says, what is it measuring at 7 o'clock in the morning on January 25?
So this is for the hour of health data. So it's been aggregated and it shows that between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. There was 47 meters traveled.
Okay. And then it goes on and it talks about, again, 7 o'clock in some seconds, it talks about 134 distance traveled.
Yes.
Okay. And for example, January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, it talks about distance traveled, steps counted, and distance would be 47 meters or feet.
Meters.
Okay. So is that information that is coming off of the cell phone, the Apple Watch, or what?
That's coming from the watch and the phone and being displayed
Right,
as
so-
one amount of information.
It's coming from the watch, right?
This is after she was already in the hospital. The phone was left on the bed. The Apple Watch was in the drawer when Kevin Reddington found it. But there was activity on the phone the day after she was admitted to the hospital. She went to MGH by ambulance. They airlifted her to the Brigham.
The way that the data is presented there is coming from the watch or the phone.
Okay. And the data's coming from Cellebrite, right?
Correct.
And Cellebrite is God's gift to cell phone searches, right?
I like to think so.
I mean, you work with them, and you're also a guy that created all of this stuff, pretty much, right?
I've created some other tools, yes.
If I tell you, sir, that January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lindsay Clancy was in a coma, laying in a bed with tubes coming out of her body and certainly not wearing her Apple Watch. How did that happen?
Based purely on the report there, I'd suggest the data came from the phone rather than the watch.
As I just told you about the watch. Did you ever look at this watch?
No, we can't actually pull data directly from the watch. We pull it from the phone.
How do you look at a watch?
We extract the data from the phone, which is synchronized to the from the watch to the phone.
Okay. So I'm handing you, is that an Apple Watch?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that this was found a number of days later in Lindsay's bedroom in a drawer that the police never seized, have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this before, no.
How long have you been working on this case for the government?
I started looking at this case in November last year.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have, Judge.
You started looking at it in November of 2025.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. Sir, from the documents that defense counsel just showed you, the activity on January 25th, was it your testimony that it could have been from the watch or the phone?
It could have been either device.
What he showed you, did that have enough data on it to tell you specifically whether it was from the watch or the phone?
No, I'd need to take a look at the database itself and see where that information came from.
And you were saying that you cannot pull data from the watch itself, is that correct?
Correct. We don't extract the memory from the watch itself. We extract data from the phone, which is synchronized to the watch. So we ultimately get the watch data from the phone.
And why is it that you don't pull it from the watch itself?
Apple's proprietary connections, the encryption that they use on the device complicates extraction. And essentially, considering we get everything from the watch via the phone, it's just additional work required to pull data from the watch, which would just be a duplicate of what we already have.
And you said that the watch syncs itself to the phone, relaying all data that it's collecting to the phone, correct?
Correct.
And Lindsay's watch was synced to Lindsay's phone, correct?
It was.
And if you were able to look at the data from the dates defense counsel mentioned from the extraction itself, you would be able to tell whether the January 25th data was coming from the watch or the phone, correct?
I would, yes.
But you can't from what he showed you, correct?
From the printout, no. I'd need the actual data.
And if on January 25th, the police have the watch, the phone, and they're bringing it to an evidence room, and then they're bringing it to storage room, is that going to show steps and distance traveled?
Yeah, whenever the device is turned on, or whenever the phone is turned on, it will consistently record steps walked regardless of who's carrying it. It will consistently record flights climbed regardless of who's carrying it.
And so if the watch is turned off in a drawer somewhere, the phone would be what's relaying, or not relaying, but the phone would be what's recording the distance traveled and the steps taken, not the watch, correct?
That's the presumption, yeah. If the watch is turned off, it's not doing anything, any data would be from the phone.
How do you know it was turned off?
And earlier, defense counsel just put in some exhibits of your indexes for all the data that you looked at for the phone and the computers, correct?
Correct.
And those indexes, do they contain everything that was on the phone and everything that was on each computer that could be pulled from the phone or the computer?
No, they were focused reports or focused searches. So for my reports, they were focused to essentially the internet history on those devices. The large Cellebrite report, again, I don't know who created that. I don't know what options were selected by that user, but there will be data on the device which is not covered in that report by virtue of that's how decoding works.
And on the defense counsel asked you about the flights climbed and how the last reading was at 5:38 p.m., correct?
Correct.
The last incoming phone call that you registered on your charts was the 6:09 p.m. phone call from Patrick to Lindsay that she did not answer, correct?
Correct.
From 5:38 p.m. to 6:09 p.m., were there any other flights climbed showing from either the watch or the phone?
Don't believe there was, no.
And Your Honor, we'd move to submit the full extraction as the next exhibit. It's being copied now, so we just put a disc envelope in its place.
There are no objections.
All right, that may be admitted.
If I may, Your Honor, so you make reference to 5:38 for her question that there's no flights climbed, recorded, or anything up until 6 o'clock, right? You just answered that question.
Correct.
That's because the phone was either dead off, we already went through that. She could have been walking all over the house, the yard, anywhere, right?
Yeah, the phone did not detect anything. I don't know why the phone didn't detect anything, whether it was.
So your answer is you
Set
don't know
down.
what, I don't mean to be rude. Your answer is you don't know why, right?
Exactly. I don't know why it wouldn't
Okay.
record.
And you did not report at all on the steps and distances, did you?
I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Anything on that, Como?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you.
Commonwealth Rests.
Commonwealth Rests.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. There are some exhibits. My mistake. I believe they're by agreement,
Yeah, they're by agreement.
All right.
Commonwealth Rests.
and then we would rest.
All right.
We have the Tewksbury Hospital records, 2 discs. 272A, B. Mass General Institute Health Professions transcript.
Wow.
PIAC transcript.
They're going to use their mental health experts on
Who
rebuttal.
was that?
Quinnipiac transcript. 74. And then employment records from Mass General Hospital. 275. We rest.
All right, and with that, the Commonwealth rests? All right. All right, so, members of the jury, as you heard from Tewksbury, the Commonwealth has rested. All right, so at this point, I've got to address some matters with the attorneys. So I'm gonna, it's another one of those stops. We're gonna take a stop at this point. Have you go back to the jury room, we'll address a few things with the attorneys, and then we'll bring you right back in. Okay?
All rise, please, jury. Thanks.
Motion time. Motion time. Commonwealth has rested. Have they proven to you that Lindsay Clancy actually did this? Because that's the first hurdle they have to overcome. They have to prove that Lindsay Clancy committed the murders of the 3 children. Have they met their burden? Have they proved the murders?
Jurors have exited the court.
I don't
This
think
court is
so.
in session.
I mean-
Please be seated.
Before we do the motion for required finding, you wanna, is this a good time to take a morning break?
Do you want to take a short break?
I'm looking something up, that's all. I
All right,
apologize.
so the court will be in a short recess, and we'll come back without the jury. We'll address the motion, and then we'll kind of go from there. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Defense intends to make a motion for a required finding of either not guilty or not criminally responsible. But I would submit to you. Well, Megan says the 911 call may have proof she committed the murders. Listen, there's a lot of people out there who don't think she did it. There's a lot of people out there. Go look on TikTok. And I know that the jury's not supposed to be watching TikTok or any social media about this case at all. But they might be thinking, I don't even think she did it at all. Kevin Reddington said in his opening something like, she knows she did it. And these jurors are from Massachusetts. Many of them may be very familiar with the Karen Reed debacle and the 2 trials and the lack of the investigation. And many jurors may think they didn't even investigate anybody else. I don't know. Have they proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the one who did this? People out there think she was told she did this. There's a lot of things, a lot of speculation going on out there. But this motion right now, the motion for a required finding is made to the judge and by the judge. I just don't even know if they've proven that. That's the first hurdle they have to overcome. And then the defense can decide whether they want to put on a case or not. I think they will, because I see that he's got a big stack of photo albums on the defense table. They're not alleging a third-party culprit here. It's interesting. They never said what. Well, they did. They did. I mean, their motive, I mean, was in opening was, she didn't want to go back to work. She didn't have a nanny anymore. She realized how hard it was to raise these kids by herself. She got fed up. She decided to get rid of them and then fake her suicide so she wouldn't have to be a mother anymore. But all the evidence that they've shown me was that she was a great mom. She loved being a mom. She even talked about wanting to have another kid. The notes in her phone are like her private journal, talking about the guilt that every mother feels when they have multiple children and they can't spend enough time with each. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to do a motion for required finding, but Kevin Reddington needed a little break. Postpartum depression and psychosis is a thing. We heard that from her own treaters, her own providers. One or two of every 1,000 women will suffer from postpartum psychosis. And even Nurse Delata said that they do hear people in postpartum psychosis do hear voices. They do hear voices, auditory and visual hallucinations. We know that she was Googling hallucinations days before the murder. People who think this is premeditated think she was setting up her defense. She was setting up her defense and then she took a knife to herself and then dove out the window. She didn't stipulate to doing it. They would not accept that stipulation. No. The first thing they have to prove is the murders and that she did it. Then, if the defense puts on evidence that she was not criminally responsible at the time of the murders and that she was suffering from a psychotic break, then the Commonwealth will come back on rebuttal with their witnesses to say that she was sane at the time of these crimes. I don't think it's going to be granted, but they do this at the close of every state's case. Karen DeBusqual, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate you. Amber says, Manic Monday is correct. This is a choice. Starting your ending with Ian Whiffen. Yeah. Oh boy. Glad to be here with you for this. I mean, he didn't get into the weeds with the times of the Google searches and how they're not accurate. Yeah, it's not really polite to talk about other streamers on my stream. So you're right about that. Thank you for noticing that and then mentioning another streamer in your comment. Here's the thing about YouTube: when you're on in someone's chat, it is bad YouTube courtesy to promote other people's channels, to promote your own channel, to try and come in and sell your own products in the chat, to try and refer to other people's streams, because it directs people away from here to go there. So it's just something that generally is not done. Good morning, Cheryl says, good afternoon from the UK. Thanks for guiding us through this trial with so much empathy and knowledge. Melanie love from Cheryl, former midwife. Thank you for doing the Lord's work out there in the jungle. Play it again, Melanie. Excellent username. Says, how'd I get so lucky? Is your name Melanie too? Ms. Bouquet, thanks for your super sticker. Katie said this earlier. Without the conspiracy stuff alone, he did do nothing enough. Talking about Patrick. Bro was checked out, prioritizing himself, and most likely had an affair going for all we know. So I'm definitely not overlooking that. But again, like, what are you basing your opinion on? People are posting the video that was taken inside the Science Museum, that he was standing far away from the kids and she's juggling all the kids and he just didn't care. Or that, I mean, this is the wildest one to me. He went on a business trip to New York. So he was definitely having an affair with that woman. I'm sorry. I know the company that he worked for. I know people who work for that company, and they have meetings in New York all the time. They do team dinners there. That's what they do for their East Coast sales team. So that's wild to me. It's wild to me. None of the medical providers told Patrick that she would be a danger to the children. I don't think that anybody could have predicted this. And then people say, well, he should have separated her from the children. He should have taken the children away. I'm going to remind you both from what we just learned from both things from Ian Whiffen is that they had an entire extraction of both of Patrick's computers. And if that was true, the Commonwealth would find it and they would be using this. They would be using that to say, this was a revenge killing. Here's proof of it. She knew about it. I just can't go there. I'm not buying it. Maybe the jury will say this was a shoddy investigation. They didn't even suspect anybody else. And it was all based on his word. I mean, I don't know. People are saying her core body temperature could not have been what it was. Do we know that? Dr. LaPosada is going to come in and school everybody on everything. And I hope she does address that because it was brought up about if you have a severing of your spinal cord, which she did, a complete severing of her spinal cord. That's why she's a paraplegic. She's paralyzed from the chest down. One of her thoracic vertebrae completely severed her spinal cord. So maybe that could affect a core body temp. Danica, thank you for gifting a membership. I appreciate you. Any Apple data from the time of the unaliving? No, both of them were dormant, but we don't even know. We don't really know what time. Do we know exactly what time Patrick got back to the house and made that 911 call that we weren't allowed to hear? No. Please don't spread information in the chat. Okay, please don't. That is not, Marla, it's not true. She says Reddington has stipulated till Lindsay Clancy did the crime, but was it criminal or mental break? No. That has not been stipulated. We watched the pretrial hearings. He attempted to get the trial bifurcated. He wanted to do one trial on whether or not she did it. And then if she was found guilty, then he wanted to do a second trial on criminal responsibility. That motion was denied. That is not true. The only thing stipulated to in this trial, I'm going to delete this message because I don't like to spread misinformation. The only stuff that was stipulated to between the prosecution and the defense was the chain of custody of things like the DNA. And there are many medical professionals in the chat. For example, Nurse Not Lawyer said, yes, the shock and trauma plus the spinal cord severing rapidly dropped the body temperature. There are so many stories out there of other women who had postpartum psychosis, so many of them. And I've been getting tons of emails, and many women are telling me that when they were in postpartum psychosis, their body would do things that they just couldn't control. And the thoughts become more and more incessant and louder and louder and louder and louder. The motion that he's going to make now is a motion for a required finding saying, Judge, they haven't proven their case. They didn't meet the burden. They haven't proven anything beyond a reasonable doubt. And so therefore, as a matter of law, you must find my client not guilty. So that's what we're waiting for now. He said he just had to go look something up and he was coming back. Shout out to Brentwood, Long Island, says F. Gaston. Says she's finally able to, or she or he is finally able to participate in the chat. Yay. 72-hour hold. Can you see why? Because of all the crazy people. And it's not just people with different opinions. It's the people who come in and try and rage bait you and state things as fact when it's just defamatory at this point. So Cole Lucy says case shred is basically red pilled all the witnesses to the defense side. Let's hope the jury is being red pilled. Carmen Brown says, I just tested the flight climb and my phone gave me an almost immediate timestamp. Walked first to the attic, came down the attic stairs, time recorded, and there's only 12 steps from the second to the attic. Thank you for doing your own independent experiment. I appreciate you. Happy 6-month anniversary to us. Coconut cupcake. That's my favorite kind of cupcake. Sleuthing around. I guess you didn't watch the rest of this stream. Says, pays me $20 to say, love you, Melanie, but, you know, those always go. On day 11, you read that Red Sox Mo Vaughn did not gun anyone down in Wakefield. He was represented by Reddington, but for a minor personal legal matter. No, you would want to update. I did update it about 5 minutes later when we went back to the article because people were pointing it out, and I skipped a sentence. It said that he represented Mo Vaughn for a DUI charge and then another person for killing a whole bunch of people. So I absolutely did correct it 5 minutes after I said it. So thank you for your 20. Amy NC says, do they have Patrick's phone extraction? Do they have Patrick's phone extraction? Do they have Patrick's phone extraction? They have both of his computer downloads. I think they do have his phone extraction. I think they do. I don't know if it's in evidence. But there was something about having it sealed, and I don't have the papers on that. That's a great question, Amy. Thanks for being here for 10 months. That is another thing. I think that's another thing that people are using in the theories that he did it, is that he made a motion to have his phone extraction sealed. But I don't have that motion in front of me. And I don't even know if we saw it or if the motion was even sealed. Gobbledygook says, so your cops didn't put it in airplane mode like they're supposed to. Right. Or how about a Faraday bag? How about that? Charles says the watch data is only recorded if the Bluetooth is on the phone. Charles, are you a forensic specialist from South Africa? Kelly, channeling K-Shred, says, oh, well done. Police always say phones are Faraday bagged, airplane moded to stop anything being able to alter phone over cloud, etc., so it wouldn't register steps. But it did, he said, right? Poor Lindsay seems so sedated, says teacher on call. She's been more alert than she was, I think, in the beginning. To me, anyway. That's what I've been noticing. Holly said, there is reasonable doubt in my mind that she actually did it. Yarn Lady says, Melanie, we need a new pill, please. A new pill? What do you mean, a new pill? Noreen, thanks for becoming a member. Where's Kevin going with the cross? I don't know. What do you think he... I admittedly got distracted by the chat during that. So what was there a big gotcha in that WHIFFEN testimony? Catherine, thank you for your Venmo. She says, WTF, order DoorDash now. Betsy, XOXO. Thank you, Betsy. Are you doing better? Are you out of the hospital? Elaine, thank you so much. Says, I'm selfish. Happy your flight was canceled. She said, I was a late watch on your Friday After Dark show and I laughed so hard. Thanks for always being here for us. Thank you, Elaine. Jill says, thanks for the early Christmas present. A flight being canceled and hearing you would not be screaming into a pillow. Thank you. She said, sorry, there are typos. I just woke up. Ian Whiffen, she said, Jill, again, please explain what you do for a living. I'm a digital forensic mixologist. Wait, that's a funny comment. Hold on. A digital forensic data mixologist. Someone needs to pause and do an impairment test on the prosecution and him. I mean, Shannon, thank you for your Venmo. Just want to say thank you for being amazing. Love you with all my heart. Bruce said if they check my iPhone today since 4 o'clock this morning and numerous trips back and forth to the restroom, the kitchen and the back porch, I've taken a total of 28 steps. Oh, so yours isn't really working well, huh? Jen says, do a poll, guilty or not responsible. We did one the other day. So maybe at the end of the day, we'll do it. Kayla says, thank you for your 5, Kayla. Was there DNA in the bands? Yeah, there was. There was on some. Her DNA was on some of the bands. And Everyone's checking their steps now. I know. Some of it was they were unable to, there were multiple contributors, and so they couldn't identify some of the DNA on the bands. There were mixed contributors because everyone's related. It was hard. DNA is hard. Blue Bow Psych sent you email about Kimberly. You can check later. Thank you, Casey. It is right. It's difficult. Thank you, Emily C, for using the words that I wanted to find. It's difficult to differentiate multiple contributors within a family. Sin Loves Marble says, will there be a jury verdict to decide guilty, not guilty over that side? Or only one decision at the end? Oh, yeah, no. So they wanted to bifurcate the trial like that, but they didn't. They wouldn't agree. Commonwealth wouldn't agree. They wanted to put the case on the way they wanted to put the case on. So they put the case on their way. And so it's going to go to the jury after all the evidence is in. And it seems to me like the defense is going to put on a case. They kind of have to if they want the not criminally responsible, because they have to put on evidence that she was not criminally responsible. And then the Commonwealth has to rebut that. And they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not suffering a psychotic break. Marianne says, I hope Kevin says in his closing statement, would you want to be in the hospital with folks in charge of your care who hasn't slept in days or weeks, right? That's why she felt she couldn't go back to work because she wasn't sleeping. If I knew that, I'd run like hell. Any responsible nurse or doctor wouldn't want to go back to work, right? If they weren't sleeping. Thank you for your 50 and your common sense and empathy. That Bosnian chick says, I watched a video, a PPP, where she explained the voices aren't in your head like people think. It literally sounds like someone in your house. That's interesting. Jen's dog Jonah says Patrick was holding their place in line while at the museum and watching the kids from there. And also, if you have ever had little kids and toddlers that like to run, sometimes you need a parent like guarding the door, because if one takes off, you want to be able to grab them right away. I don't know. I didn't find that to be like as offensive as so many people found that to be. And he did take the kids out one-on-one a lot. Like he took Cora skiing, and then he took the other kid somewhere else to give her a little bit of a break. So she only had 2 at a time. It's like, I don't know. I'm just saying. Says, what is the quote? What is the quote on the table for LC? The camera got a glimpse. Is this new, or has it been there the entire time? Oh, it looked like we looked at it earlier. It looks like a photo box that said on the outside, like live, love, laugh, stuff like that. That's what it looked like. But we will see, because I'm sure he's going to whip it out. Maury says, Maury, thank you for your 5. Emily Baker 5054, not the Emily D. Baker, says, for this upcoming motion, would the judge decide whether the first burden was not met, or would the jury deliberate on that first burden? No, they would only be deliberating on that first burden had they agreed to bifurcate the trial, which they did not do. And which, I don't know, I think Mark Betterow said is not even a thing in Massachusetts. So I don't know. We bifurcate civil trials in New York all the time, but let's see how he argues the motion. That's a great question. But the jury's not going to be deliberating. And I don't know which way Kevin's going to argue, that they haven't met their burden. Maybe he'll argue it both ways. They haven't met their burden that she did this, and they haven't met their burden that she was criminally responsible. So we'll see. Except I don't know if the burden really shifts to them until the defense puts on some evidence of her mental health at the time. So it's going to be interesting, because we've never seen this in Massachusetts together. We've never seen a trial with a not guilty criminal, not NGRI or NCR option in Massachusetts yet, since I've been doing YouTube for the past 3 years. Lucy Medina wasn't claiming that. She just got a straight up acquittal, right? Betsy, thanks for your 5. John O'Keefe is also 82 upon admission. Odd coincidence. We're waiting for a little break. Patrick was waiting in line for the exhibit for Dawson at the museum, right? Oh, thank you. Yeah, but that's what people are pointing to online, that video. Look at him. He's standing so far away from them. He's checked out. Charles, the stats say 1 to 2 per 1,000, which is 1 per 500, right? Thank you. That's why he used the Fenway Park example the other day. He said if Fenway Park was full and they were playing the Yankees, there'd be 37,000 people in there. And out of those 37,000 people, if they were all postpartum women, 74 people would have postpartum psychosis, which is that's something that the jury will remember, I think. Same Sky Progress says, Melanie, would you ever consider doing a reaction video to one of the many interviews with women who've experienced postpartum psychosis? Your insight is invaluable. I don't play other creators' content without specific permission from the creators. A lot of creators don't have their email address on their channel page, so you can't find them and they're hard to reach. Because the issue is that you can get stricken for copyright. And I just don't think it's not something I would do, to play someone else's content for my own show without specific permission. So when I do that, it is with permission. But I'll see what I can find. Dexter, save us from the Commonwealth, says, I did an experiment at Fairview with my phone, driving up and down the street, moving the phone up and down, not one flight of stairs. I think you're a better expert than Ian Whiffen. Betsy says, all that state has proven was that Lindsay was depressed and a good mom. Maury says, craziest case I've ever witnessed. Riverhead, Long Island is watching closely. Shout out to Riverhead. Somebody says, CD said, of course, Red Sox playing Yankees guarantees at least half suffering major depression. Yeah, I know. Janine says people will learn when Patrick starts suing people for lying about him. I heard that was coming. CF Marinaro says if Bluetooth is off, either the watch or the phone, or either out of battery, then there's no data transfer. Thank you. Gail, thanks for your 20, says, Mel, do you think the jury is picking up on how distasteful the two DAs are coming across with the bows and hiding evidence? I know we are. It's so obvious. I mean, sometimes we put Charlie DeLoach up in the corner because after watching his interview that he did with Fisher College, he was the foreman in Karen Reed's trial, number 2. He outright said, during the first witness, I said to myself, oh, that's how it's going to be. I see. Okay. All right. Remember, it was Timothy Nuttall that Brennan opened with, and he put his pen down. He never took another note. So he did. There's 12 women and 6 men on the panel of 18. Only 12 will serve at the end. The 6 alternates are picked before deliberations. I don't know. I don't know what they're but I know they're very engaged with Kevin Reddington. I've read from some people that are tweeting from the courtroom and reporting from the courtroom, like Bob Mata does recaps that night. Strong leg, prosecution's phones show no steps to beyond a reasonable doubt. 5. LF says, thoughts on saving all mental health experts for rebuttal. Well, I think, I don't want to tell you the wrong thing because I practice in New York, but I think that in order to raise that defense, you have to show some evidence of mental health issues. But then again, I feel like so much was brought out through the Commonwealth witnesses about her mental health that they sort of raised that issue already for him, meaning him, K. Shred. Doesn't that hamper the chances with the directed verdict, even if those are low odds? I have a lot of questions about the way they're trying this case, but people tell me that's the way it's done in Massachusetts. Thanks for your 5. Patches for Cupcake says, can we bifurcate the Commonwealth from Massachusetts? Nikki's already missing Kevin. She's like, can they hurry up? I can't. There's nothing I can do to control it. I can't force him back here. I wish I could. Oh, wait. Why did this feed just jump all the way backwards? All right, now we're on real time. He said he had to go look something up. I want him to be ready. I want Reddington to be ready with all the case law. All the case law. It is Massachusetts. Upside down, inside out, Narnia. Rebecca says, why does the court officer have to slam that hammer 3 times? That's the way they do it. They also hung the witches on Proctor's Ledge, really, in 1692. It's real. Proctor's Ledge. It's cringe, and I feel like it's unnecessary, and I'd have nightmares of that thing. Well, it's also close to a microphone. I don't know how loud it sounds in the courtroom. Thank you, Rebecca. Emma says, I heard a voice that the formula milk was contaminated, so I kept buying more containers after they were opened. At night, I thought someone was in the house contaminating the formula, but I didn't see it. Emma Stevens is here from across the pond, and she's telling you about her own personal experiences with hearing voices during postpartum psychosis. Thank you, Emma. Stephanie Hoffman became a member. S. Beth says, how many sleeps till Queen La Posada? I don't know. I wonder if they have any witnesses set up for the afternoon. I'm excited. Are you excited? We love Dr. La Posada. If you have not seen her testify yet, she's a rock star. She is so experienced. She's queen. Jeff, thanks for your deuce. Charlie says, Melanie, are you going to cover her civil trial? Yeah, except that's going to be years down the road. Years and years down the road. I have a feeling that case is going to settle. Thanks for tuning in from Down Under. I've already covered the lawsuit. I did a show in January where we went over the entire malpractice case, and also we read some from the second amended complaint recently, a day or two ago. Didn't Reddington say, look at your autocorrect corrected it to Remington. What have you been texting about, Jeff? Say that she did it during opening. He said they're going to put on experts that say that she knows she did it. But even so, an opening is not evidence. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it. And so it'll be interesting to see the way he argues. So let's not get ahead of ourselves because we only have however many moments left to wait. Gina says, how can she talk laying with a crushed thyroid? Well, we saw medical evidence that the thyroid was enlarged or swollen. If you know about your thyroid is, well, I got to put down is right here. Okay. It's like a lump. It was swollen. I think people are confusing that with a crushed larynx, which would be your throat. He said crushed thyroid. I didn't hear any evidence of a crushed thyroid. I heard her thyroid was swollen by, I don't know the percentage, 20%. Evidence. We need evidence. Anything the defense or the prosecution says in their leading questioning, in the case of the prosecution, or an opening, he probably thought that they were going to be able to prove it. Oh, you think he meant crushed thoracic spine? Right, because her thoracic vertebrae were crushed. Oh, I'm way behind in the chat. Let me catch up to real time. That's right. A swollen thyroid can be caused by thyroid disease, such as hypothyroid, right? A goiter. It's called a goiter. That's right. Oh, the defense has already rested, Sweet Pea. Kitty. The defense, I'm sorry, the Commonwealth has rested. Could the defense rest by the weekend? I don't know. Let's see what happens today. We don't even have a full witness list from the defense. Danson Quinn said, anyone else notice that the anti-Karen Reed people waited for the Karen Reed peeps to take a stance before they hopped on their hate troll train? Surprisingly, many of the typical trolls from Karen Reed do have empathy for Lindsay Clancy. So I find that to be a very interesting dynamic. Donna says, I can't wait for this trial to actually start when Big Red takes control. I haven't seen a ruling on TikTok, Emily, yet. I have not. They're not on lunch. They're on break. We're going to come back for the motion. Moonlit says, would they have to deliberate long about the act if Reddington said on Cross, this is the day before she killed the kids, right? To Dr. Tufts. Listen, jurors believe what jurors believe, and it's hard to get into the head of a juror. And there may be some jurors who are just like, yeah, I know she did it, but I don't care. I'm still going to find her not guilty of anything. It's called jury nullification, and it happens. And all it takes is one holdout to hang a jury. I don't know that 12 people are going to be able to agree on anything with regard to this, just based on what I see out there on social media. And how people can't. Hi, Emily. I just want to let you know, Emily, that the jury instruction that you just sent me is from 2022. There's an updated one from 2026. And that is the one that will be used as the 2026 one. But thank you. Okay. Alice, I don't know if Alice is in the courtroom, but she says in the courtroom at the trial is J.W. Carney, and he is there most days. He's a friend of Kevin Reddington's, and he was Whitey Bulger's attorney. And there's we know there's a parishioner sitting with Father Bob. She prays. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A lot of people are pointing that out. You know what's really annoying me? All of a sudden, YouTube is like sending me emails. They never used to send me emails about when people are live. Like, I'm waiting for a notification to pop up on my phone. I don't need YouTube to send me emails now. Why are they doing that? Yeah, Reddington's license plate is NG for not guilty. Thanks, John Doe. He also rides a Harley, and he has several tattoos. Chelsea says, the people saying Patrick did it have not been watching the trial. One of my friends tried to tell me the reasoning, and I told her, if you watch the trial instead of TikTok, you'd know that Lindsay did it. But have they met their burden? Right. Lynn says, everything was timestamped, unlike Allie's phone screenshots. I'm super muffled. Refresh your browser. Haven't heard that from anybody else. YouTube's been wonky lately too. Maybe that's what it is, but just refresh your browser or go out and come back in. Sis says, I hope she finds one more genuine smile with her mom. Thank you for your super sticker also, sis. Robin said, I received my hat yesterday and it said Saint Tropez Yacht Club. I don't know. That has nothing to do with me. It was anthropology. Mine said Cape Cod Yacht Society, but they had a couple of different versions. Did you click on the right one when you put it in your cart? That was just something that I got at Anthropology that I linked to it. So maybe call them or, send them an email. Make sure you ordered the right one. Do you think Kevin will attack the ADAs in closing? He might. We saw some abominable behavior also in the, interestingly, also tried by two evil stepsisters in the Ashley Benefield case. They made her get up and act out the shoot. I mean, it was wild. Act out the shooting was crazy. Helene said, if it is a directed verdict for not guilty, where does Lindsay go? Mental hospital or home? Well, if it's a straight up acquittal, she goes home. She's free. I did see somewhere that her parents, somebody started a GoFundMe for her parents. I don't know how much money it has raised. Josie, Massachusetts versus Victor Arrington, a Supreme Judicial Court case. Ian WHIFFEN is in the published decision as an expert whose work was relevant to the digital location evidence at issue. You're asking me a question or you're looking it up? I'm not sure. I have this question too. Why on earth would anyone engage Ian Whiffen as an expert? Wasn't he discredited, disgraced during the County trial? Yes. And didn't he just say that he revised his report, or he was still looking for them he was still working for them in November of 2025, which is way after he testified twice in the Karen Reed trials. But that's just something else that they're pointing to. As part of their, Lindsay Clancy's parents trying to monetize. I don't know. This is Rubber Duck. This Rubber Duck went to market, says, I still think about Ashley Benefield and Edric Faust daily. Many people do. Edric Faust, man, that was like a real life To Kill a Mockingbird in real time. $833,000 raised for the parents. B. Shawless says, do you know, Melanie, how the alternates are chosen to serve as jurors or to remain as an alternate juror? Yes, I absolutely do. Here in New York, we do it differently. Here in New York, you're an alternate while you're sitting through the trial, which I think is not great, because I think people who know they're alternates might not pay as good attention. In Massachusetts, the alternates are chosen from a bingo drum right before deliberations. All the bingo balls are put in with the juror numbers on them. They're spun around, and then the court clerk picks them out one by one and sometimes holds up the ball so everyone can see, and sometimes will show everyone all the bingo balls before they go into the container to make sure that it's not rigged. Sometimes they don't do that, and then people think that it's rigged. Linda says, Lindsay will need care for the rest of her life due to being paralyzed. The burden will be huge. Her life is awful now, and she lost her kids. The whole thing is heartbreaking, right? And Patrick lost his kids too. And I think that gets lost in this, Patrick Clancy is sus. And he did it. Conspiracy theories. Mary Ellen agrees. She says there definitely has been evidence through the Commonwealth witnesses, especially on cross, that she was not criminally responsible. That it can happen. Voices do happen. It has been proven by Kevin Reddington that she was Googling things like hallucinations and intrusive thoughts before she ever met Dr. Zeisel, the defense's expert. That was going to be their theory at one point, that she concocted this defense after talking to Dr. Zeisel. But we know from her search history, she was searching it up before then. So tell me the ways that you think, because I posted this on Instagram too. Tell me the ways that you think the Commonwealth may have misled the jury. That if you were sitting on the jury, tell me the things that they've misled you about that you might be mad about. Me, for one, is the Good Mommies Have Scary Things. Good Mommies Think Scary Thoughts book. They tried to wave that around like some big smoking gun. And then we found out that it was Nurse Gelada who actually gave that book out to her patients and recommended it. So the book was a big thing. Scary thought, like Good Mommies Have Scary Thoughts. The suicide, methods of suicide, Google searches that turned out to be made by Patrick through the Tom Hall Wikipedia page. So I'm just going to write Tom Hall. The fact that Lindsay never brought up intrusive thoughts until after, when she was in the hospital and she didn't ask about her kids. We find out through the Google searches that she did. Yeah. Renee says the way they tried to make it look like she was seeking medications on purpose. Right. The drug seeker. All right, we're coming back now.
All right. So the Commonwealth having rested, Mr. Reddington, does the defendant have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor, I passed it up to the court. I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's basically a Rule 25. Doesn't have any memoranda with it, but I would argue, and I would cite to the court the case that was decided of Commonwealth versus Brunette Silvera. It's BRUNETTE-SELVEIRA. It was decided towards the end of May of 26 by the appeals court in Massachusetts. It was a case out of the Boston Municipal Court where defendant was charged with assault and battery on a police officer. The evidence was presented that the defendant was acting erratically and that there was an awful lot of evidence that indicated that, brought out on cross-examination from witnesses, that the defendant was suffering from some type of a mental illness. Based on that evidence being presented, the government rested their case, just as they've done here. My suggestion to the court is that the evidence that's been presented on this case against Ms. Clancy I would suggest, does not rise to the level under Rule 25 of where, even if you take the Lattimore standard and determine that the evidence would be decided in the light most favorable to the government at this stage of the case, I think the Brunette Silvera case places, as they describe it, a negative obligation to prove a negative as part of their case in chief on the government. I suggest to Your Honor that the evidence that has been presented in this case is overwhelming, that this young woman was clearly and unequivocally suffering from a mental disease or defect, that it was occupying her waking hours, her life, that she considered all of her avenues. She attempted to go to these healthcare providers, using the term loosely, that she went to these people. She had medication after medication after medication. She was obviously acting, I suggest to the court, in a state that was observed by witnesses that, in fact, that she was suffering from mental disease or defect, and then ultimately this horrific incident. So under that Brunette Silvera case, there's no evidence, I suggest, from the government that would rebut the fact that there is evidence of lack of criminal responsibility. So under Brunette Silvera and the cases that were cited in that opinion, respectfully, I would suggest that a required finding of not guilty should be entered on the case. I also would argue to the court that I think that under the Brunette Silvera standard and the evidence that Your Honor has before you, that the matter should be reduced down, if you will, from premeditated malice, aforethought, cruelty, and atrocity to second degree. I'm not arguing at this stage Commonwealth versus Gray or any of its progeny as to manslaughter, but I think the court, certainly in its wise exercise of discretion, has the ability and the right to reduce the charge to second degree murder or enter a required finding.
All right, counsel, thank you. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The case that defense counsel cited, there was a presentation of the Commonwealth's evidence. Commonwealth rested. Defense called an expert who said that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and the Commonwealth relied on a cross-examination of that witness and did not call any further witnesses. So the motion was filed for a required finding at the close of all of the evidence, which is what's required under Commonwealth versus Lawson, which Brunette Silva cites and is still good law. An SJC case, 475 Mass 806 from 2016, in which the court says that a motion for a required finding of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility may only be brought at the close of all of the evidence, not at the close of the Commonwealth's case. In this case, as you're aware, defense plans on presenting experts who testified that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and then the Commonwealth will have a rebuttal case with their own experts. So I think the time and place for the motion would be at the close of all of the evidence and not now.
All right. Well, I had an opportunity to take a look at Brunette Silvera. So based on that and based on the standard as described that I have to apply at this point, I'm going to deny the defendant's motion.
I don't think I have to object, but I will.
All right. As we say, duly noted.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Your Honor, could I inquire? Emily Thorndike is here and has been here. I'm just wondering, is the government ready for us to do the voir dire to see if she can testify? Because she is self-employed, she has patients and has canceled them day after day. I'm just inquiring if we're ready to go on that.
All right. So the question I think that we had put this over was in large part because of the records from McLean. So we know if those are in?
I
been inquiring with Madam Clerk if there's been any status from the clerk's office, and I've told they haven't received anything. We have a call over to McLean. They've acknowledged the receipt. They were waiting for a call back from somebody at the office. They thought that the records were produced on Friday, but clearly that wasn't the case. So we have a call. We're waiting for a return call. I've provided people in my office the Madam Clerk's email address to get it expedited as quick as possible. So we are working to try to resolve the issue, and the hospital has acknowledged they received the subpoena. We just don't have a response yet. And I would just also remind that we discussed this last week and talked about doing this tomorrow on Tuesday in order to get those records and have time for everybody to get them and review them so that a proper examination of the witness can be done in a voir dire.
So,
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's do this before we start going at each other. We're gonna see if the records come in. All right? If the records come in, then we got to determine how long it takes for people to review it and get ready. So if we can do that this afternoon, great.
All right.
If we can't, I'll hear from the parties as to why we can't. We may have to do it tomorrow. But if we can do that today, I do understand that witness has been here a number of days. But at this point, it's a question of the records coming in, which really is out of both parties' hands. So if the records are in, the parties can get ready. We'll do that voir dire. If not, we may have to do that tomorrow. Okay? All right.
Understood.
Ms. Reddington?
Ready? Ready for the jury, Judge?
Yeah.
All right, they're going to start the defense case in chief. The motion was denied to the surprise of no one. He moved for a required finding of not guilty by reason of insanity. His argument was that they have not met their burden, and all of their witnesses proved that she did have a mental disease or defect that prevented her from knowing the right from wrong. And he cited some case law, and then the Ms. Buckingham got up and said that under other case law that she has, it's not proper to make a motion until after the close of all the evidence. And I think that case probably says what I was talking to you about before, that the Commonwealth has the chance to rebut the defense experts. And so that motion was denied. He said he went back and looked at the cases, so he's familiar with the case law. To the surprise of no one. And Emily Thorndike is apparently in the courthouse, and they wanted to do a voir dire of her. She's the TikTok witness who worked at McLean for something like 7 or 8 years prior to Lindsay Clancy going there. And she was going to come in, and she wants to come in and testify about how there's a skeleton crew on weekends and holidays, and there's no doctors there. And the only people that come in and see you are these 15-minute checks just to basically make sure you still have a pulse. And they're done by people who have only graduated from high school. The judge has not ruled on that yet. They were going to do a voir dire. Then Shannon's still waiting, I guess, for some records from McLean. Maybe they're waiting for staffing records. That's what I think, because I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't have Lindsay's actual medical records from McLean still at this point. But at this point, why can't the judge make a phone call and be like, hello, you need to send somebody over here with the records, right? All right, let's see who he's going to call as his first witness. Moving on with the defense case in chief. We have a little room to scooch here. So apparently we might see Emily Thorndike voir dire this afternoon. We might not. He said, why doesn't somebody go check in the clerk's office and see if the records came? But I don't know why you would need those. Well, maybe she wants them for voir dire to question her about them. I don't know. Waiting for the jury.
Members of the jury, as I indicated before, the Commonwealth is rested. All right, so at this time, I'm going to inquire of the defendant if she intends or wishes to call any witnesses at this time. Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. David, yeah, please, I believe she's right outside.
I didn't hear what he said. He asked the court officer to get somebody from the hallway. It's a female. Is it Dr. Laposada? I don't Emily Thorndike was so mad about the lies from McLean Hospital that she did a TikTok about it. Somebody sent it to Kevin. Kevin's wife reached out to her. Kevin's wife is a nurse. And Emily agreed to testify if the judge will allow it. This is not Dr. Lapsada.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to ask you if you could keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to say the same thing, so make sure that all the jurors way down here even can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tell us your name
It's Margaret Hamp,
and what town do you live in?
Stoneham.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a labor and delivery nurse.
Where?
Okay, could we get a spelling on her name? I don't know what her name is. Margaret Hamp? She's a labor and delivery nurse. I think she's probably a friend of Lindsay's. Hold.
At Mass General.
And-
Margaret Hamp,
And what town do you live in?
Stoneham.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a labor and delivery nurse
Where?
at Mass General.
And how long have you been working as a labor and delivery nurse?
I started on our labor and delivery unit in 2012.
Okay, so about what, 24 years? No.
I started for the obstetrics department in 2006.
Okay, so 20 years you've been working for Mass General between obstetrics and labor and delivery, right?
Correct.
Do you know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was working on the labor floor when Lindsay first started with us.
So this would be the labor and delivery floor, and she started as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
You had already been working there?
Correct.
And she was about, what, 24 years old?
Roughly.
And came in as a young woman as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us, to your observation, let me ask you this, how many years did you work with her?
She started, I believe, in 2015, and I worked until 2002 when she went out with Callan.
About 7 years or thereabouts. Did you know that she had a child, Cora?
Yes.
And did you know that she had a child, Dawson?
Yes.
And ultimately that she had a child, a baby that was born very, very recently, Callan?
Mhm.
In the years that you were working with her, were you able to observe, I mean, did she like being a nurse? Did she want to work, or was she a good nurse? What's your opinion?
Lindsay loved being a nurse. She was really good at being a nurse. She was compassionate. She was kind. She was a patient advocate. She was the type of nurse that you wanted taking care of you or your loved one when you walked onto our unit.
Did you observe, for example, that on occasion when she would be involved with the delivery of a baby, that she would become emotional?
Lindsay was often emotional during birth of complete strangers. She would cry and she would just say that was so beautiful. You could just tell that she really loved being in that setting.
Over those years, right up until the time of Callan being born, fair to say that you stayed friendly with her?
Yes.
And you're still friendly with her?
Yes.
Can you tell us, did you observe during the time you worked with her how she emoted or felt about her children, all three of them?
Yes.
Tell us anything that you recall.
So Lindsay and I worked the night shift together. And often on the night shift, you get to have an opportunity to really get to know your coworkers and celebrate things that are happening in their lives or support them with things that are not going so well. Lindsay asked a lot of questions of her coworkers about parenting. Simple things as she would poll the nursing staff about monogrammed lunch boxes, right down to sleeping habits. What questions do you ask a daycare provider to make sure that you're in the right place? She was often asking her coworkers childcare, parenting tips.
When she had Callan, after Callan was born in the late spring of 22, did you see her after the birth of Callan?
I did not see her after the birth of Callan.
Were you aware that she had taken a leave of absence from Mass General?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with her by phone or text?
I briefly kept in touch through text. After Callan was born, I reached out to her and I asked her for her address and how she was doing so I could send her a gift. And then a few months later, she circled back to me to thank me for the gift that I had sent her.
Do you recall an incident on one occasion where she was looking or monitoring one of the children and the child was crying and you observed what happened after that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs. And she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old. And Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting. And she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night. And maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay.
Oh, wait till TikTok gets a hold of that. Pat wasn't answering his phone. Cora was crying.
And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
You can inquire. Your witness.
All right, Como?
Sounds like a horrible mother.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Miss Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with leave on Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing.
Are you admitting now that she's bipolar? Oh, so now you're admitting that she's bipolar? Okay.
All right, Ms. Brington?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, Were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, how could a mother hurt her children?
Thank you.
Andrea Yates has entered the chat.
Thank you.
Almost?
No.
All right. Melisa,
Wow,
thank you.
great job opening the door on that one, Ms. Buckingham. How could a mother do that to her children? But, you know,
Counsel.
she's a long-term psychopath.
Ms. Ozga, please. Ozga, O-Z-G-A.
I mean, wow. Mic drop. See who he's got in store for us next. Oh, thank you, hospice nurse Autumn. I love my hospice nurses so much. With all due respect, Melanie Laposada is amazing, but you are the true queen. Thank you for your 50. You're so sweet. Hospice nurses are angels on earth. If you know, you know.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Great, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name, please, and spell it.
It's Allison Ozga, A-L-L-I-S-O-N. Last name is O-Z-G-A.
You know Lindsay?
I do.
How you know her?
Lindsay is my sister.
And can you tell us,
Lindsay's sister is on the stand. If your mind has wandered, come on back.
are you close to Lindsay? Do you live near each other? Do you socialize? What type of relationship have you had with her?
We're very close. We have not lived in the same state for about 10 years now, but we do communicate, and I do think we're very close.
And do you text with her on a regular basis?
Yes,
And you talk on the phone, do you?
occasionally.
Directing your attention to the fall of, well, actually heading into like Thanksgiving and Christmas of 2022. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes,
And did you have occasion to see your sister during that period of time?
yes.
And let's direct our attention to, let's say, Thanksgiving 2022. Had you noticed any change in
The
Lindsay's
shirts.
personality or any observation of how she appeared to you?
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December around the holiday season if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her, from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling. I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling, and I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat,
Yes,
and you knew the kids,
yes.
obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself and perhaps a little bit thereafter that you spoke with her and that she indicated basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors, and if she was on any medication, and if so, what effect did they have on her?
So the first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall towards the end of the month around New Year's that she voluntarily admitted herself somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know where she admitted herself?
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately, do you know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after she left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? Because you don't know what the medication is, right?
I believe it was Seroquel.
Seroquel.
Yep.
Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that, because up until this point, you had observed her decompensating and having these symptoms and suicidal ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but was she a complainer?
No.
And obviously, she didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
But you were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through.
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you, because you still live in different states?
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter. But she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality.
Yes.
And then, of course, the horrible day Were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed.
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in the car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
Did you see her in South Shore Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she was then transferred to another hospital after South Shore?
Yes.
And what hospital was that?
I believe it was Brigham and Women's.
And were you able to visit her in Brigham and Women's?
Yes.
And did it take some time before they would allow you to visit with her?
Yes.
How long, if you know?
I think it was approximately 2 weeks.
Okay. And then you were able to see her pretty much on a regular basis?
Yes.
And where does your mother and father live?
In Connecticut.
And are you close to them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, from the time of this incident in January 24th of 2023 up until now, 2026, where has your mother and father been living?
My parents have been spending the majority of their time up here in Massachusetts
Why?
so that they could visit Lindsay as much as possible.
Almost on a daily basis?
Yes.
Was that on a bed and breakfast or a bed and bath, or was it a hotel, or where were they staying?
They've been living out of hotels.
Thank you, that's all. You can inquire.
Como.
Well, that was good. Testimony for the defense.
Good afternoon. Now, when Lindsay was at McLean Hospital and she was discharged, did she tell you that she asked to be discharged early to go to Cora's birthday party?
I can't recall.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
So you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
And do you recall telling police that you spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
Better
And
than
that was a
what?
phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that text message, she seemed fine?
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text message, is that correct?
I think the date's wrong.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text.
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
You know she's got her
I
phone
reached out and
records.
called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
Okay, so there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Ray?
All I have, Judge, thank you.
Let's blame the sister. Let's pivot and blame the sister now. At one point, she said that she had suicidal ideation every single day for a month or something.
Musgrove, please.
Is the volume on the witnesses too low? Did they adjust their volume again? Let me know if I should boost it. More proof of a psychotic break, people are saying. Yep. Oh, is this her mom?
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to remind you, like I remind everybody else, just speak into the microphone if you can keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your name, please.
My name is PAULA MUSGROVE, PAULA MUSGROVE.
And this is Musgrove. Fair to say that you are Lindsay's mother,
Yes, I am Lindsay's
Lindsay's
mother.
mom.
and your husband is here as well in the blue shirt, correct?
Yes,
You've been here for every day for the trial. Is that correct?
yes.
We just have a few questions for you. Obviously, you tell us about Lindsay when she was a kid. Was she a good kid, good student, that type of thing?
She was a very good kid and an excellent student, very excellent student all through school, through high school, college. Yes, excellent.
Ever been in trouble, law enforcement or schools or discipline or anything?
No,
Were you aware of her husband, Pat?
yes,
And obviously, you knew when they got married and when they were dating and things of that
Yes.
nature, right? Went to the wedding, obviously.
yes,
Fair to say that you were close to your daughter and Pat,
yes,
and you knew, obviously, the grandchildren?
yes.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I loved my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased, tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Callan.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Callan was born, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Tewksbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the 2nd week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October,
And how did that come about?
she sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
Now, Your Honor, the government has introduced into evidence the entire of the phone dumps, if you will, and I think they put it on a disc, and it's probably thousands of pages, but I do have the text thread that deals with that time frame in October. I'd like to offer that so that it's apparent what I'm referring to rather than having to search through thousands of pages of a disc.
That's a smart way to do it. It's easier. See if Shannon objects.
No objection.
Okay. They may be admitted.
So approaching, what we have in this thing. Now, the text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes,
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can. Just give me a moment. Okay, I have it.
Counselor, do you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask,
He's got a giant exhibit. They call that a chalk in Massachusetts. It's a giant poster board with the text on it.
if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the,
I'd rather have
first?
it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the,
If you want a little painting, can I just ask the board, like,
no, we're going to mark that for identification. The text,
Just because it's in the total phone extraction doesn't mean the jury should have to go look digging for it. He finds this text message to be important. He's posted it up at Kinko's on a giant poster board, and that's the way it should be able to go into evidence. That's a ridiculous objection. It's important. Did you hear the text message? If not, I'm going to read it to you again because it's not even going to get to go back with the jury now. October 20th, Lindsay says to her mom, "Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medication my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone." And her mother says, "Yes, I'll come today."
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
what do we mark it for?
Why? Why are you objecting? Because you know why? Because you don't want the truth. You can't handle the truth. You're just looking for a freaking conviction. You don't care about the truth. Why do you care if it comes into evidence? Why do you have to object? Just let it in. If you're so confident in your case that this woman is a cold-blooded murderer. That at 32 years old, she's crying for her mommy to come help her because she can't, something's wrong. They want to cover the truth up.
For identification. Is
I know this
that
argument
text
again.
within the,
I'd rather have
first?
it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the,
If you want a little painting, can Can I just ask the board,
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just offered.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276, so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
He's mad.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Tewksbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point,
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working. So he came later.
I never asked. What did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography,
What kind of photography?
school picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures when you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better into into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, I mean, she was afraid to be alone. And she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes, I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve, and then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family, and then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
It broke me the first time we learned about this, that she was sleeping in the basement with her mom, that she just wanted her mom and she wanted her mom. She wanted to sleep with her mom like she was a little kid again. That broke me. Imagine the guilt that her mother feels, that Patrick feels, that her father feels, that her sister feels, that her friends feel. I should have done more. Why didn't I do more? Why couldn't I have prevented this? Imagine, this doesn't affect Lindsay. This affects the ripple effects of this are enormous. Enormous. Thanks for reminding people to hit the like button because it helps the algorithm. Sometimes you just need your mama. Yeah. We're into Christmas
and
now.
Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but.
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th. Do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have been, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Paranoia. This is in January, expressing feelings of paranoia. Paranoid that the teachers could read her thoughts, or because she wasn't driving, they would think she was a bad mother. Is this mania? She felt that this isn't me. This just isn't me. She was just going through the motions. She couldn't find joy in anything. Is this a spiraling of her postpartum depression reaching the psychosis stage, psychosis level? She wouldn't even drive. She was afraid to drive. Remember, she Googled how to turn off the airbags in a Kia Sorento? Maybe because she wanted to put a car seat in the front seat because she didn't want to let the kids out of her sight. Maybe because she wanted to take her life by driving into the side of a building like Mackenzie Sharilla without the kids in the car. So much going on here, right? She's setting up the stages of psychosis, right? And remember, her mom's not a nurse, but Patrick's mom is.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication and her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
She told Patrick and her mother that she had thoughts of harming the children. So many people are blaming Patrick and her mother for not separating her from the children. I submit to you that this is why people often don't tell people their thoughts. I hate this for her mom too.
Thank you very much.
That was the last thing. That's the last question.
Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this time? We'll come back for cross-examination. All right. So, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the break at this time. We expect to have you back about 2 o'clock, okay?
All rise, please, jurors. Next.
Maybe they'll talk about the voir dire. Maybe they got the records in. We'll see. That's heartbreaking testimony. Heartbreaking. Mom leaving the courtroom. A lot of supporters in the courtroom today. We can't see the back section, which has more rows on the other to the right of the door. Right. Nobody could have predicted this. But I would submit to you that her providers are more equipped to see the signs than her family. But a lot of people are going to hold that against the family, that she told the family, Patrick, at least Patrick and the mom, that she had thoughts of harming the children.
All right, Counsel, can I see you just for a second, just kind of time-wise?
This is a rough one. Let's see how it goes. Says random observation from a juror perspective. I thought the Commonwealth was supposed to tell a story by laying out the facts. The Commonwealth was jumping all over the book. Also went off script based on their opening. Confusing. Yes, it was confusing. Attorney wannabe. Yes, I'm going to be traveling tomorrow instead of today. And so I'm not yet decided on whether I will stream it in my absence. It is really hard for someone else to run the stream because of the way that I have to keep modulating the volume. And so I will let you know later. Oops, what I plan to do about tomorrow. If I don't stream it, we will definitely recap it. But it's too hard for somebody else to be sitting here and to have to sit here constantly all day long and keep modulating the volume. It's hard. It's hard. Coffee 11, thank you for your coffee love in RN. See, all the nurses are here today. And also, thank you for your 20. Says, is she honestly listening to this guy? I saw him in the Karen retrial. This guy's a joke. Thank you so much. That was earlier during Ian Whiffen. Casey Paralegal, I bet she wanted to be just like her mom was a mom to her. This is true love looks, and this is what true love looks and sounds like. There's nothing like a mother's love. Mary McDonough says, my heart is breaking. She needed her mother. Kat says, I still need my mom every day. She passed last year on hospice. Prayers for all. My heart is broken for this mama. I guess we're going to figure out what they're doing. Thanks to the Venmo user who said, I never knew that YouTube took a percentage of super chats. Yeah, YouTube takes 30% of all super chats. And if you're timed out and you don't know why, I don't know, it happens sometimes by mistake. It can happen when there's 23, almost 24,000 people in chat. It gets hard. And you can sometimes click on someone's comment that you meant to just delete, and it could time people out. So show the mods some grace today, just like everyone should just show everyone grace. I don't know, in general, and just don't take it personally. Timeouts aren't permanent. Like, it's just not something worth getting worked up about. Melly became a member. Welcome, Melly. And welcome to Mariana, who says, it's my first day here. This case haunts me. Sending hugs. Yeah, it's a rough one. Some days are rougher than others. And this is a rough one. Oh, we're a little bit behind. How did we get behind? I would like to see a voir dire of Emily Thorndike today. All right, so they're on lunch. They're coming back at 2 o'clock. I think we should take a break for a half an hour, and I'm going to sua sponte suggest that. Emily, did you want me to, how long is your video that you sent me? Hang on. Well, please. Patty said that on Venmo, every time I think that the prosecution team is the worst and we get another one like this, I just can't win with the Bow twins. Thank you to the other anonymous Venmo user who said, don't mention this. Okay, I won't mention it. Anon, please. Anon, please is a thing. We can do that here. Any more thoughts before I go down and fill up my iced coffee? And we take about a half an hour break. Yep. Lori said, surprised that she admitted that. Number one fear of parents is having their kids taken. We know how awful it is to have your kids taken. But she did admit it. From that point on, she shouldn't have been left alone. I mean, hindsight is always 20/20. Stinkerbell, how can the public help to get some rules and laws changed? The hotlines shouldn't be able to say, no, if you don't have a plan, providers have to be in contact so they know what's happening. Well, there's a bill sitting in the House right now. Thank you to the viewer who keeps bringing this to my attention. I think Jen, is it Jen? It is House Bill 1924. In Massachusetts, it is sitting right now in the House. I don't know if it's been, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if it passed and it's not. But here it is. They are trying to have this enacted into law. And this is a great question. And hopefully, maybe this will change things. Let's take a look. I'll read it to you, but I don't know the exact status of it. So this is a bill number 1924 in Massachusetts, sponsored by Representative O'Day of West Boylston. James O'Day and Frank Moran, relative to the mental well-being of new mothers facing criminal charges. Certain states like Illinois already have a statute such as like this. This is an act relative to the well-being of new mothers and infants. I don't believe, it hasn't passed yet, right? It's still sitting like in committee or something. Section 1 of Chapter 123 of the General Laws, as so appearing, is hereby amended by inserting at the end thereof the following new definitions. This is not passed yet, so this is what they're trying to pass. Postpartum psychosis, the most severe of the perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, whereby an individual experiences alternating states of depression and or mania, euphoria, and loses touch with reality. Postpartum psychosis severely impairs an individual's thinking and judgment with symptoms including, but not limited to, hallucinations and or delusions, cognitive confusion and disorientation, disorganized or racing thoughts, minimal need for sleep, delirium, and excessive restlessness, such as pacing. Postpartum depression, a mood disorder, which includes a variety of moderate to severe symptoms of depression, severe anxiety, panic attacks, and or intrusive, distressing, obsessive thoughts, and compulsive ritualistic behavior. Clinical symptoms of depression include, but are not limited to, insomnia and sleep disturbances, loss of pleasure and motivation in usual activities, including lack of interest in the infant, sad and depressed mood, lack of clarity in thinking, lack of appetite or interest in eating, feelings of hopelessness, worthlessness, and poor self-esteem, extreme fatigue, suicidal thoughts, not feeling like oneself, feeling overwhelmed and unable to cope with life's demands. I mean, this is just about every single thing that Lindsay was journaling about, complaining about, talking about, and feeling. Section 2 is hereby amended by inserting after the words psychologists in lines 7 and 8 the following words, provided, however, that a defendant who gave birth within 12 months prior to the crime for which the defendant has been charged shall undergo a screening for perinatal psychiatric complications by a treating physician, psychiatrist, or psychologist, or other qualified physician or psychologist. Section 3. They want to amend it to read this, or to add this. When an examination is ordered for a female defendant who suffers or suffered at the time the crime for which the defendant has been charged occurred from mental illness related to a perinatal psychiatric complication such as postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, said examination shall be conducted by an expert in reproductive psychiatry within 48 hours of such order. I just got to look up chapter 123. Hold on. This is the mental health statute. And the findings of not guilty by reason of mental illness. Okay, let's keep going. In this case, the Commonwealth did have Lindsay evaluated by a mental health professional for trial purposes. And I remember Kevin Reddington making the pretrial motion to have that examination videotaped. And I believe that was granted. So we may see videotape of that in addition to if they, if some parts aren't mentioned. Section 4 amended to add a subsection that says any person committed to a facility under the provisions of this section who suffers from mental illness related to a perinatal psychiatric complication such as postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression shall receive a diagnosis and treatment plan made in consultation with an expert in reproductive psychiatry. Additional services, including but not limited to parenting assessment, parenting capacity building, and parent-child dyadic therapy shall be made available if deemed appropriate by the consulting expert. Let me just see if they offer like leniency for charges such as murder. I haven't read this yet, so I probably shouldn't have pulled the whole thing up. It's like 16 pages, and I really need to read through it before I can even more opine on it. But if you want to Google it, it's H1924, and there's a PDF version. It has to do with being found incompetent to stand trial or not guilty by reason of mental illness. Okay, here it is. In the case of any person charged with and found not guilty by reason of mental illness or mental defect in such proceedings of murder, a violation in which the victim suffers intentionally inflicted great bodily injury or an act which outpatient status under this section shall not be available until that person has actually been confined in a state hospital or other treatment facility for 180 days or more after having been committed under the provisions of law specified in section 16, unless the court finds a suitable placement, including but not limited to an outpatient placement program that will provide the person with more appropriate mental health treatment, and the court finds that the placement would not pose a danger to the health or safety of others, including but not limited to the safety of the victim and the victim's family. So they're looking to enact a bill that would treat new mothers within a year who have committed crimes or are found to be incompetent to stand trial to go through some sort of special screening. I think 8 or 9 states already have a statute like this. And I know that the UK definitely does. And there are other countries outside the US that treat new moms differently in cases of infanticide. I can't go through the whole entire thing right now, Jennifer, because I saw that you kept putting it in the chat. So when you put it in your super chat, I addressed it, but I haven't had time to read it yet. Charles says Big Red should get the Congress researchers to be witnesses. Yeah, I don't know if that would be admissible, actually. All right, let's take a break. Everyone go take a half an hour, hydrate, get yourself something to eat. It's kind of like a low energy day today, which is probably heavy. Just the day feels heavy. Right. Kitty says the extreme contrast of who Lindsay was and who she is today should speak volumes. Yes, agreed. I don't know. Maybe you want to watch something light. Let's watch, you know what? Next Witness has a new video out, a compilation video. It's a LawTube reaction video. Next Witness always allows me to play. This one's 20 minutes. So when this is done, I will come back and put something else on for you. This is Next Witness on YouTube. Please go give a like and a sub to Next Witness. This is a reaction video to Trooper Paul's testimony. So this is from Karen Reed's first trial. Hopefully this will be funny for you guys. And it's movie time, class. And we'll come back in about 20 minutes. I'll put something else on, and then we will be back. Witness on YouTube. I don't know about the music, so.
Like I said, if I was a prosecutor prosecuting this case, I would have the ME come out and show those pictures and describe in detail the injuries that are there, so that when the accident reconstructionist comes up, all of a sudden I can see the accident reconstructionist come and match those bruising and all those things to what I just saw. But we didn't have that. We had this.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
I was at the time of my initial inspection, I didn't really know much about TechStream at that point. So over time, I kind of learned about TechStream. And so once I learned about it, and I thought, is this relevant to our case? And I looked more into it and found that it is relevant.
To our case. Okay.
Had no idea it existed or what it did.
I'd rather you just skip that part. You know, if the defense brings it up, fine. But like, don't tell the whole jury that you didn't really know anything about this tech stuff that you got out of the Toyota/Lexus.
So at the time of his inspection, he didn't know anything about Toyota TechStream, okay? But a year later, he has so much initiative, and he's such a go-getter that he eventually learned about Toyota TechStream. Toyota manufactures Lexus, in case you didn't know.
Like he's just sort of learned this tool, which is not great, not fantastic.
Just again, a small little nitpick there, which people can hit me for. That's fine.
I had no idea it existed. So let me get this right. You're the accident reconstruction expert. And on February 1st, 2022, when you were called out to be the accident reconstruction expert, you didn't know anything about Toyota TechStream.
But he's like, hey, yeah, this is, I've learned this tool for this trial. Awesome.
So you didn't know what you didn't know, and then you downloaded it later, and now you're to interpret the data for us.
That's just what we want out of an expert, is like, I'm an expert. I just learned this.
This is his conclusion based on the data that we've just seen and whether or not it is consistent with a collision. Remember, the jury gets to decide if they agree.
The jury will have to decide whether or not to give any credence whatsoever, what weight to give his testimony. The jury will have to decide.
Now, Paul, with regard to, based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general.
By the way, anytime they ask a cop based on your training and experience, the next words that are coming out of their mouth are probably bullshit.
I want to hear it from his live mouth. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want to hear him say it.
No, you
Setup
don't.
date, from,
You just think you do.
who's the name again? From 12,629 miles deep. What, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and what?
Yeah, there's a point there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with pedestrian strike?
Consistent with a pedestrian strike. It doesn't indicate a pedestrian. It's consistent with. Because remember, the electric data recorder did not pick up a collision of any kind.
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 and a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot.
Would it also be
with the pedestrian
consistent
strike?
with hitting a snowbank?
Now,
You mean when the tire gained traction and had to now move a 3,000-pound vehicle?
So what he's saying is right when it goes from 24 to 23, that's indicative of hitting a person. It doesn't go from 24 to nothing. It's indicative of hitting something that is not immovable versus the size of the car.
Now, with respect
Now,
to,
I hate the
Mr.
word
O'Keefe,
consistent
pedestrian,
when used by
collision,
experts. Every time an expert uses the word consistent, I think that they should probably just be yeeted out of the courtroom and into a ditch. So,
Consistent doesn't mean proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
But he's saying that this Toyota TechStream data is consistent with a pedestrian strike.
okay, so consistent with is the bullshit language that needs to never be used by experts again, because consistent with just means not contradicted by. You know what else your speed dropping like that is consistent with is just wiggling the steering wheel. Because if you wiggle the steering wheel, it's going to drop your speed, right? Suddenly you're turning. If hitting a patch of ice would be consistent with a drop in speed like that.
Well, it's not inconsistent. It's not inconsistent with a pedestrian strike.
Which means it's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
Could be.
This is not direct data. This is not GPS data showing movement. This is not, this is just math stuff. They got some engine data. They got some engine data and the wheels turned on a slick road where the ice is starting to stick. And that's what they're using to say she got up to 24 miles an hour in reverse over 60 some feet in like 5 seconds.
And he is specifically not mentioning bad weather. He's like the only witness who hasn't mentioned bad weather because it kind of fucks up everything he's saying.
Suddenly gaining some traction, where you had no traction before, would be consistent with your wheels spinning less fast because suddenly you are gripping the road. Like, we just don't know what this is. And he's saying it's consistent with a pedestrian strike, but that doesn't mean it is a pedestrian strike.
Now he's going to correlate the damage, the time, the slowdown, how it's indicative of a pedestrian accident. What about O'Keefe's injuries? What are they? And what do they make you think happened?
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I mean, it was abrasions.
You know who we haven't heard from yet? Is the medical examiner. So I don't know if there's bruising. We don't know what blunt force injury there are.
Or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries.
That can't be it. That can't be it, right? That really can't be it. It can't just be abrasions and cuts and bruises and, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. He's got to have more information he connects.
That you observed or that you were informed about, that you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
Is anyone else surprised that the medical examiner isn't testifying to this? Why are you trying to get the injuries and the cause of the injuries out of the person who's reconstructing the vehicle path?
Because the medical examiner probably doesn't agree with them.
According to the medical examiner, what if any relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
So people are asking, how can he testify to this if we haven't heard from the medical examiner? He has her report. He can consider her report. She can testify later if she's called. And I think that's, what he does and how he uses it as foundation.
I hate this prosecution. I don't understand it. Every time.
Oh, I understand it. They want a conviction. They're going to get themselves a conviction.
He's explaining the injuries and how the injuries are consistent with his observations of the data.
Listen, Rob, all of this stuff you're talking about, it just sounds like it's going to get in the way of a conviction.
What, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
Yeah.
How so?
How so?
Due to, we can break down each injury due to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail light.
The lacerations of the arm from the tail light. This is his opinion. The lacerations of the arm from the tail light.
The tail light scratched up his arm. How? Did he give us any sort of mechanical explanation of that at all?
The lacerations of the arm are consistent with the tail light. Because, this person is well attuned to testify to that.
So we get our first testimony. The lacerations on his arms from the broken taillight.
So here's the question about the tail light and how the tail light's supposed to cause these injuries. When he's supposed to be struck by the tail light's supposed to still be intact, right?
Okay. Was it from the exploding pieces of the tail light, or did the taillight break when it made contact with his arm and that caused all of those lacerations all the way up his right forearm and upper arm? So what? He was holding his arm out and the taillight exploded and okay. That's what his opinion is, okay?
And so therefore, how does the intact tail light cause these injuries as it breaks when it hits him, as opposed to
at speed?
Like,
don't forget that part.
Yeah. Like, none of this makes any sense to me.
So that is the state's position. It's not from being dragged on the asphalt or being hit and then his body tumbling and scraping up his arm on the street or anything like that, or the curb or the sidewalk or whatever, anything else, the hydrant, the fire or the flagpole or bushes. It's not what any of that's from. That's from the taillight. That's what he said.
No, there's no blood on the tail light, so it's not consistent. And it's not consistent with his clothes, you moron.
That's hard for me to buy. I got to be honest. If that's how he's going to explain it, I almost don't consider it. You got to give me more than that. You got to give me measurements. You got to say you did it on a cadaver, and sure, it came out just like that, because just from the naked eye, looking at those scratches on his arm does not look like it happened from a tail light that was not as long as the scratches are on his arm.
How did his right arm, how did it get scratched from here? Can't really see on the camera. From like here to here in that different pattern. How did that happen on the tail light?
Up and down his arm, like the whole length of the arm.
Yep.
I'm not buying the conspiracy theory. I'm just saying you're not making these things line up.
I'm buying an incompetence theory.
They're not lining up. I'm not stupid. You can't tell me that this is consistent with when everything that I know in just practical life experience tells me otherwise.
So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically the principal impact forces are above the pedestrian's center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where he gets more struck through the side of the vehicle on the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and to the left due to the more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to the measure the height of the vehicle.
But if you're hit by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles an hour above your center of gravity such that it would tip you forward into the car and around, there'd probably be a little bit of bruising around the rib area or stomach area.
That's Jeff from Legal Vices. May he rest in peace.
Their theory has to be that he caught the car in the face because there was no other injuries anywhere to his body other than on his right arm. This is making it more confusing than ever.
Now we're in a world of pure imagination.
Come with me and you'll see. Pure imagine speculation. And here, look, there's a book of calculations. I can make a vehicle hit anyone. Just give me
I can make an officer drop the C word.
the numbers and I'll prove it. If you didn't think I could do it. Oh my God.
So who had Rob singing on their bingo card?
When you look at the damage, he would have.
That's from
interacted
Charlie
with
and the
that
Chocolate
left
Factory.
side
That's from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I know that song. Has Rob from Law and Lumber been live streaming lately? It's not coming up in my feed. I just noticed. Okay, me watching me from 2 years ago is weird. So I'm going off camera. Somebody said, I just woke up. Why are we watching Super Bowl? Because I put a movie on for the class because we have a break. So I put a movie on for the class. Wasn't that the fun day in class when you got a movie and you could like fall asleep during the movie and you didn't have to do any work? Oh, Rob from Law and Lumber just came back. Okay, cool. Cool. Everyone, if you're just coming into the chat, please read the pinned comment that I put there for specific reasons. Thank you so much. I love you so much. Oh, look, here's NextWitness in the chat. I love Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Oh, you're doing a full 2-hour video of Trooper Paul? I know this one's only 20 minutes. We're going to want more. Keep doing the Lord's work.
of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of clockwise. And then when that
kind of clown clockwise. Not the vehicle, you mean his body? Okay. Listen to this mumbo jumbo, okay? Sometimes I crack myself up. Listen, if you can't make yourself laugh, then you're not very good company. But sometimes I make myself laugh. What is bow? The bow on the back of the dopey prosecutor's head. People come in, they see the bow on the back of her head, and they go nuts about the bow, and it derails the chat. So that's what it is. If you didn't notice the bow, thank you. Hold on, let's listen to me rail on Trooper Paul again. It's hard to believe this was all the way back in 2024. Holy crap.
Had Rob singing on their bingo card.
when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of clockwise. And then when that
kind of clown clockwise. Not the vehicle, you mean his body? Okay. Listen to this mumbo jumbo, okay? I know you've been sleeping, but wake up now because this is great.
If he was turned counterclockwise when he was struck on the arm, where are the bruising? Because he didn't die instantly, there would be subdermal bleeding. You are not the ME, you are a crash expert. You can't talk about this.
And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage.
Asphalt curbing. Okay, it's the first time we're hearing that, and maybe he could have struck his head there. Did you do testing? Did you go look at least? Did you see how his body would have had to move to hit the curb and end up where it did? How far away is where his body is from the curb? Those are detailed questions that are really important in situations like this.
Damage. Most
I agree. I have thought the street, the curb, the sidewalk, bushes, the ground, if it was hard because it was cold, all that stuff could be really good and worked in if that correlates to, you know, where his body and his head hit. But these are just conclusions. These are conclusory statements without enough data backing it, in my opinion.
Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is that?
Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they have damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to the
What?
where he got impacted the vehicle.
What? What?
This is terrible. I would just chuck out his entire testimony as completely untrustworthy.
It doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense at all. So then he got flipped and he might have hit his head on the curb, but his head wasn't near the curb when he landed, was it? It wasn't anywhere near the curb. And if he split his head open on the curb, he bled all over the ground.
Got spun, but he landed on his back, remember, too. He landed on his back, but he got spun around, cracked his head open on the curb, and then what? Chitty chitty bang bang, flew away, and then he flew 10 feet in the air towards maybe the flagpole. But we're not really sure where.
No, we're not going to let that slide with all of the speculation, the rampant speculation that we heard in the last 2 sentences.
So he does this like pirouette as he gets hit, is basically their theory.
You know, but it's to the left, Ian. To the left, put everything this trooper owns in a box to the left.
But he didn't
Wait,
strike
he
his
flipped
head on
the
the
curb
asphalt
and
curbing
didn't-
because he was landing 6 feet onto the lawn.
Yeah.
So now you have him alive crawling onto the lawn after.
Now
he
you
was
have him
struck.
bashing his
What
head
an
on the
actual-
cement first, and then he crawls and lays down and dies. Like, what the F are you talking
so-
about?
Y'all.
This makes absolutely no sense again.
I don't know. Me, I'm a skeptic. I'm looking at all this. I am thoroughly unimpressed with what the Commonwealth delivered here.
This guy is clearly the worst accident reconstructionist they could possibly find. He can reconstruct an accident on the fly without doing any research, any measurements, any calculations whatsoever.
I'm not going to write him off just yet, but it is way too vague and
Oh,
conclusory.
Peter was giving him way too much credit. Here's a question. If they're so convinced about the way Lindsay hung out the window and then did the Spider-Man thing, you know, down the outside of the house so that she wouldn't really die, why didn't they hire Trooper Paul to reconstruct that? Or why didn't they call him in and have him reconstruct that theory? Because, I mean, listen, he was a better witness than the blue paint guy, Judd the Dud Welcher, don't you think?
For me at this point, for what I was hoping for to see if the Commonwealth was going to prove this up.
But I'm not the jury. I'm not the jury. And they gave us those fancy looking charts and in their explanations and stuff. So could this have had an impact? Maybe. Maybe.
I find Proctor to be a despicable human being, but I'm more offended by this guy's testimony. If that makes any sense. Proctor is offensive. I'm offended by this.
I mean, I don't even know what his test really proves, right? I think they were trying to prove with the backup camera and the beeping and all the stuff that it was intentional. She didn't accidentally hit him. She would have seen him in the backup camera. She would have heard the beeps. She still did it. That's what I think he was going with when he went through all that.
This is dumb.
I really admire Peter's way that he tries to be so neutral. He tries to be so neutral. But you can see, because I watch Peter at night too for my recaps, because I want to make sure that I haven't been totally gaslit and that my opinions are not so out there. And he does that for me. He grounds me when he thinks things are crazy that I think are crazy. And same with his dad. His dad they did a really good show. I think it was last night, a weekly recap with him and his dad, who's a criminal defense lawyer. And his dad is really not mincing any words about how he feels about these prosecutors. And Peter tries to be really neutral and down the middle. But I've noticed since I started watching him that he's shifting a little bit. He's a little bit more opinionated than he used to be. And I like that for him and for us. But here, Jeff is not going to mince any words.
She still did it. That's what I think he was going with when he went through all that.
This is dumb. This is really, really dumb. I'm expecting there to be a good amount of fireworks come Monday morning.
But we also know Mr. Unetti said, wait for our case, wait for us. You'll be glad you did. And I wonder if the jury has thought back on that at all. I wonder if they're paying attention to that, because we know their experts are coming. We know their experts are coming. And I'm here to tell you right now, okay, PhD accident reconstructionists, You are going to get the showing your work on a level far beyond anything we get from this guy.
The more this goes on, the more mystified I become as to how this thing even made it to trial.
Thank you, Next Witness, for giving the class your video today. I appreciate you. I don't know if Patrick's parents are in the courthouse. I don't know, actually. Actually, I can't say because I just don't know. Let me turn off. Let me deactivate slow mode for, I'll make it a little bit shorter. As chat slows down during lunch, because everyone should really be out there hydrating. Don't you think? Yeah. I mean, so what do you think about Ian Whiffen's testimony? I was expecting something more explosive on Cross, knowing that Kevin Reddington knows everything. Well, I don't know if she's got if Next Witness has a Shannon Burgess reaction video. I mean, I guess the testimony was intended to prove that Lindsay was going up and down the stairs in between the phone calls with Patrick. Was there any big gotcha moment there? I know, we already forgot his testimony. Yes, Papa T thinks the ADAs are not very skilled, and he is not mincing words. He is not. He's like, they're not even smart enough to do this and do that. And it's good. It's good stuff. If you didn't watch Peter's recap with his dad, it was a recap of all of last week on the Lawyer You Know channel. Go check it out because it's really good. Whiffin is still whiffin. He was iffy. But there was no big gotcha in there. Yes, Carol said, I think Reddington used Whiffin as a setup for his expert, who I believe was sitting in the gallery. Yeah, if he's using Steve Verino for that, and I think he is, because I loved what he did the other day when he pointed out to the other witness who was on the stand for the Commonwealth. He said, oh, you know Steve Verino, right? My expert who's sitting right there in the front row. By doing that, it's a little trick where it gives your expert a little more credibility, right? Because now this expert that they have knows your expert. They're like buddies. Memory says there was no gotcha because the whole point of his testimony was things we already knew. Oh, right. Oh, good point. Jeannie says, I think Reddington couldn't really go hard on Ian Whiffin because Reddington represented Jennifer McCabe about the 227 search. That is such a great point. You know what? I don't know how that escaped me. I didn't even think of that. And once you represent Jennifer McCabe, even if he doesn't represent her anymore, he still has attorney-client privilege with Jennifer McCabe. And so therefore, Ian Whiffin, because of the 227 search, and that's the whole reason that Ian Whiffin was hired. Well, one of the reasons, as well as Jessica Hyde. I guess he didn't want to bring up the 227 search or his crazy testimony in the Karen Reed trial, or the fact that they changed their Cellebrite changed its software to take the timestamp away because of the 227 searches, because he used to represent Jennifer McCabe. Jeannie M, you're a genius. I don't know why I didn't. And somebody else said that before you. So we got to give everybody credit on that, because that is a great point. So the fire that I was waiting for was never, ever, ever going to happen. Duh. Yeah, Whiffin is still whiffin. Right. Jeannie, who's an RN, says, we're hearing the story of Lindsay falling into the abyss and trying to grab something and claw her way out, and she can't. And she can't. So yeah, I think that's a good reason why he couldn't try and discredit him too much, because of Jennifer McCabe. No, but once you represent a client, you always represent a client. Your attorney-client privilege doesn't end just because your representation of that client ended. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because I submit to you that those issues could come up again in the future, maybe somehow. if anything happens as such. I'm just saying. It doesn't matter. Peter always tries to be neutral, but I think lately he's gotten a little bit more comfortable sharing opinions. Is it just me, or have you noticed a shift? A shift, because he's had it with the trolls too. He has had it. He's done. He is done. He didn't say that time drifts, right? The only gotcha is that Lindsay was still able to walk when she was home alone, and Pat was on CCTV, right, at the CVS on the 3V, meaning Pat couldn't have done it. Except for, oh, well, there you go. So did that debunk the TikTok theories? If she was going up and downstairs at home while Patrick was at the CVS and the 3, did you see the latest conspiracy theory though? Oh, Auntie Deb and their viewers are here. Hi. Hi, Jimmy. Jimmy. The new conspiracy is that the footage at the CVS is not really Patrick. It's his buddy who came to testify. Did you see that? Yes, they seriously objected to the text on a poster board. They don't want anybody, I don't know what, seeing that in really big on a big poster, like because then they'll think it's important. It is important. It absolutely is important. It is Lindsay reaching out to her mom saying, please, can you come? Please stay with me. Something is wrong. And her mother said yes. And she drove there right away that day. And now her parents have moved to Massachusetts so that they can be closer to her. And her father also, I think, retired for the same reason. I mean, imagine how difficult it would be for many people to forgive their daughter for killing their grandchildren. Let's look at a video that Emily C did, one of our other excellent, amazing researcher, friend, YouTuber. She posted this on May 10th, and this is about crime tabs. Let's take a look at this. Don't worry, court is still on lunch. Thank you, Emily C. SEE.
Websites for about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide.
Do you worry about your future Google searches?
It is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them.
Oh, if you didn't watch the Brian Walsh trial, Emily, is the music on this okay? The Brian Walsh trial, that's what Brian Walsh Google searched. Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? That's Judge Denise Frenier, one of the most amazing judges in Massachusetts. Love Judge Frenier. And this is Greg Connor, who tried the Brian Walsh case, and he's running for district attorney. But don't vote for him unless you want more of the same Meatball Morrissey type administration. September 1st is when you got to vote for DA of Norfolk County if you live there. If you live there. Emily, I don't know. Emily, is this music copyrighted, or did you buy it, or is it free, or what? Because if you paid for it and I didn't, then I can't play it. That's the way it works. Somebody help Angela out here. She's got a Steely, so she's super cool. She says, I'm sorry, she's behind. I keep rewinding to take notes. Were the physical locations of the phone or watch ever reported? This was Connor's last case, right? He tried the Brian Walsh case. Brian Walsh was accused of taking the life of his wife, Anna, and chopping her body up into pieces and then distributing it in dumpsters around town and outside of town. And he was on house arrest for federal charges involving art fraud. And his Google searches, I mean, anybody could have tried this case and gotten a conviction, but his Google searches were wild. That's what convicted him, because Anna Walsh's body still has never been found. But, you know, Greg Connor tried that case, but he wouldn't try Karen Reed for the second time. So there's that. Brian Walsh is the definition of gruesome. Oh yeah, classy idiot shopping at Home Depot. How about when he went to TJ Maxx or Home Goods and he was used on his gift cards to buy the stuff to dispose of her body, like the rugs and the air freshener and the baking soda. And his mug, he was staring into the camera at Lowe's. Oh my God, remember how creepy that was? And then they brought one of his kids to Lowe's or Home Depot with him, and the kid was in the cart and they were buying all of the supplies to dispose of mommy. Oh my God, that was horrific. Emily, I don't know. Emily texted me about this music because I'm afraid to play it now. Because if I do, the whole stream will get stricken, and I don't want the whole stream to get stricken because we've been here all freaking day. We can't lose it. We can't lose. We can't lose the stream based on a couple of minutes of music. Yeah, the kids were playing with the handheld scan. Oh man, if you guys didn't watch the Brian Walsh trial, that was also in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, and that was quite a day. I'm also noticing a weird thing with YouTube today is the latency on this. There's a huge delay between what I'm broadcasting in my studio and what is appearing on my phone. So I don't know. Caroline says, I literally cannot go to a home improvement store without thinking of Brian Walsh. Good. Make me laugh. Let's talk about funny stuff right now because we have allegedly 9 minutes, but you know they're never on time back from lunch. I can't play music because music can get copyright stricken. Unless they play Paris Ray and the Crush, I can play that for you because that's one of my kids is in that band. That's the only thing I can play without getting stricken. Yeah, the latency is crazy. And are you noticing the delay too? It's not, but there's no like my mouth matches up, right? It's just a delay from what I am broadcasting to you. So the chat, it seems like it's behind. I feel like it's 10 seconds behind or more. What are you doing, Stuart? I love the Californians. I wish I could play the Californians for you, but I can't because it's Saturday Night Live really will copyright strike. Like they are really strict about it. The other day I got copyright stricken. Listen to this bullshit. Oh, sorry. I usually don't curse because public televisions. So law and crime is the pool camera in the courtroom. The pool camera feed is for use by everyone. This is what we do. It's called fair use. There was like 3 minutes of my stream that the Associated Press copyright struck as being their content. And it was nothing more than the law and crime pool feed. And so they wanted the monetization, like the ad money from my, because I don't play ads on my live streams, only on the replay. They made a claim and I opposed it. I'm like, this isn't their feed. This is not the Associated Press's feed. This is the law and crime pool feed that's for use by everyone. It's called fair use. How dare they? And now the whole dispute's in escrow until they figure it out. They got to like release the claim and they have 30 days to do it. But I'm not capitulating to Associated Press when it wasn't even their feed. Like, how dare they? I wonder if they do that to creators just to see if anybody will, oppose it. That's ridiculous. But I think Emily has a lot of issues. Yes, with the AP, but like legit, this was not their feed. I have played one time on a Nick Reiner stream. I did play like a part of their press conference outside the courthouse, and that was their feed. And they made a claim, and then so I just edited it out. But for this particular video, it was like day 9 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I wasn't going to start editing out my video, editing out the content that wasn't even theirs. Like it was ridiculous. And they probably do it to everyone, except this was not their feed. So I'm taking a stand. But the fact that they have 30 days to respond and then they hold the ad revenue in escrow. And then if they decide that their claim's legit, they give them my ad revenue. It's insane. How dare they? I think Emily Baker actually got an attorney to deal with this issue with the AP. That's interesting. I'll have to reach out to her. I think I'm blocked in her chat because I tried to comment recently, and I don't think anybody could see me. So I don't know. I'll have to reach out to her another way. I've been reaching out to her to see if we could go to a Dave Matthews concert together, or like to go to yes, it's AP Archive UK. That's exactly what it is, Court Chopped. And it's not their, it's the pool camera feed. That is exactly what it is. So what did you do? Did you win? Yeah, we were on slow mode earlier. So slow mode because there was 25,000 people in here. So when slow mode is on, it's not on right now. I'll take it off. But unless you're a member, you're subjected to slow mode, which means you can only send a message like once every 30 seconds or however long it is set for. Because what had happened is the chat was moving really quickly and people just couldn't read it. Crystal says, I would call what she went through more than just issues. I mean, if somebody can email me a link to one of her streams where she talks about it, I'd love to listen to it. And also understand that because she's she's the biggest law tuber by far. She has like almost 1 million. So I mean, she's like 850. She has meetings with YouTube all the time. They invite her to all these events. And so I think that they really respect her input. And so that's great. She's got like a hotline to them, but maybe because, oh, it was quick. All right, cool. Because it's the same thing, right? Because you do compilations of court footage, right? It's dumb. They have AI programs scan the stuff. So it was from the court feed. And I remember it was one of the doctors, I think from McLean, that testified that day. Oh, members only? I have to join to get it? Oh, okay. Thanks. They sent her a jacket? YouTube did. Oh, that's right. They did. They did. That's funny. I mean, I'm not, I'm just going to let it wait for now, but like, do they think that I'm not going to fight back because my channel is smaller? Toot toot whistle is here. Thanks for joining. Jessica says, as a doctor, the system grossly failed her. But if she denied any worrying thoughts and no one advocated for her and made sure her clinicians knew, how did she have a chance? She was working from severe guilt, shame, and fear. Agreed. But she also was telling them about intrusive thoughts and about thinking that she wanted to not be here anymore and that she just didn't care. I mean, I think the signs were there. But again, the doctors aren't on trial here, right? Thanks for tuning in from Canada. But much of the Commonwealth's prosecution felt like they're defending the doctors. And that's weird. Jennifer, remember the defense opening statement and said Lindsay told someone else she was hearing voices after everything. I don't exactly remember exactly what he said, but I think he said, I don't remember exactly. I remember the prosecution's opening, but Kevin in his opening did say, and I put it on my Instagram, so let me just pull up my own Instagram reel. For some reason, it won't let me pull it up on my computer, but he said, and I quote, so let me just pull up my own Instagram reel. For some reason, it won't let me. See, that's the delay that I'm dealing with. Hold on.
That she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence. But I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. That she knows.
But the first part of that sentence was something like the Commonwealth is going to show or bring witnesses that are going to show that she knew.
She knows that she killed these children.
She knows that she killed these children. It's just a matter of what state of mind was she in. Tina, hi Tina. She says, I lost my mom, aunt, and grandmother less than a year ago. I miss my mom so much. I'm sorry, sweetie. But heaven got a whole lot more awesome. Betting on Humanity says, so happy you're here with us today, especially. Thank you for being here for 15 months. Skyway says, if the gruesome twosome go off on this mother, game over. Yeah, Lindsay's mom is still on the stand, and it'll be interesting. And I've told you, and thank God, I feel validated by Papa Tragos, who also said that he thinks that the way they're trying this case sucks, and he doesn't think that they're experienced enough to try it the right way. Oh, thank you, Charlie Adelson, February 5th. Thank you, Lone Wolf. That they're just not smart enough and good enough and pretty enough. No, that's a quote from The Help. That's not a dig on them particularly. All right. Thank you very much for that info on the copyright stuff. Game over. I know. What is you never know what a jury's thinking. I would never, ever, ever bet on what a jury is thinking ever, because you never know. I don't know how 12 people are going to agree on this. I really don't. Because there could be 10 people who think she's evil. I don't care about postpartum. She did this. She should go to jail forever. And there could be another person who says, I don't think she did it all. And there could be another person who says, well, no way. She was out of her mind when she did this. And that could hang the jury. And there are some people who have such strong convictions that they cannot be swayed. I would be one of them. Nobody would be able to bully me into a verdict. And that reminds me of something the other day, because I was watching another compilation video and I don't remember whose it was. But it started off with Judge Cannoni reading the note from the jury when they came back and said that they had such strong convictions that they deliberating anymore would not be helpful. And that, it was like it was written by ChatGPT, that juror note. That was really weird, right? I stand with Mel says, I worked a summer job at the state hospital in Terrell, Texas. I can honestly say to all the antis out there that if Lindsay is faking it and not ill, a psych hospital would actually be worse than jail. Many people say that they are worse. Thank you for your 10. Scott McGinnis says, the Commonwealth has been so busy defending the mental health care industry that they seem to have forgotten that they have to prove that Lindsay indeed red-rummed the children beyond any reasonable doubt. I mean, they're going to have the opportunity to talk about that. But I think in the case in chief, they're going to say she did it. And so maybe that will be off the table. But at this point, you never know what they're thinking. Oh, NextWitness says, thanks for playing my video as entertainment. Oh, thanks for being a member for 10 months. Mom is Unraveling said, this is really getting to you. Now, Melanie, as a mother, it's hard for you to hear your child desperate for your help, and you can relate. You'd lay down the railroad tracks for your kids. Me too. I know. It's hard. There's nothing more painful, I think, as a parent than knowing that your kids are like in pain or hurting or upset about something that happened at school and you can't fix it. You just want to fix everything and you can't. That's why it'll be interesting to see. Where is Sprague today? Is she on a break? Like, we haven't heard from her at all today, have we? Be interesting to see how they handle Lindsay's mom. Jacqueline said, 58 years old yesterday, and I'll always want my mom. Happy birthday, girl. She's been here for 14 months. The gobbledygook of the Commonwealth says, oh my goodness, Mel, I love you. That was awesome. And was it my reaction to Trooper Paul? Thank you. I mean, as tragic and as horrible as that case was, Karen Reed, this is another level. This is another level. And I mean, Lally was annoying. He was annoying. And what if anything got annoying, and he was annoying, but he was not, this is a different level for me. Tell me the difference for you between Lally and these two. Let's everyone smash the like button again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're at like 50% likes. We could do better than that. We could do better. It's a nice thing to do. It's like wiping your feet on the mat, as they say. Oops, I gotta turn that down. Oh, did Sprague do the direct on WHIFFEN? I don't know. They're starting to sound alike to me. Somebody said yesterday in a comment, they said, today's the first day that I realized that there were two different female prosecutors. I just listened to it on my headphones all day and I had no idea that they were different people. I thought it was one person. Nay said, oh my God, I'm behind. Rare, the stairs, what a liar. The dash in between says, I wonder if the delay is because of Perez on the tiki-taki. Good day, spiffy legal mumbo jumbo. Talkie peoples. Thank you for tuning in from down under. No, I think the delay, I think it's something I can change on the back end, but I also think that YouTube is like a little bit wonky. Very Cheryl Lou says, hi there. Since Lindsay has been said to be no longer insane, but are seeing if she was at the time, what happens if not guilty by reason of insanity? What matters here is her state of mind at the time the murders were committed. What her state of mind was at that time has nothing to do with how she is today. And I don't know what her current diagnosis or status for mental health is. And how do you know that? Has anything been released on that? Because it's been said, but I don't know that. I don't know that for a fact. You shut everything down completely and it fixed the problem. Thank you, Crystal. I think you told me that one time to just reboot everything and it worked. Lynn says, I think what makes it worse is because they are women. And as women, we are known for our compassion and empathy and they lack all of it. Yeah, somebody else said that Lally seemed at least that he was interested in his case. And Lally was just boring, making the donuts. These two are the evil stepsisters trying to win with their trauma drama play, says Scott McGinnis. Violet says, I love that you stream all of my favorites. That was on NextWitness does that. Yeah. Does the compilations. I got to know all of you during Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial. And then we were mated. Ha 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 ha. I wasn't here for that. That was pre-me. That was pre-Melanie Little. That was life before Melanie Little on YouTube. Amber Heard, Johnny Depp trial. I did watch some of it. And I remember watching it on Rakita at the time because Rakita had like 15 lawyers on at a time. And it was so interesting to hear the discussions. And that was like, I think that's kind of like when YouTube really blew up was Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, and Rittenhouse. And I don't remember which came first, the chicken or the egg, but that was before my time. I didn't start this channel until July of 2023. Yeah, and it doesn't matter. Okay, you're right. It doesn't matter how she was 3 days after the fact, or 2, or 1, or before. If she wasn't in full psychosis, a month before, a week before, a day before, the only thing that matters is her state of mind at the time and immediately before these crimes were committed and during. Right? Country Thang says, even though she may be the same today, I would bet if she were left alone, she would set out to finish what she started, if you catch my drift. Yes, I do. And I will tell you that in the pretrial motions that we watched, the hearings we watched, many of them, they are in the Lindsay Clancy playlist on my channel. Kevin Reddington said there was extensive hearings around the intricacies and the complications that were going to be involved in getting Lindsay to court every day from Tewksbury because she is paralyzed from the chest down. She needs 2 nurses with her at all times. She needs help with everything. And so they needed to up the security. They need to get an ambulette. They needed to get all the transportation, and the prosecutors were actually opposing this. Like, she doesn't need to be here every day. It's going to be a burden on the county. Didn't they argue about money? And Kevin Reddington said in open court, Your Honor, she wants to take her own life, and you and I both do not want that happening in this courthouse or in this courtroom during the trial. And so we need to figure this out. They did. They argued money. It was going to be too expensive to get her here every day. And it's too much of a burden on the sheriff's department or whoever transports her. Depp versus Heard was first. I hope you're not driving down a highway while you're Googling that for me. 18-wheeled Maligator crate with the really, really, really cute Belgian Malinois with you at all times. Oh, please. Hold on a second. Trolls be trolling. I don't know if you're on your phone, Scott, but I think I got it. Oh no, you got it. Yep, they did oppose allowing her to be there every day, and it is her right to be there every single day. It's her constitutional right. Carol says, Melanie, I remember you read a most current outcome and found not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. I read the jury instruction is what I read to you. Hotbox says, they haven't proven diddly squat from where I sit. Miss Jessica says, yay. Belgian Malinois parents, we are a special group. LOL. And then Cheeky Monkey says, Lally was a joke, but these two are cruel and disgustingly heartless. Oh my God, I got so attacked on my Instagram for saying, leave Patrick alone. I mean, listen to some of these comments. We can do that. We can read some funny comments. I mean, the internet is a wild, wild place. I was just like, leave Patrick alone. Can we leave Patrick alone? And somebody said, somebody who claims to like be a cupcake. Usually the cupcakes around here have some empathy, but there were some funny ones. I mean, people talking about, this wasn't necessarily mean, but I just said, leave Patrick alone. And I got into, and then I had to post some receipts after this, right? Why did he change shoes and jacket between CVS and the restaurant? Oh, he didn't. You got to look at the video. The video sucks. He didn't. Why did he say he gave CPR, but the medic said he was sitting in the couch when they came to start CPR? The Wi-Fi and the cameras were out. Did we hear that? Did we hear that the Wi-Fi and the cameras were out? Did I miss that part of the testimony? I mean, I know they had a Nest camera like in the baby's room, like a baby monitor. Oh, you guys are talking about Hayden Panettiere, so I am. He didn't change his shoes or his jacket. I think people aren't watching the trial and they're just watching TikTok. Somebody said, I don't even know, but this came up in my feed, and I think you lack empathy at the end when you act like you know exactly what happened. No, it's been admitted in open court many times throughout the course of the pretrial of this case. They're trying to prove if she was insane or not, and they are assuming that she killed the kids because that's what she said, but you're just acting like you know. So sad, leaving now. And I said, bye. And then there's people who live in Duxbury who are very upset about this. Some wild takes. Disagree with you on this one, Melanie. If thousands of women worldwide have their intuition screaming at them, I say maybe we should listen to it. And then somebody said, yeah, let's free a murderer based on intuition. And then the girl says, intuition backed up by evidence. No way she did it. Even her defense attorney knows she did it, somebody said. Intuition isn't evidence, and Melanie runs a fact-based, evidence-based channel. She's right. If there was evidence that Patrick had an affair, that Lindsay knew about it, that would be the motive. They'd be screaming from the rooftops. And then somebody, the clapback is, thousands of women online are investigating this. Thousands of women online are investigating this. And they're the woman who took a steak and then slammed the steak with the window, and the steak had a line across it, and they said, well, that's what happened. He tried to push her out the window. He slammed the window on her neck, and that's how she got that line on her neck. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it to you, except for that people sometimes think that maybe if they post stuff like that, that it can blow up their TikTok. I don't know. I really don't know. But I think there's a lot of issues at play here. I think it's medication. I think the medication is an issue. I think the combining of medication is an issue. I think the undiagnosed bipolar. And didn't Jennifer, whoever the hell that was, whichever one it was that was examining, ask about the bipolar? Wait, so now you're admitting that she's bipolar? I think it was her sister who was on the stand. You can't fix stupid. But especially the bigger channels like Law and Crime did this thing. Tell me who this is. Let me ask you who this is, because I don't know who this is. Maybe you can tell me, because you help me with everything. Let me find it. It was wild to me that Law and Crime would even put this up, like on the internet. for everyone to see? Well, I'll find it.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, before we proceed with this, could I just see counsel briefly sidebar?
But of course, let me know how the volume is. I think I have it modulated properly, but they keep moving away from the mic. It's like a whole thing. I agree, Lone Wolf. If the Commonwealth believed that Patrick did it, that would have been a much easier case to present for them. No, well, if the Commonwealth believed that Patrick did it, then they would have prosecuted him, is what you're saying. But if the Commonwealth thought that Patrick was a third-party culprit here, do you think that Reddington would have given him a pass and let his client go to jail? I mean, yeah, I don't know what Billy Bush is saying, but some of it I have not been on board with. And so I haven't really looked because it's hard for me to, once I'm done here with you guys for 8 hours, I just have no bandwidth, except for Papa Tragos and Peter. I'll make time for that. I'll make time for that. You know, you got the medication issues, you got the diagnosis issues. People are blaming Patrick, and now they're going to start blaming the mother, mark my words, for not getting Lindsay away from the kids when she told them that she had thoughts of harming her children. Oh, that's a great idea. Let me refresh the court feed so that we won't have the jump, because the jump usually happens around 2:52 or so every day. Thank you for reminding me. That's why you're my team. You guys are my team. Thanks for being my team. We're a team. Yeah, they're at sidebar right now. They just came back from break, and they are on a sidebar now. Three Angels mom says if they go after Lindsay Clancy's mom, I'm going to lose it. On the TikTok, I bet you they will. Bring the jury. No, the state argued about money. Crystal, this was one of the pretrial hearings. It was like a pretrial motion about transportation. It's in my playlist. We went over it. So check my playlist. I usually try and timestamp everything. If I have time, I usually do. So it's in one of the pretrial hearings. It should be in the playlist. Lindsay's mom is still on the stand, and this will be the cross-examination by one of the prosecutors.
All right, please,
Father Bob, shout out to Father Bob.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Therese Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Now, you testified in direct examination about the statements that Lindsay made in December about having thoughts about harming the children. When in December was that?
I don't exactly remember. I would say early to mid December, probably maybe earlier rather than mid-December. But I don't exactly remember when.
Okay. And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
And after she made those statements, did you have any thoughts about committing her?
No.
Did you have any thoughts about having her come stay with you in Connecticut away from the children?
No.
Were you concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No, because I was there.
And you were asked about some text messages in October, and those are now an exhibit, I believe.
No, you wouldn't allow it in an exhibit.
76. And so you talked about the text on the 20th when she asked you to come and she was having a hard time, right?
Yes.
A day before, on October 19th, she had sent you a different text message stating, "Hi, Mom, would you ever consider coming to stay with us for a couple days at a time to help with childcare so I can work?" And talking to a therapist and doing a lot of thinking, I actually think going to work will help me, but it's really hard with nurses' hours to get childcare that we need. I'm thinking if you could come like Sunday to mid-Tuesday, it'd be really helpful. Just a thought. Do you remember that text the day before?
Yes.
And did you agree in a text message that you said I can come and help out?
Yes.
And then after that next day is when she said she was having trouble and wanted you there then, and you went that day, correct? But you said you were there for about a week, but there's a text on October 20th that's not included in this exhibit, where on October 24th at 2:36 p.m., you send a text to her saying, "How are things today?" And she responds, "Good." You remember that?
Yes.
So were you already home at that point when you were asking her how she was doing on the 24th?
I must have been home at that point. I honestly don't remember. I was back and forth so many times. So the time frames are really jumbled in my head as far as how long I stayed any particular time.
And so you would go and help out when they asked you to, and then you would go home when things were calmed down a little bit. Is that right?
Not exactly right.
No? And she did say on the 24th that she was doing good that day, correct?
I don't recall, but if that's what the text says, then
What part of it waxing and waning don't you understand? There's good days and there's bad days.
So she told you at that point on the 24th she was doing good, right?
correct.
You have this page marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be not.
Proves nothing.
Now, you talked about a time when you went to her home and you actually ended up sleeping with her because she didn't want to be alone. Was that October 20th visit?
No.
When was that?
That was, I can't exactly remember when. I'm going to say probably sometime in November, the latter part of November, maybe the early part of December.
Did she tell you why she was afraid to be alone?
She just said she was afraid to be alone. And one reason I believe she said she didn't know if she was going to be able to sleep, but mainly she was afraid to be alone.
And at that point in time, did you consider having her committed to a psychiatric facility?
No.
And did you feel the need to call 911 that day or get her immediate assistance?
No.
Now she's blaming the mother. Did you feel the need to have her committed? Anybody else getting that vibe? I don't know why this booster is not working very well. Let me check something. Try it again.
You mentioned that in January, you saw her and she lost weight. She seemed paranoid about things, seemed to be going through the motions of each day. How often did you see her in January of 2023?
In January, I can't exactly remember how many times I saw her. We were again back and forth.
So we have Exhibit 238, which have all of your text messages with Lindsay in January of 2023. And I just want to go through some of them with you.
My hope is that by them doing this, that more people, more parents, more spouses, more friends are going to recognize the signs of things that might be going on, and that perhaps this will never happen again. Did you ever think of committing her? Having her committed? She asked her that about 3 times so far.
So on page 17 of the exhibit, this is on January 4th, 2023. So the day before she was discharged from McLean. And she sent you a text stating, "Think I'm coming home tomorrow evening, exclamation point. I talked to the doctor and I made up a follow-up appointment with my other psychiatrist besides Rebecca for Friday morning. So she said she'd be okay with me leaving Thursday around 5. Do you remember getting those messages?
Yep.
And were you staying at the home helping out with the kids at that point?
Yes.
And did you go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
I did not. It was a children's party. I stayed home with Callan.
Bad grandma for not going to the party. Oh yeah, I was watching the baby.
And do you recall when you went home?
I don't recall.
Looking at page 28, and there's a text from Lindsay on January 7th, 2023 at 7:02 p.m. to you where it says, "Make it home okay," and you said, "Yep." Does that make sense that you would have gone home on the 7th after the birthday party?
Yes, if that's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 29, we have text messages between yourself and Lindsay on January 8th, where you ask how things are going today, and she says, "Good, going to the Science Museum." You say, "Great, that will be fun. Sleep good last night." And she said, "I actually did, with less Ativan, so that was good." Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact text messages.
Do you recall her texting you about going to the Science Museum?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you think looking at them might help?
Sure.
I'm going to show you page 29 and then page 30.
Gobbledygook says, "I would be the holdout. I think that everything she did was losing her mind. She could not follow a medical plan because anxiety was so high that nothing tracked." Thank you for your time.
Does that refresh your memory?
That's what the text says, yes.
There you go. There we go. Right. She tried to have herself committed, but she didn't have a plan.
And then on page 34, you ask how the museum was today, and Lindsay sent you some photographs and said it was fun. The kids really liked it. Do you remember that?
I don't really recall the Museum of Science experience or text, but if they're there in the text messages, then they were sent, yes.
Okay. Then on page 39, this is January 10th. You say at 9:48 a.m., "Good morning, how are you doing today?" And Lindsay responded, "Good, at the gym with the kids." You said, "Nice, still sleeping good?" And she responded, "Pretty good, yeah, not perfect, but enough." And you said, "Are you feeling any better during the day?" And she said, "So far, a little bit." They said a week off the Seroquel should make more of a difference, so a couple more days till that, but I do think it's helping being off. And you responded, "Okay, a little at a time." Do you remember that conversation?
So I don't recall the exact conversation. I think I probably texted back and forth to Lindsay almost daily during that time. So I don't remember the specific text messages, but I would say if they're there, then that's what we sent back to each other.
Okay. And then there were further text messages that day. Where you say, "How was your day?" later on in the day. And she said it was good, played with the kids a lot, were able to go outside, Kingsbury Club and gymnastics, kept them busy, and me too. So do you remember her talking to you during that time about going to gymnastics and going to the Kingsbury Club and things like that with the children?
I don't remember the specific text, but I do remember her doing things with the children. Yes.
They flew a witness in from Texas who worked at the daycare in the Kingsbury Club. For what reason? Your guess is as good as mine. She was able to work out once in a while and put the kids in daycare, but she never brought the baby there. So she must have been fine. Everybody has good days and bad days. Trying to put on a happy face, masking, trying to do things with the kids. So ridiculous. She slept better one day than another day. She also probably didn't want to worry her mother until it was really an emergency. And she said, please, can you come now? I need you now. Maybe she didn't want to worry her mother. Her mother looks like a worrier. Many of us are worriers. We worry. We're warriors too, but we also worry.
Then on January 11th, the following day, you sent a text, excuse me, how are you feeling today? And she responded with a photo of Callan drinking out of a Mary Lou's cup, saying, we have another Mary Lou's fan. And you said, decaf looks like he's enjoying it. And then later on, you asked again, how are you doing today? And she said, hi, Mom, doing all right. Nothing new, really, just taking it day by day. You said, still feeling a little better. And she said, a little bit. You said, sleeping okay. She said, not great last night because Cora was up with a bellyache. Do you remember that?
So again, we texted so many times daily, twice daily, maybe 3 times daily. So I can't say that I remember the specific text. I do remember the picture of Callan with the Mary Lou cup because that stands out in my mind. But the specific text going back and forth, we just did it so often that I can't say I remember the specific text you're reading back to me. Okay. But again, if they were there, then we sent them.
Right. And do you remember Lindsay talking to you about Cora having stomach issues during the month of January?
Yes.
And belly aches off and on?
Yes.
And then January 13th, again, you're checking in with her. Hi, Lindsay, how are you today? She said, hi, Mom, pretty good today. How about you? You asked about the little ones, and she said, all good. Went to the gym this morning, just hanging out, and now they have no school today. And then the following day, again, you're checking in. Hi, Lindsay, how's your Saturday going? She said, hi, Mom, it's going well, just hanging out. It's yucky here. So these are like daily check-ins that you're doing, checking in on her, seeing if she's okay, seeing if she's feeling better, seeing if she's sleeping well, things like that, right?
Yes.
She was concerned.
You also asked her that day on the 14th, do you feel any different since being off the Seroquel? She says, not as much as I was hoping, going to talk to my psychiatrist about it on Monday. You say, but some. She says a little, but I still don't feel like you, but then she corrects it to me. And you ask her if she's going to be able to get outside with the kids today, and she said she's going to try. So similar conversations to that, where you're talking about medication and how she's doing on the medication?
Yes, I get.
Then the following day, on the 15th of January, you say, good morning. Is it a good morning for you today? She says, good morning. It's pretty good going to an indoor water park. And she tells you that it's at the Cape Cotter. Do you remember them going to the Cape Cotter water park?
I do remember them going there, yes.
And then on the following day, on the 16th, you actually texted her, how was the water park yesterday? She said it was fun. Cora and Dawson enjoyed. Callan didn't know what to think of it. Couldn't get any pics because it was too hectic keeping track of them in the water and stuff. And it was busy, but it was a good time. Does that sound familiar, that they had a good time that day? And you asked her that day if she had anything planned, and she said Pat took Cora skiing, so she was hanging with the boys. Do you remember that?
Not specifically. I don't remember that text.
How dare Patrick take Cora skiing? What a bad dad he is. He shouldn't have ever left her alone, people are saying. They had a good time at the water park. So she couldn't have been in psychosis or heading towards psychosis, or we know she got off the Seroquel because that's the reason they put her in McLean, to detox her from the Seroquel. And then we found out that Dr. Tufts put her back on it. They couldn't get any pictures at the water park, but you know what they did get? The Commonwealth anyway got surveillance footage to show that she was having a good time. So therefore, she definitely didn't have postpartum depression. I hope at least some of the women on the jury and the men are seeing right through this and understanding mental health Some days are good, some days are bad. Some days you have to pretend to be okay, even when you're not. Some days your insides are screaming, but you don't want to tell the people that you love because you don't want them to worry. Because everyone who testified about Lindsay talked about how loving and kind and emotional she was. I get the sense that she was an empath. And so she wouldn't go around trauma dumping on people, right? She was crying when babies were born in the delivery room as a nurse. That's how emotional she was and what an empath she is. And so it wouldn't be her nature to complain or to trauma dump on others.
She, that same day, sent you some photographs of Dawson doing a drawing of a firefighter and Callan. Do you remember receiving those?
I do remember the pictures, yes.
Reddington's going to let this go because he knows it helps him. And Lindsay.
Then the following day, again, you're checking in every day. You say, you feeling better? She says, a little bit. You said, still taking the same medication. She said, yes, about to have an appointment with her psychiatrist. You said, let me know how it goes. And she said, okay. And then she responds back after her appointment. She recommended another antidepressant since my mood is still very low off the Seroquel. You asked her how she felt about it. And she told you she just wants to feel like herself again, but she's up for trying it.
How is this helping you? She just wants to feel like herself again. She's very down. How is this helping you?
And she just wants to get back to who she was, right?
She doesn't feel like herself. She feels like a different person.
And she told you it was amitriptyline. Is that right? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the medication.
Amitriptyline.
Then on the 18th, January 18th, again, you're reaching out and she says, hi, Mom, I'm doing all right. How about you? And you say, you're good. You're thinking about visiting that weekend. And she says, that sounds good. And you ask her about being able to get out and exercise. And she said she's been walking on the treadmill at the gym for exercise. And you asked her if she started a new medication and if she's feeling better. And she says, feel okay, just not great. I did start it 2 nights ago. You said, is that the one that takes a while to feel the effects? She said, yep, weeks. And you said, is the okay that you're feeling now better than what you were feeling a few weeks ago? And she said, yes. Do you remember that?
Again, I don't remember the specific text, just remember texting back and forth daily about how she's feeling, about, what's different medication wise, but I can't say I remember that specific text that you're reading me. But again, if they're there, then they were done by us.
You know what they say is really good for mood improvement? Exercise. I think now we're up to 3 times that she went to the gym.
Right. And so on the 19th of January, again, you're checking in and say, how are you feeling today? Can you tell if anything's different with the new medication? She says, I'm feeling all right. Nothing new really yet because it takes weeks to really work, but I'm okay. You asked if she's still sleeping well, and she says decently, and the kids get up a lot.
I'm sorry, the 19th, was that the same day that she Googled hallucinations? Ma'am? Anybody can tie that together?
So again, more of the same check-ins daily, seeing how she's doing, seeing how she's sleeping, right?
Correct.
I think reading all these messages
And
into the
then
record helps the
on
defense.
the 20th,
Go on with the
you
bad self.
reach out, is it pizza and movie night? She says just pizza and playing. And you tell her you're leaving at 9, bringing dessert for the kids. And she says, sounds great. So you're talking about your visit that weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
And in these texts prior to the visit, you say that it's been a while since you've seen them. So it sounds like from these texts, you're checking in with her every day from January 7th, 2023, all the way up to your visit on January 21st, 2023. You're checking in with her. So you're at home in Connecticut from the 7th until the 21st.
Correct.
Are you trying? Oh my God, I hope there's some grandmothers on the jury too. Are you saying she's a bad mom because she checked in with her every single day between those two dates, but she never went to see her? That's what a good mom does. She's checking in with her, making sure she's feeling okay. If there's any improvement, trying to fix what's wrong with her daughter.
And then on the 22nd, that Sunday, Lindsay, Pat, and the older kids, they go to the Carney's house for that bonfire and get together. And you stayed home with Callan, right?
Correct. It was a beach dinner. Get it right.
And then after they get home, you and your husband left, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the way home, you texted on January 22nd, 2023 at 7:55 p.m. Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better. Is that correct?
If that's what that says, yes, that's correct. I don't exactly remember the text, but yes.
Here's a great idea. Guilt grandma for leaving on the 22nd when her grandchildren were murdered on the 24th. This is a great idea, ma'am. Yeah, I'm annoyed when she calls Patrick Pat too, right? It's like people who don't know me call me Mel. I'm like, you're not my friend. You don't get to just call me by a nickname.
Everyone this weekend. Nice to see you at 7:55 p.m. Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better.
See you doing
Is that
better.
correct?
If that's what that says, yes, that's correct. I don't exactly remember the text, but yes, if that's what it says, yes.
So from your text, not saying she was doing great, but she was doing better than she was, according to your text, or appeared to be.
The text from me was meant to encourage her because I didn't think it did any good to discourage her.
Right.
So the text was not necessarily what I actually observed that weekend, but it was meant to encourage her because I was encouraging her to do things with the kids to kind of try to get back to normal. So it's not necessarily a representation of exactly what I observed that weekend.
But that weekend, she was able to go.
She's trying to encourage her. That's withdrawn. You guys can call me Mel. You guys are my friends. I'm talking about people that I just meet, that I have over my house to give me an estimate for something. You guys can call me Mel. That's totally fine. She's encouraging her. It doesn't make it doesn't mean that it means that she can get out of bed. When her mother came to visit her and she had to sleep in her basement with the mother, it means that she's able to get up out of bed and maybe carry on the activities of daily living. And her mother is an excellent witness. She's not going to be bullied. She's not going to be, steered into saying things that she doesn't want to say. She's trying to encourage her daughter. Because you can't just say to somebody who's in a severe depression, snap out of it. What do you have to be depressed about? Snap out of it. You have a great life. It was meant to encourage her.
Of exactly what I observed that weekend.
But that weekend, she was able to go to a friend's house with the older kids and Pat and spend a few hours there, correct?
Correct.
And she was able to do activities and hang out with you and your husband. There's a photograph and evidence of the two of you sitting on the couch smiling and hanging out together.
Oh my
so you were
God,
able to
a
interact
photograph.
with her, correct?
Correct. The photograph was taken by Cora because Cora wanted to use my phone and take her picture. So Lindsay and I were going to put a smile on our face and let Cora take a picture. Yes. But again, there was other observations I made that weekend, but it was not I didn't think it was in Lindsay's best interest to discourage her or point out those, because she was making every attempt to feel better and to do things to make herself feel better. So as a mother, I was encouraging her.
Well, you didn't say, I hope you feel better, or you're going to get there, or you're doing it. You actually said, nice to see you doing better, correct? That's what you wrote?
Those were my encouraging words, yes.
And
wow. What you said to your daughter wasn't good enough. You didn't say, I hope you're going to get better, or you're going to get there. Like the words of affirmation, right? That Jennifer Tufts would give her during the validation phase of her 17-minute visit. We're going to listen to that again. That's what we do here sometimes when I feel like something is worth repeating. And her mother's doing great. Tell me you know nothing about psychosis without telling me you know nothing about psychosis. It is sudden onset. It doesn't last for weeks at a time. A person can snap in a moment.
Because she was making every attempt to feel better and to do things to make herself feel better.
Lindsay was trying. She was doing all the things, exercising, trying to get out of bed, get in the shower. She was trying.
So as a mother, I was encouraging her.
Well, you didn't say, I hope you feel better, or you're going to get there, or you're doing it. You actually said, nice to see you doing better, correct? That's what you wrote?
Those were my encouraging words, yes.
And from January 7th.
Right. So that Lindsay would think that her mother noticed that she was making improvements, that all of the things that she was trying to do to fix herself were working. What's the difference? I don't think she's a mother. I don't know, but I imagine she's not a mother and doesn't know how to mother. You're going to get there. No, I've noticed. It's good to see that you are doing better. It's working, Lindsay. It's disgusting. This is really gross.
Up through January 22nd, Lindsay repeatedly told you she was doing okay. She was feeling a little bit better. Not completely better, not 100%, but she kept telling you, I feel a little bit better. I feel a little bit better. You even asked her, is the better you're feeling now better than a few weeks ago? And she said, yes, correct?
That's correct without my observation of her.
And what she was responding.
Here's the thing. Here's just one of the many things that I hate about these prosecutors and this prosecution. You can't use it as a shield and a sword. Okay. Now she's trying to say that these text messages are all true, that Lindsay is telling the truth, that she's saying she's feeling better and she feels better than she did weeks ago. And now she's better. She's feeling better. And then with another witness say that Lindsay's a liar and Lindsay never told the truth about anything. But now she's trying to say that all this stuff was true. So she was getting better, right? So she couldn't have possibly been in psychosis. Pick a theory, pick a lane. You don't even know what lane you're in at this point. At this point, you're like riding the double yellow line. Is Lindsay a liar who faked a suicide attempt? Or is Lindsay telling her mother the truth that she was getting better and then therefore she wasn't in psychosis? Somebody said, I think AI wrote all these questions. She should just sit down. The hole that you are digging right now is much deeper than it was when you started.
Responding to you in text, correct?
That's correct without my observation of her.
And what she was responding to you in text, correct?
Correct.
They might be off the road at this point. You could be right. Yeah, in the end, 3 babies were killed. They're the victims. I don't disagree with you at all.
You also spoke to the police on January 25th, 2023. Do you remember that?
I do.
Oh, whip out the statement so you can get ready for your impeachment, ma'am. She gave a statement to the police the day after her grandchildren were murdered and her daughter was airlifted to the Brigham.
Do you remember telling the police that Lindsay seemed to be improving since leaving McLean?
I do not recall. I remember speaking to the police. I had just found out what had happened and I was pretty much in shock. So anything I remember, honestly, I remember 2 things I told the police. Anything else that you have there, I must have said, but I don't recall them. I've been going through my mind. I can honestly recall 2 things I told the police during that interview. I was pretty much in shock.
Okay, so do you remember telling them that she seemed brighter lately?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, oftentimes it has been said that before someone takes their own life, they will have moments of joy because they know the pain's going to be over soon. Well done, Madam Prosecutor. Here comes redirect. She seemed brighter. Kevin going to the exhibit table. Everyone in this courtroom is going to get sick. There's going to be some ick going around because coughing, choking, hacking, and spitting going on in this courtroom. He's having something marked. I like Judge Sullivan's tie today.
Oh, you mean the ones that you didn't want?
Yes.
Oh, this was one.
That's all right. I can check later.
Oh, did he give her a side eye? I didn't catch it.
Just looking here through the exhibits, District Attorney stood up and said to you that I had introduced into evidence and showed you Exhibit 276, which would be a list of text dated on October 19th. Do you remember that? It was the black one. It was the copies. It wasn't green. You recall that this was introduced into evidence? Recall her questioning you from this?
On October 19th?
Yeah, this is the one that I had introduced, was Exhibit 276, and the date would be October 19th, your text thread.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And then she said, well, there's something missing, and went up and said to you, this text, which would be 277. You recall that? I'm going to show it to you.
Yes.
Okay. So what I had introduced was a text thread from October 19th up through and including October 20th. Is that fair to say? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I introduced this is because we had introduced earlier, like a whole lot of pages text. And I wanted to focus on the text thread where she said, Mommy, can you stay?
Sustained.
So when the district attorney suggested that there's something.
Why was there an objection? Hold on one second.
Earlier, and the reason I introduced this is because we had introduced earlier, like a whole lot of pages text. And I wanted to focus on the text thread where she said, Mommy, can you stay?
Sustained.
So when the district
Yes,
attorney
answer.
suggested that there's something missing, like I left it out or something, is it fair to say that Exhibit 277 is a totally different date? Look at the date. What is the date that the VA is talking about? You see it on there?
1023.
1023. It has nothing to do with the text thread that I introduced, right? It's a day or two after that, right?
Right.
If you know.
Yes.
Now, we had introduced into evidence also the Cellebrite record as Exhibit 238 that the state police for the district attorney's office had printed out. That is only the month of January. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And then I introduced into evidence, or tried to introduce into evidence, all of the texts between you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
I think, Your Honor, that's what's, this was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was marked for identification. I would now like to reoffer
She's on her
this
feet.
in its entirety.
Let's see counsel sidebar, please.
I want to hear this argument again. He's trying to get him in. She keeps objecting because it's really, really, really bad for her case.
Into evidence, all of the text. And then I introduced into evidence, or tried to introduce into evidence, all of the texts between.
Right. So they only had printed up the text messages from January, and he wanted to introduce all of them.
Between you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
I think, Your Honor, that's what's, this was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was marked for identification. I would now like to reoffer this in its entirety.
He wants all the text messages between her and her mom.
Let's see counsel sidebar, please.
She was just questioning her about stuff outside of January, right? Yeah, YouTube has been acting wonky, right? Here's a comment from someone who I guess is not a medical provider. Says, it's not bipolar. It was PPP. You don't just get bipolar in middle age randomly right after having a baby and then it disappears and doesn't come back. Mira 8785, are you a medical provider? It's a wild thing to put in chat as fact. And I'm just wondering, since some of your other comments were that woman was liking pics of his months before the incident. They ran a marathon together a few weeks before. Again, that is not true. That is not true. The marathon in Bermuda was 2026, not 2023. This is a perfect example of why you shouldn't believe everything you read on the internet, because it's not true. It is not true. You can like a picture that was posted 4 years ago today, and it will show that you liked the picture on Facebook. It will not show when you liked the picture. Unbelievable, but not really. Not really. Not really. The argument is about Kevin Reddington trying to get all of her text messages into evidence instead of just the January text messages. Yeah, they talked about October and December. So that's, what I don't know. Why wouldn't it come in? She was checking in with her daughter constantly. That's a good mom. Did you ever try and have her committed in January, in December, in November, when she told you that she wanted to hurt the children in December? Did you try and have her committed? Did you try and have her committed? Listen to the Tide says, hopefully this spectacle will turn off the jurors. Lindsay was clearly trying so hard. Putting her mom through this questioning is cruel and shows how weak the DA's case is. I know. And here's the thing. None of this stuff matters. Okay? The jury is here to determine whether at the time of these crimes she was suffering from a mental disease or defect that would prevent her from knowing that what she was doing was against the law, or that what she was doing is something that she could not control. And that is just a basic overview. And the Commonwealth's burden is to prove that. That's what they think they're doing by this type of questioning. But in order to get there, don't you think the jury's entitled to everything? To get to the truth of what happened, not just to secure yourself a conviction in a case that you thought might skyrocket you and your career, which I submit to you may be doing exactly the opposite and tanking it, because the world is watching.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have. All right.
I don't know if it was allowed in. It was marked. I don't know if it was allowed in or not. Did they say it was coming in? Hold on. I just got to take it back a tiny bit. She marked it, so I think it's in.
That's all I have.
I think it was marked for identification, and now it's in, so that's good.
And when you were asked about Exhibit 271 and the text messages on October 23rd and October 24th, that was to establish when you left the home that week of the 20th, correct?
She's going to keep going.
Because you said, how are things today? And she said, good, implying that you were no longer with them, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Anything on that, Counsel?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Please sit down. Thank you.
You did a great job, Mrs. Musgrove, and I'm so sorry for your losses and for the treatment of you by this prosecutor.
All right, defendant.
Yes. I call Dr. Volkovich.
Dr. Volkovich. We're getting an expert. Can you please do La Posada today? Because I got to be on an airplane tomorrow, and I really, really, really want to see Dr. La Posada with all of you. This is one of the experts that the defense fought to get in.
Good afternoon.
You could testify.
All right, Mr. Rankin, why don't you hold off? I'm going to give an instruction.
Oh, sure.
At this point. So, members of the jury, I just want to give you an instruction. It's one I probably should have given a little bit earlier in the trial as well. It's going to apply to this witness. It applies to a number of witnesses who testified earlier, and it's going to apply to a number of witnesses who testify after. And it's in regards to expert witnesses. All right. So generally in cases that are tried in our courts, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. Right? That's things that they've personally seen, heard, or felt. However, in a variety of cases, issues arise that are beyond the experiences of laypersons in those type of cases. We allow a person with specialized training or experience called an expert witness to testify, and to testify not only to facts, but also to opinions and the reasons for their opinions on issues that are within that witness's field of expertise and are relevant material to the case. Because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in their field, does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat the so-called expert witness just like you would treat any other witness. In other words, as with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of any expert witness, including the opinions that they give. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts that are relied on by the expert, and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the witness's testimony. You're free to reject the testimony and opinion of such a witness in whole or in part if you determine that the opinion is not based on sufficient education and experience, that the testimony of the witness is motivated by some bias or interest in the case. You must keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. So if you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember that expert witnesses do not decide cases, juries do. So in the last instance, an expert witness is like any other witness in the sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight you give to that expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw from the testimony. All right. And I'll go into that a little bit more at the end.
Yes, that is a normal jury instruction for expert witnesses. Somebody said that, he's saying that the prosecution's witnesses were not experts, and they're not. An expert is a hired gun. None of the prosecution did not call their experts yet. They're going to call them on rebuttal, is my understanding. And all of this is normal. And uncivil laws here. I think I saw what hold on. He wrote, wait. Hi, Kurt. Does she seriously have a live, laugh, and sing box on her table? That's Lindsay Clancy. That box is in front of her, and I think it's evidence. I think it's like a memory box. And then you said, I hate this woman so much. So I don't know if you're referring to Lindsay or if you're referring to the prosecutor, but that's the defendant. The box is in front of her because that's what I think you're talking about. And that is what evidence that hasn't been there before because the defense just started its case in chief. So I don't know who it is that you're hating, but if you're hating Lindsay, then this probably isn't a good fit for you. I don't think you meant that, did you?
And when I go into the more extensive instructions that I'll give you at the end of the trial. All right. Hi, Mr. Ranks.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you tell us your name and spell your name?
It's Michael WULFOVICH. It's V as in Victor, U-L, F as in Frank, O, V as in Victor, I-C-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor. I work full-time at Newton Wellesley Hospital.
Newton Wellesley?
Yes.
And can you tell us are you board certified, sir?
I am. I'm board certified in emergency medicine.
And that would be by the American Board of Emergency Medicine?
Correct.
And how long have you been practicing emergency medicine?
I did 3 years of residency, and this is my 13th year as a full-time attending.
And you're presently employed, where is it?
Newton Wellesley Hospital primarily, and then I do some additional shifts at Emerson Hospital in Concord.
How about medical school? Where'd you go to med school?
St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Obviously licensed in the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir.
In the course of your training and experience, sir, do you work full-time in a particular field of medicine?
Just emergency medicine. So basically we see any and all comers, anything from ankle sprains to traumas.
Okay. Did I ask you to review?
Kurt, you know my opinions on these kind of cases, so I don't know if you're coming in here to try and rage bait me or my chat, but maybe you should go watch this somewhere else, okay? I meant that I hate the triple child murderer, which I think is a pretty typical thing to feel. Really, Kurt? Really? You come into my chat and say shit like that, like you did during the Ashley Benefield trial? It's not cool, dude. It's not cool to do to other YouTubers that you have I thought we had a civil relationship, but now I'm going to call you out because, like, I don't do that. I would never do that to somebody else's chat, ever. Did somebody like hijack your channel, and are they posing as you? Is somebody impersonating you? Or are you just having an episode? Like, come on, dude. Who does that? Could be a troll, but I think it's not. But I'll check. That's a good point. Like, who goes into another YouTuber's stream to disrupt their chat? Who does that?
Some documents regarding
Comers, anything
Okay,
from...
this is an ER doctor. He's a defense paid expert. And let's see what he testifies to. Maybe about her injuries when she came into the ER. We'll see.
Just emergency.
In the course of your training and experience, sir, do you work full-time in a particular field of medicine?
Just emergency medicine. So basically, we see any and all comers, anything from ankle sprains to traumas.
Okay. Did I ask you to review some documents regarding this particular case involving Lindsay Clancy?
You did. You asked me to review the...
Very what you reviewed.
Oh, sorry. You asked me to review the photos from the crime scene, and then the emergency medical records from South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then the records from her hospital stay at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
So in reviewing all of those various hospital records, sir, you're aware that on January 24th of 2023, she initially was transported to South Shore Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what's treatment she received at the South Shore Hospital briefly?
So she arrived with a GCS of 10, meaning she was not really very responsive.
Let me interrupt you just because that, what did you say, a G6?
GCS, Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay, slow down, because I don't understand. What is a GCS?
It's a Glasgow Coma Scale. It's a series of things that we look at to determine how responsive somebody is, you know, whether their eyes are opening spontaneously, whether they're able to speak on their own, and whether you're able to understand what they're saying, and then how much, if at all, they're moving, whether they're moving spontaneously, whether they can follow commands, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Let's focus. This is really important. This is the Glasgow Coma Scale. Glasgow Coma Scale. It's not the first time. This is all about Lindsay when she was presented to South Shore Hospital, when she was brought from the scene. Let's find out if she had a crushed thyroid, because I'm interested. The delay is killing me. Scroll on, troll on.
And whether you're able to...
Okay, let me received at the South Shore Hospital briefly.
So she arrived with a GCS of 10, meaning she was not really very responsive.
Let me interrupt you just because that, what did you say, a G6?
GCS, Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay, slow down, because I don't understand. What is a GCS?
It's a Glasgow Coma Scale. It's a series of things that we look at to determine how responsive somebody is, you know, whether their eyes are opening spontaneously, whether they're able to speak on their own, and whether you're able to understand what they're saying, and then how much, if at all, they're moving, whether they're moving spontaneously, whether they can follow commands, that kind of thing.
Okay. So the Glasgow Coma Scale GCS of 10, what does that tell you as an emergency room doctor?
Tells us that she was not very responsive on arrival. It sounds like she was not speaking intelligibly, and the doctors at South Shore Hospital were concerned about her ability to maintain her own airway and made the...
Speaking intelligibly, right? So she was able to speak. Hold on. Glasgow Coma Score of 10. Just taking it back a second. I have Guzma in the corner.
And what does that tell you as an emergency room doctor?
Tells us that she was not very responsive on arrival. It sounds like she was not speaking intelligibly. And
not speaking intelligibly. Remember, she could have deteriorated from the time she was found outside on the lawn until she got to the hospital because she had a severed spinal cord.
The doctors at South Shore Hospital were concerned about her ability to maintain her own airway and made the decision to intubate her, which means putting a breathing tube down her throat into her lungs and placing her on a ventilator and sedating her.
Was she also, what would be, I guess, referred to as hypothermic?
She was.
What does that mean?
Means that her body temperature was below what's considered normal. So in her case, her core body temperature was, I believe, 82.1 degrees, which would put her into severe hypothermia.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100. And
Severe hypothermia? I feel like he's on double speed, but he's not. Severe hypothermia. Remember, she was only outside for a short time, right? Be in trouble? Imagine if you were out there for 6 hours. She was only out there for a short time, but she also had the severed spinal cord. Severe hypothermia under 82 degrees. I'll hear that again.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above.
All right, I'll go back for it.
What would be, I guess, referred to as hypothermic?
She was.
What does that mean?
Means that her body temperature was below what's considered normal. So in her case, her core body temperature was, I believe, 82.1 degrees, which would put her into severe hypothermia.
Severe hypothermia.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100, and hypotensive means that her blood pressure was below what is considered normal.
And
wait, we know that we looked at her Apple Health data. Her heart rate was consistently over 100. I think it was like 120, like all day before this happened. If you have a parent who's older and has AFib, there is nothing better than an Apple Watch. It will tell your parent when they're going into AFib.
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100, and hypotensive means that her blood pressure was below what is considered normal.
And Social Hospital, were they able to stabilize her?
It sounds like they were able to stabilize her by placing a breathing tube in her neck, in her throat to help with her breathing. And then they basically proceeded to obtain a bunch of imaging, started her on medications to sedate her and artificially raise her blood pressure. They started working on rewarming her. And then in conjunction with the trauma team there, they made the decision that she would be better served at a hospital with a higher level of care.
Okay. And can you tell us what the injuries were that she presented herself with to the Social Hospital?
So there were multiple injuries. She had lacerations to bilateral wrists.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
Bilateral, both sides. So she had a laceration both to her left wrist and to her right wrist, and then multiple superficial lacerations as well. And then she also had multiple superficial lacerations to both sides of her neck, the front of her neck, and 2 deeper lacerations to the sides of her neck.
So when you say superficial lacerations and then deeper lacerations, do you recall what's the standard? What do you look for in something like that?
So it's tough. Everybody will describe them a little bit differently. In her case, I would describe multiple superficial lacerations, which would typically mean kind of scrapes on the surface of the skin, nothing that actually gets through the full thickness of the skin. And then she also had full thickness lacerations, meaning that she made it all the way through the skin into the subcutaneous tissue, the fatty tissue. And then you would need to describe it further if any additional structures were injured, which in her case they were not.
Now, in your experience for a number of years in the emergency room, have you had occasion to treat people that have tried to commit suicide or successfully committed suicide by cutting their throat?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. And can you tell us, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, sir, as to whether or not this injury or these injuries that you observe were consistent with what you've seen in other suicide attempts?
Sustained.
Well, can you tell us, did that look like an effort to pretend or fake a suicide?
Sustained.
Well, when you looked at the injuries, did you make a determination that they appeared to have some impact on the human body of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
What was that?
They were consistent with self-injurious behavior. The intent, I can't gauge, but...
Okay. Yep, thank you. How about the wrist? What did you observe?
Okay, if you're confused about all those objections, he cannot testify as to what her intent was because obviously he's not in her head. And so that would be improper testimony for an expert witness.
About the wrist injuries, sir.
So she had 2 full thickness lacerations, one on the left, one on the right.
What does that mean?
Means that she made it all the way through the epidermis and the dermis, which is what makes up the skin in the wrist, and into the fatty tissue, which is the next layer.
Okay. Are you familiar in your experience, sir, with hesitation wounds in a suicide attempt?
Yes, to some extent.
What does that mean?
Means typically that they're more kind of subtle, weaker attempts to hurt yourself, not necessarily anything that's going to be deep to the structures of the skin, but more just scrapes along the surface.
Okay. And you notice some of those on the neck area as well. Is that correct?
There were multiple of those on both the neck and the wrists.
As it relates to the injuries to the wrists, did you observe any vascular structures or penetration of the cervical, strike that, the fascia?
There was not.
Okay. What other injuries did you recall from reviewing the medical records?
So she also had multiple fractures in her cervical spine, which are the vertebrae that make up her neck, including what's called a burst fracture of C1, and then other fractures of C4. She also had fractures of multiple levels of the thoracic spine. I believe she had multiple transverse process fractures on both the right and left.
What does that mean, transverse fractures?
Transverse process.
If you're not picking up what he's laying down, she had a broken neck and a broken back.
On both the right and left.
What does that mean, transverse fractures?
Transverse processes are lateral projections, basically projections that go sideways off of the bone that allow the ribs to articulate, connect with the spine, and they also allow muscles to connect, and they help support the basically overall ring structure of the spinal canal.
And was she then transported by med flight or life flight to a Boston hospital?
She was.
What does that tell you as an emergency surgeon when someone's transported by med flight or life flight?
Typically means that her injuries are thought to be severe enough that she needs immediate intervention and further treatment, that the hospital that is basically necessitating the transport is saying that they cannot provide at their facility.
She was then transported to what hospital?
Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
She was admitted to what unit?
Surgical ICU.
And you had a chance to review all those medical records as well?
I did.
Did she suffer a particular event that night that you recall from looking at the records?
She did shortly after arriving in the surgical ICU. It sounds like they were moving her, and when they moved her, they noticed that her blood pressure dropped, her pulse became faint, and subsequently she actually suffered a complete cardiac arrest and required 2 rounds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation with compressions and medications before she was able to be revived.
And
she was dead. They brought her back. She was dead. They brought her back. That's why she wanted to know if she had she needed a lawyer because she wanted a DNR because they had already brought her back to nobody wanted to die more than she did. And still wants to, I imagine. Think of Dr. Robbie from The Pit. If you watch The Pit, you know. Okay. When they moved her, I mean, this is just, I love The Pit so much that I understand everything he's saying because I love that show. This is important. So let's forget about the person who came in here and tried to disrupt another creator's chat. And understand this is a man that I've known for years since I started this channel, have collaborated with in the past before. And it was a wild thing that just happened, but we're over it now.
Looking at the records?
She did shortly after arriving in the surgical ICU. It sounds like they were moving her, and when they moved her, they noticed that her blood pressure dropped, her pulse became faint, and subsequently she actually suffered a complete cardiac arrest and required 2 rounds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation with compressions and medications before she was able to be revived.
And she also, to your knowledge, had suffered significant hemorrhage and had to have a fairly massive blood transfusion?
Yes, they placed chest tubes, which are basically plastic tubes that go into the chest cavity on both sides, and had about 300 cc's of blood come out from each side. And there was also noted to be significant hemorrhage around the spine and into the mediastinum, which is the portion of the chest that houses a lot of the organs like your esophagus, your trachea, blood vessels, that kind of thing.
Now, if there's a fracture or a serious fracture to, I believe it's C1, does that interfere possibly with a person's ability to breathe?
It does.
And how does that work?
So if you have a fracture that affects the spinal cord above a certain level, typically above the third cervical vertebrae, it basically removes your ability to initiate breathing on your own. Your third, fourth, and fifth cervical vertebrae, the nerves that lead from there, are the ones that are responsible for telling your diaphragm to go up and down and help you breathe. And so if you lose the ability to send that signal down to your diaphragm, you lose the ability to breathe.
Wow.
Now, as it relates to your review of the medical records and review of the history, are you aware of the mechanism of the injuries that she suffered that you just described for the jury?
I am.
Tell us what that was, to your knowledge.
That she went out of her second story window.
And going out of the window, obviously, did she strike the ground or?
She did.
And that caused the injuries, the mechanism of injury?
Yes, it's consistent with all of her injuries.
Now, with your experience, sir, with, as you indicated, dealing with people in the emergency room and treating people that have been involved with sequential acts of self-harm, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as an emergency board certified physician as to the effect of the combination of the multiple sequential injuries that you saw?
Can I see counsel at sidebar? I'm just.
Can you ask an expert
I can
a
withdraw
question?
it, Judge. I'll withdraw it. Just thank you very much.
So she really didn't. Okay, so he wasn't allowed to tell us his opinion. And when you're phrasing your question to an expert, you have to say, do you have an opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to X, Y, and Z? So let's see what exactly he was trying to get here. And he withdrew it, and that was the end.
Emergency board certified physician, sequential acts of self-harm.
Injuries.
Now, with your experience, sir, with, as you indicated, dealing with people in the emergency room and treating people that have been involved with sequential acts of self-harm, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as an emergency board certified physician as to the effect of the combination of the multiple sequential injuries that you saw?
Can I see counsel at sidebar? I'm just.
He wanted him to say
I can withdraw it, Judge. I'll withdraw it.
whether or not his opinion was that this was a suicide attempt. That's what he wanted him to say in his opinion. And he said, forget it. I'm going to withdraw it. I don't feel like going up to sidebar every 30 seconds because we're losing the jury.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. V.
No questions.
All right. Thank
No
you, Doctor.
questions. No cross. Oh, guess you weren't ready for the defense experts, eh? Please, Dr. Lobsada. Everyone cross your fingers.
All right. Counsel, now could I see it sidebar? Okay.
It is 3:23 here on the East Coast. Oh, we're a little bit behind, so we get to scooch.
Okay, we're going to talk to counsel now, but we're going to stop. I told you it was going to be stop and start, right? So we're going to stop now, but we're going to stop now for the day for you. I'm going to come back. I'm going to talk to counsel about setting some things up logistically for tomorrow. All right, so tomorrow the plan would be, hopefully we'll start right at 9 or right as close as we can. And we'd hope to have a pretty full day in regards to the witnesses. All right, so I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9. I'm going to remind you, don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it or anything about any similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't listen to anything. Don't post anything. You kind of know where I'm going, right? So I'm going to ask you to follow those instructions again. I'm going to give you those questions, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise, please, your executive. Close the session.
Hey, Council, I see you sidebar just really in regards to tomorrow, not very long.
I think we're still a little bit behind. Guess we're not going to get Emily Thorndike's voir dire today, even though she was sitting in the hallway. I want to go back and I'm looking at the decision and order about the witnesses, and I want to remember. Okay, so here's what he ordered about Dr. VULFOVICH. Dr. VULFOVICH may testify as to the injuries suffered by the defendant on January 24th, 2023. He may testify as to the possible mechanism for the injuries to the defendant's cervical and thoracic spine. The court will conduct a voir dire regarding any other opinions sought to be introduced. They did not do that to my knowledge, and so he didn't give an opinion, but he just talked about the injuries. It does say that they, according about Dr. Condi, they will conduct a voir dire of the witness, so that we have to look forward to at some point. And with regard to Dr. La Posada, she's going to be allowed to testify as to the wounds and injuries sustained by the defendant. She may testify as the possible mechanism for the injuries to the defendant's cervical and thoracic spine. She may testify as to the lack of evidence of inflicted or abusive injuries unrelated to the cause of death to Cora Dawson and Callan Clancy. She also may testify as to the time for loss of consciousness with a jugular vein compression, and the court will conduct a voir dire regarding any other opinions sought to be introduced. So that's where we stand. They're at sidebar right now. Some more experts that the defense intends to call is Dr. Margaret Spinelli, who is going to testify about the issues of medications and their effects. So that's good. And Dr. Avram Mack, who is also going to testify about the defendant's medications. And he's offering an opinion as to the possibility of physiologic and psychological deleterious effects. And this order does not mention a Resnick, which I'm not sure what it was that he was going to testify to because it's not in the order. We don't know if the jury's been sent home. They're at sidebar right now, so we don't know if they're going to argue anything else. So I'm going to keep the court feed up. MJ said, I've been watching compilations of Rosemary's Capiccio, and those doctors are not ready. Maria Spaghetti says, Trunchbull has picked several messages from thousands. Yes. 11, like, can you imagine what this prosecutor would be saying if Lindsay was unable to get out of bed, not shower, not eat, not play with the kids, etc.? Freaking gross behavior with how she's treated Lindsay's family. Dr. La Posada did not testify today. No, you didn't miss it. You didn't miss it. Teresa Robot became a member. Welcome. Shred the Stigma Cupcake RN is here and says, it has been studied that moms have neurological changes postpartum. It's not a stretch for bipolar to manifest or worsen. Right. Thank you. Cupcake RN. You're the Crash Daddy says, did they ever think of checking all of Lindsay's hormones? Mothers know what it's like for pregnancy hormones post-birth and during pregnancy. Kristen, can you please shed light on why the ADA would refuse to lead with any compassion at all? Not one, I'm sorry for your loss, or I'm sorry for the circumstances that bring you here when questioning people. I just have, I can't understand it. No, I can't understand it. I can't shed light on it. I don't know if they don't have compassion or empathy, or if they feel like if they show it, it would be perceived as being weak. There is a very real syndrome among female attorneys in particular. I mean, I became a lawyer in the 90s, right? That, you have to be tough. You got to be tough. You got to be, because you don't want the men to think that, you're not tough like they are, because it was back then, and still in some cases is, in some places, a boys' club. But there's no shame in showing compassion and empathy to witnesses who have been through such a tragic loss. And we saw that when we watched the Boulder trial. Michael Daugherty was the DA at the time who tried the case. He still is, I think, the DA in Boulder. And there was a mass shooting at the King Soopers supermarket. And many, many people lost their lives that day. And this DA led with compassion. He really did, to the family members of the shooter. Like, it was such a different way of trying a case. It's a style that I completely disagree with. This case also could have been tried without subjecting the jury to autopsy photos that were so graphic to the children. They will never be able to
be marked for identification. Those will be impounded.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
Right.
All right.
Something is marked for identification and impounded. I don't know what that was. We don't know.
Anything else you should address before tomorrow morning, Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Reddington? All right. So I appreciate everybody's patience and work on this morning and this afternoon. So we'll be in recess on this matter till 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Green Eyed Southern Girl says, Scott, how you're holding it together right now is beyond me, and I have so much respect for your mods. Yeah. Wow. What a I don't know what is going on. I think the whole world has gone mad. There's some more questions, and then we're gonna break for the day. And whoa, wow, just wow, what a day. Love knows no word says, do you have views on other expert creators who have harsh views on this case? I don't know who you mean. There are some experts on pharmaceuticals that have some opinions about all of the drugs that she was taking. There are some people. I don't really watch a lot of other people's stuff, to be honest with you. The stuff that is sent to me is a lot of TikTok stuff of people who are not experts. Everyone's going to have a different opinion depending on what their beliefs are and how much empathy they have. And so I don't really know who it is specifically that you're talking about, because I asked you guys not to talk about other creators, but some people have the same opinion on every case. Oh, thank you, Casey. He's still the DC in Boulder. Isn't he great, Michael Daugherty? Fun fact, Michael Daugherty worked with Mark Betterow at the Manhattan DA's office when they were both at the DA's office. If you guys are not sticking around for questions and recap, smash the like button on your way out, because it's the nice thing to do. Marishon, I'm curious, can the prosecution throw this, or will it have to keep continuing since the trial has started? I live in a different country, so the laws all over America are so different to me. Can they throw it, meaning can they just quit and drop the charges? They've already got too much invested in it to do that. They're not going to do it, but they're going to keep continuing. The trial has started. Even if it's not going well for them, they finish it. Thank you for your super chat. Catherine Smith, can you imagine grilling the mother of Lindsay, who lost her 3 grandbabies? Also, it occurred to me that Red's wife has probably been a huge asset to this trial. Yeah, his wife is a nurse. Thank you. Appreciate all that you do. Blue-Eyed Finn says, has anyone mentioned that her hands may have been too weak from prior use on kids to be successful in her S attempts? Jump as a last resort? I think that, there's been speculation, but we don't really know what happened. I submit to you that it would be very difficult to cut your own throat. And maybe she knew she was up against a clock. I mean, I'm just hypothesizing. Maybe she knew she was up against a clock and it was too difficult for her to do that to herself. That could be that her hands were weak. Yeah. And then she knew she only had a limited time before Patrick was going to get back. And so, I don't know, there was something about some crushed up pills in a glass and some lemonade. And then she was a gymnast, right? Or a gymnast or a cheerleader. If she dove out the window, would it be an automatic reflex for her to tuck? Because that would explain to me the landing on the back of the neck and the thoracic spine. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think anybody can really answer that question, except I think we can probably all agree that she didn't Spider-Man down the back of the house. And so maybe she thought she was running out of time. And so she jumped right because she knew that time was running out. Mrs. Smith says, thanks to the mods for being fabulous. Thank you. And Casey says, Michael Daugherty is not running for re-election in November, but he's trying to run for attorney general. That's amazing. Mima, formerly known as Michelle, says, last I knew, Massachusetts doctors do not have to honor DNR when done to self. I think at the time, she didn't have one. I think she tried to get one after the fact. So I think it's unclear about whether she had one in place at the time she was brought in, and I don't think that she did. Kay Shreddington the Bow says, after listening to her mom talk about Elsie's fears of being judged by daycare workers, etc., I think that's why she was so guarded and how bad her thoughts really were. Mom, guilt contributed some, yes. And anyone who has suffered from this will tell you that it's very hard to talk about. There's a lot of shame and guilt involved. And so you're afraid also that your kids could be taken away, that you could be forced to be an inpatient, although she did want to be an inpatient and she tried several times to be one and they just wouldn't take her because she didn't have a plan. She went to McLean, but her time at McLean was spent in detox. I think she was in the detox ward. That's what it seemed like to me. And then despite the fact that she finally got all the Seroquel out of her system, eventually we know that Dr. Tufts put her back on it because Dr. Tufts said she just wasn't accepting the fact that it wasn't the Seroquel that was causing her depression, that she was just depressed. And that was wild. Thank you for your 10. Tony Martin became a member. Welcome. Izzy Girl says, I'm a little behind. I went through a mental health crisis in 2010. I lost my dad. I lost my best friend and my husband all within 6 months. Oh, girl, I'm so sorry. When asked how I was doing, I would always reply, I'm okay. But inside I was hiding so much. Right. Listen, everyone's got those certain friends or relatives that will call you and trauma dump to you on the phone for an hour and tell you all their problems, right? And just vent to you. And then they hang up the phone. They feel better. And if you're an empath, you feel worse. And there are certain people who do not like to unload their stuff on other people. And also maybe very private people and don't like to share. And so, while I think there were a lot of failures here, I don't know that what happened here can be blamed on anything but the potential psychotic break that I still need to see evidence of and listen to an expert tell me that it's possible that she suffered from a psychotic break. Because no matter how bad her medical treatment was, they didn't cause her to do this, right? It could have been prevented. Maybe. But again, the only thing the jury has to decide is whether or not she knew what she was doing, she knew that it was against the law, and whether or not she could have stopped herself from doing it. But the people who have had postpartum psychosis, and there are many of these stories on YouTube, you can find them. I linked one in the chat one day, or in the show notes one day. They will tell you that the break that occurs from this postpartum, because remember, it's not just mental illness. It is hormones from pregnancy, hormones from breastfeeding, hormones. People are saying that maybe postpartum depression is more of a biological condition than a psychiatric condition. And I want to hear from the experts on that. Does a psychotic break last for days or weeks like the prosecutor wants you to believe, or can it happen in a moment? But I've watched a lot of women recount their experiences about this, and it's chilling to watch. So sad about Hayden Panettiere too. I got to dig deeper into that. Thank you, Linda. You're so, thank you for your $100 Venmo. You're very sweet and generous. And no, you're the best. You're the best. Oh, thank you. She loves my eyes too. Come on. Really? You pay me to tell me that? You're amazing. Piney Woods. Thank you very much. Telling me not to feed the trolls, just so you know, is going to make me feed the... Listen, I deal with the trolls the way that I deal with the trolls on my own. That's the way I do it. That's the way I've always done it. And I am not going to allow another creator to come into my chat and try and derail it. And then send me message after message after message afterwards. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. No, you absolutely did mean to do that, because you've done that to me on other cases. And I'm not going to allow it. I'm just not going to allow it. And sometimes I find that people need to be called out, or they're just going to continue with their behavior. So it's just, people who are allowed to continue like that in all areas of life and all the trolls, like I'm not going to just let it happen. I feel like they are going to get the attention from me that they deserve, and which is not good attention. Thanks to the stream, having my own cardiac issues today, which leave me with a pulse in the 40s and very tired. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Nella Brown, we're sending you some healing vibes through the tubes of you. Double Trouble says, my picture is a tribute to the Queen. La Posada. I think that's what you meant to say, right? La Posada. That's awesome. He is the DA in Boulder still, says Casey. Thank you. Oh, Andrea is thrilled to be gifted a membership. Thank you for your Venmo. Whoever did that, thank you so much. Eileen, thank you. Says, I really appreciate your style. So many pits to fall into on YouTube. Oh, I know. You're telling me. You're telling me. Thank you, Caitlin, for your Venmo. Ellen says the AD, the AP must back off. Thank you very much. Patty, every time I think that the prosecution team is the worst and we get another one just like this, I just can't. Pauline gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Pauline. You're amazing. All Zombies Matter says critical thinkers and empaths unite. I know, right? Jerry Not Seinfeld has been here for 2 years. Wow, 2 years. You've changed how I consume media. Oh, thank you. I mean, I guess if that's in a good way. Tammy said, thanks for doing God's work. Been with me since when now? The beginning of Free Karen Read. Much love. Much love to you, Tammy. Thanks, Jerry. I mean, it's wild to me how, like, there's, like, not you guys, but so many people just complain, like, the whole entire stream. It's like, why are you here if you just want to complain? The lip smacking bothers you. Okay, so put it on mute and don't listen if the witness is lip smacking. Like, I can't manage everybody's misophonia. And instead of complaining, just turn it off. Take a break. Take a break. Piney Woods, Mama, I agree. Mel, I agree with Papa Tragos. It's hard to believe these two are the best prosecutors Plymouth has to offer. If they are, I don't know. Thank you very much. Miss Chris, our sweet daughter was 24 when she was diagnosed with BP1. After weeks of off and on behavior, I found her crouched down by a table with a knife in her hand. Oh my goodness. I feel so much guilt for not acting sooner. Listen, if the professionals weren't telling Patrick, because Patrick did go to a lot of these visits with her. If the professionals weren't telling him to separate her from the children, how is he supposed to know? And I mean, the ADA trying to guilt the mother. Did you ever try and have her committed? Did you ever try and do this? Did you ever try and do that? But we know from watching, from her calling the hotline twice, nobody would admit her as an inpatient because she didn't have a plan. No, I'm not posting any pictures of my kid's dorm room. Nope, I don't do that. I don't do that. Thanks, Piney Woods, though. I appreciate you. I like to keep my kids off my social media because there are crazy people on the internet, in case you haven't noticed, many of whom try and come for me. Thank you, Silence is Compliance, for buying a matcha latte. This reminds me of the Karen Reed case. Why is the Commonwealth in Massachusetts so afraid of the truth? Because they just want the conviction. This is not the case to build your career on. This is not the case. Even Mark Garagos is like, I can't even believe they're prosecuting this. Jerry Not Seinfeld, there are no winners here. This is a life sentence to all involved. I hope the Commonwealth understands what they are doing. They should never forget this. Thanks for your tuning in from Canada, Jerry. Reed says, does Massachusetts have a cap on med mal settlements? I don't know if it wouldn't be a settlement. They wouldn't have a cap on settlements. It would be a cap on verdicts. And I don't know if they do or not, to be honest. I'd have to look it up. I'm in Texas. It's very hard to find med mal attorneys because of the cap we have. Yeah. And many states have been instituting caps. And to be honest, I don't know. They may have caps on punitives and other things. I gotta look. Larry says, I still feel that the Commonwealth is making a defense for the doctors in the civil trial. There's nothing in their case that points to a guilty verdict. Thanks for handling the tough cases with empathy, says Janine Joe. You guys are amazing. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before we wrap. Yeah, no, my flight got canceled today. And I think I've made an executive decision that I'm not going to have anybody. You guys are on your own tomorrow. Good luck with that. But I am not going to transport anyone. I am not going to subject anyone in my family to what I saw going on in the chat today. And with the difficulties modulating the volume and everything else, I don't necessarily like to recommend other places to watch it, just because if you don't like it there, then you come back and blame me. So there are plenty of places to watch it. Lynn said she could have pulled in AJ and said, I'm sorry for your loss and I have no questions. Right. But she didn't. Dolo says, off topic, sort of. I heard Hayden Panettiere. I know we talked about it earlier. She suffered from PPD and depression in general. Need more light on this. I know. And also she was a victim of DV, which is so sad. And I haven't had a chance to look and see if there's any more information on what happened, but it's very sad. Very, very sad. 36 years old. Should not happen to anyone. I stand with Mel. What is the purpose of this prosecutor having to go through each text for nothing other than to remind the poor grandmother of the grandchildren and what used to be? I didn't think it was effective, because I think all the text messages just showed a mom who was really concerned about her daughter and who kept checking in. And Lindsay would just say, yeah, I feel a little bit better today, or I'm feeling okay. But it doesn't mean that she wasn't feeling anything. I don't know. I think it kind of backfired. Will this evil stepsister give her condolences for their loss? Probably not. No, she didn't. DK said, what in the name of petty is this cross-examination? Holy smokes. Yeah. Uh-huh. When my mom comes to visit, I immediately feel safe, says Casey. Would most lawyers start off this cross with, I'm sorry for your loss? Most would, yes. She did not even do that with Patrick Clancy. And it was the first witness that she called to the stand. Yes. Megan says, OMG, this is a waste of time, but definitely helps the defense. Secondary embarrassment. I don't know. Plenty of people out there think that they're doing a great job. So it's just my opinion. If you ask 5 attorneys for 5 opinions, you'll get 5 different opinions about anything. Emma said, did she expect her to say, you aren't better, you are doing bad? She's not proving anything but dragging this poor woman, this great mom. Right? Tell me how you think in the chat and in the comments how that worked out for her, that cross-examination of Lindsay's mother, grandmother to the 3 children. Be thin in the 305. Or Beth. Did you see what I did? Be thin. Okay, it's Beth in the 305 says, this questioning is damaging women. They won't want to be honest in texts in case someone weaponizes the texts later, right? Many of you say that the cross-exam on Lindsay's mother fell flat. Charles Orgo said, I bet these prosecutors don't have kids. Don't know for sure. But I don't think that you need to be a mother to have empathy for another mother going through postpartum depression. Do you know what I mean? Emily's Life on Wheels says she should have just pulled an AJ and say, I'm sorry for your loss. I got no questions for you. Sit down. Yes. Give your 20. Kiss the Cactus says, my daughter went through severe PPD. I can't speak out loud some of the things she feared. Scary time. She's doing great now, but does not want any more children because of it. And I can't blame her choice. Thanks for being a good mom. Reflect your mission. Let me put the hotline up for the National Maternal Mental Health Care Hotline, 1-833-852-6262. Thank you for your super sticker. MF said, a severed spinal cord will drop the body temperature faster because the communication between the skin sensory detectors, the hypothalamus, and the body's natural warming mechanisms are severed. See, like you sound like a medical professional. Is this considered hearsay? They're allowed to get statements of the defendant in as an exception to the hearsay rule. So thank you very much. You can't force a defendant to testify. So typically the defendant's statements will come in to others. Kate says, I had PPD and was afraid to be alone with my baby too. I got on medication and thankfully got better, but that time still haunts me to this day. See, listen to the stories from real people. Real people who really went through it. Kristen says the only claim that she did it was by Reddington, but opening statements are not evidence. So did they prove it? Oh, you know what? I had something pulled up for you. We have a couple of minutes, so I want to show you this. Wait, where is it? There was a post-arraignment hearing that was held at Tewksbury Hospital in a conference room where Jennifer Sprague argued that she had scratches on her neck. Thank you to Court Chopped for clipping this. Do you want to watch this? It's 39 minutes long. Does anybody want to hang out for a little bit? Because this is going to give you a little more insight into the way they've been handling this pretrial. This was October of 2023. Shout out to Court Chopped, okay? Yes, you want to play it? All right. Thank you, Court Chopped, who was in the chat before. Kristen says the only claim she did it was Reddington, but opening statements are not evidence. So did they prove it? It's going to be up to a jury. Kelly Stewart said, hi, Hayden Patty's here. Yes, they haven't given cause of death, but I recently saw an interview with her and she talked about how much she has suffered from postpartum depression, right? Alabama Realtor, thank you so much for your 10. She's also a Gigi. Selby says, Lindsay lived a nightmare, the kind you scream, yet nobody can hear you, even though they see you. I lived it during my postpartum, and my heart hurts for her. Thank you for having empathy. Suzanne says, I'm wrong, but Reddington's opening, he said, and they, the DA, would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows she killed these children. Yes, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's what he said in his opening. Jerry Not Seinfeld, Lally did a fair job at defending the McCabe's and Alberts, but these two dimwits laid out the entire case for the defense. Less is more sometimes. Yep. All right, if you want to hang out for a little while more, I'll allow it. Let's watch this, courtesy of Court Chopped. Please go over and give Court Chopped a like and a sub. Here's the channel right here. Court Chopped, like C-H-O-P-T. Court Chopped. This is the post-indictment arraignment in October of 2023. You're going to see how they've been playing dirty since the very beginning of this case. Court is recessed until tomorrow. And here we go. And this is Tewksbury Hospital. I mean, it is a beautiful, very historical building. Look at this. I mean, it's a beautiful building. It's very historical. Annie Sullivan lived there for a time. Remember Annie Sullivan, the teacher of Helen Keller? I learned that when I went into my deep dive. It's probably haunted too. I think people think it's haunted. All right, shout out to Court Chop. Let's watch this.
Nancy on indictment 23. For the court is Commonwealth Rests. Nancy on indictment 23 CR 00198. Counsel for the record, could you please state your name for the purpose of the record? I'm sorry.
Yes, it sounds like it's recorded on a potato. The captions are working, but this court feed is even worse than the usual court feed. So it's all right. We get what we get and we don't get upset.
Thank you. Lindsay Clancy, the grand jury having returned on indictment 2383 CR 00198 on 001. The jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay Clancy of Duxbury in the County of Plymouth on or about January 24th, 2023 at Duxbury in the County of Plymouth did assault and beat Cora Clancy with the intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder Cora Clancy on offense 001 on the charge of murder. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? On offense 0.
Many people freak out when they hear that. They read out the charge as she did assault and beat Cora Clancy. And then people say, what do you mean? She was beat. She was beaten. That is the way the Massachusetts murder statute reads. No matter what kind of murder it is, that's how it reads. That is Dr. Zeisel sitting right there in between the judge and Lindsay. And that is Lindsay in her wheelchair with a mask on. Remember there was an original arraignment that we played one day that was on Zoom. That one was in the courtroom. This is in what I believe is a conference room inside Tewksbury Hospital. So if anybody comes in, they're like, what are you doing? What are you watching? It's scrolling along the bottom.
02 for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the County of Plymouth.
Oh, thank you, Court Shop, for putting up the subtitles. So we don't need double subtitles, so I can take these down.
about January 24th, 2023, at Tewksbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Dawson Clancy with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Dawson Clancy. On offense 002 on the charge of murder, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
On offense 003, the jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Tewksbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24th, 2023, at Tewksbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Callan Clancy with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Callan Clancy. On offense 003 on the charge of murder, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
I believe we can wait to get your opinion.
On offenses 004, 005, and 006, all charging strangulation or suffocation of another person, how do you plead, guilty or not? Thank you.
As to the facts, Your Honor, on Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, Lindsay Clancy.
And that is Jennifer Sprague. That's Jennifer Sprague speaking right now.
Done it before you, interacted with many people, both in person and over the phone, without any problems or conflicts. She was able to take her 5-year-old daughter forward to the pediatrician. She was able to play with Cora and Dawson, 3-year-old son, in the backyard that day. She was able to take care of Callan Clancy, her 8-month-old child, without any problems that day. She was also able to call CVS, her local CVS manager there, for Cora, without any problems. She was able to select a place for dinner online, 3-week restaurant. She was able to, without any problems, she was able to call the restaurant, place the drink order, give her husband's name, give her husband's phone number, without any problems. She was also able to check Apple Maps, where she was able to determine how long it would take her husband to get from her house to the restaurant.
This is Sprague. Sprague is not the one who wears the bows. It's Buckingham who wears the bows. But this has been the public narrative, and this is what the DA's office said publicly about this case from the beginning. This is an October 2023 hearing inside Tewksbury Hospital. That is what we are watching, just scrolling along the bottom of your screen, courtesy of Court Chopped. This has been the public narrative. This is what they have put out into the public since the beginning of this case.
And
that's why so many people out there think they know the facts. She hasn't said anything that's incorrect yet. It's just her intent that she's going to opine on.
Know how long it's gone approximately. She then sent her husband off to CVS with medication and to the restaurant. Patrick left the house that evening at 5:15 p.m. He said goodbye to his wife, he kissed his children. He returned home at 6:09 p.m. He was only gone for 54 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you, because at least you're like, your pre-trial, whatever hearing this is clearer than what you're bringing out in court. So, all right, 5:15, he left the house. Let's see if everything is still the same. 5:15, he left. 6:09, he returns. He was only gone for 54 minutes.
Bennett's phone showed that while Patrick was at CVS, he called Lindsay at 5:33 p.m. She didn't answer the phone. She called him back at 5:34 p.m. and he said the conversation was fine. They were discussing medication, but she did seem like she was in the middle of something. Now, surveillance footage shows that Patrick got off the phone and went to the register and checked out at about 5:37 p.m. He then went to
5:37, he checks out from CVS. It would have been so much better for her case if she kind of tied this all together at some point. I don't know. There's also a weird theory on the internet about Patrick sending some email from his computer after 5:15. So therefore, he did it and not her. I don't know where that came from. But can't you also send work emails from your phone?
and went to the register and checked out at about 5:37 p.m. He then went to the restaurant while he's eating on here or there. He leaves the restaurant at 5:55 p.m. Immediately after the phone call from...
Hold on. He leaves the restaurant at 5:40. I know it sounds like a potato. Let me boost it a little tiny bit, but sometimes it makes it even more garbled.
He leaves the restaurant at 7 p.m. He then went to the restaurant while he's on here or there. He leaves the restaurant at 5:55 p.m. Immediately after the phone call from Patrick, Lindsay Clancy's fitness app on her watch, which is in the phone, shows that she went up 3 flights. It shows that she went up. This is what she's trying to prove. Okay. We should have watched this before the trial. Right after she hangs up with Patrick, it shows that she went up 3 flights of stairs. Well, is that what WHIFFEN really said? He said it only registers after you went up the flight of stairs. And so the flights of stairs could have been any time before, in between those periods. The captions are not exactly correct. So listen instead of read them. Hold on. Immediately after the phone call from Patrick, Lindsay's health data on her Apple Watch. Patrick, Lindsay Clancy's fitness app on her watch, which is in the phone, shows that she went up 3 flights. Okay, immediately after the phone call with Patrick, it shows that she went up 3 flights. In her home, there was the finished basement level, the first floor level. Okay. Again, somebody says here, when you send an email from your phone, doesn't it say sent from iPhone? No, mine doesn't. I took that off. I don't want that on my sign off. No, it doesn't say that, especially not on work email, which is very secure. And again, I'm going to say it again. I know people who work for the company where he worked. They are a technology company. They have every technology. No, it would not say sent from my iPhone on a work email. It absolutely 100% would not. All right, she's going to tell us about the house. In her home, there was the finished basement level, the first floor level, which is the living area, and then the second floor level, which is the bedroom area where her bedroom was. And it shows that she went up those 3 flights immediately after the phone call. But that's not what Ian WHIFFEN testified to, right? Okay. She spoke with her husband. When Patrick arrived home, the first thing he noticed was silence, which is unusual with his house. He did not see or hear the defendant or the children. He called her at 6:09 p.m., called Lindsay, and she didn't answer. So he went upstairs to their bedroom, which was locked. He called her at 6:09 after he was already home. I want to go back and look at the Zillow listing of the house, because he said something like, I couldn't see if her car was there because it was dark outside. Like, did she park her car in some other location than where he parked his car? Because I did think that was kind of odd testimony. He was able to unlock it, and when he went inside, he saw that there were. And yeah, also, isn't that only 2 flights of stairs? Right, up from the basement and then up to the second floor. I count 2 sets of stairs. So what does that mean? Right? That's 2 flights of stairs. Okay, good. I'm glad we're poking some holes into Ian WHIFFEN's testimony. Lindsay, and she didn't answer for the children. He called her at 6:09 p.m., called Lindsay, and she didn't answer. So he went upstairs to their bedroom, which was locked. He was able to unlock it, and when he went inside, he saw that there were blood drops on the floor in front of him. Blood drops on the floor in front of a folding mirror. Remember how much blood was on that floor? Blood drops on the floor. There was an open window. There was a bloody knife and a nightstand next to a wine tumbler that read. Oh, she had to get that in there. This is where it came from. There, what seems to be a bloody knife on the nightstand next to a wine tumbler that says, because kids. Oh, she got that right out there in the public narrative quickly. What? Because she had a wine tumbler. We saw that. It's one of these kind of cups. It's like a cup that keeps things hot or cold. You could drink anything out of it. It wasn't like a wine glass. Reddington said that was a gift that somebody gave her because kids. And a nightstand next to a wine tumbler that read because kids. That read because kids. He then went outside and found Clancy on the ground underneath the window that she had gone out of. She had cuts on her wrist and neck that were no longer active. Cuts on her wrists and neck that were no longer actively bleeding. I thought she said scratches at some point in here. called 911 and they asked him to put pressure on him. The wound, he said it was necessary because they weren't bleeding. She told him that the kids were in the basement, according to Lindsay. When EMS arrived, asked him to stay with her, and he went into the house.
When EMS arrived, they asked him to stay with her, and he went into the house. That's what she just said, right?
EMS arrived, asked him to stay with her, and he went into the house. The 911 call kept going. And in the 911 call, you can hear Patrick Clancy go into the house, go down the basement stairs, and we know he went to the right first, where the exercise room and the office were, because you hear him screaming, and you hear him say, "Dawson and my buddy."
Dawson and my buddy. Well, did he make the... Why is she skipping around in time? So he goes outside. EMS tells him to stay with them, and he goes in the house. Was a 911 call after that? No, because EMS is already there.
He takes the exercise band from around Dawson's neck, and then he goes to the other side of the basement where there's a den, and you hear him find Flora, and he's screaming, "Baby," and he's screaming.
People who heard that 911 call in court said they are never, ever going to forget it. It was horrific. Very traumatizing.
Then you can hear when he finds Callan, because the pain in his voice gets worse.
Because the pain in his voice, what?
Because the pain in his voice gets worse. The emergency people come downstairs, all the police, firefighters, yells, "She killed the kid."
And he yelled, "She killed the kids." I thought it was, "She killed the effing kids." And EMS is already there at that point?
Police, firefighters, yells, "She killed the kid." They're able to get to the children, get them into ambulances, bring them to the hospital. 4 in Dawson are declared to the hospital. They died from asphyxiation. Callan was med flighted to Boston Children's Hospital because they were able to get help, but unfortunately he was brain dead and he got off life support 7 days later and died from complications from asphyxiation. Then it was transported to South Shore Hospital and then later to Brigham and Women's Hospital. She sustained broken ribs, some broken bones in her back, and a spinal cord transection at the T5, T6 level. She also had minor scratches on her wrist and neck.
Okay. She also had minor scratches on her wrist and neck. Did you just hear that? She also had minor scratches on her wrist, like she scratched herself, like she got scratched by a cat. Listen.
And then later to Brigham and Women's Hospital. She sustained broken ribs.
She sustained broken ribs, some broken bones in her neck, some broken bones in her back. She, severed her spinal cord.
Some broken bones in her back and a spinal cord transection at the T5, T6 level. She also had minor scratches on her wrist and neck.
Minor scratches on her wrist and neck. Oh my God.
On each wrist, there were scratches and a couple of small puncture wounds.
Really? There's some scratches and a couple. One of the providers said it was 3.5 centimeters deep.
She did not split her wrists or slice them open, and the puncture wounds were not connected in any way.
The puncture wounds were not connected in any way? Are those hesitation marks when somebody's like trying to, I don't know.
On her neck, there were scratches and one small cut that did not require stitches.
On her neck, there were scratches. Kevin Reddington's head looks like it's about to pop off any second. He's turning red and he's just so mad.
The police were able to find several notebooks in the defendant's home pursuant to a search warrant that she used as journals as well as some notes on her phone. And they detailed the months, weeks, and days leading up to this incident. She details her life, her children's lives, her mental state, what medication she was taking. Her writing was clear and precise and articulate. In one journal, she's even leaving notes for the nanny. Her 2 older children were going to school 4 days a week, and they had a nanny to help with
She was even leaving notes for the nanny.
Baby, and she wrote very clear and detailed instructions for the nanny in that journal.
And the nanny loved it. The nanny loved writing notes back and forth with her. How'd that work out for you?
In these notes and journals, she always appears to know who she is, where she is, what's going on, what's happening. There's no disordered thoughts or speech, no mention of hallucination or any delusions.
Liar. Liar. She Googled hallucinations.
She did write
She Googled intrusive thoughts.
the day before killing her children that she had, quote, a touch of postpartum anxiety, end quote, around returning to work.
A touch of postpartum anxiety the day before she killed the children. She was totally fine. There was nothing wrong with her. Remember, this is October of 2023. So they've already been investigating this case for close to, this happened when? January 2023. 10 months?
She talked about her psychiatrist prescribing medication to help her. She was initially diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. She was then evaluated at Women and Infant Center for Women's Behavioral Health in Rhode Island, who determined that she did not appear to have postpartum depression and told.
Bullshit. That's not what they said. Women and Infants did not say she did not have postpartum depression. They said she was over-medicated and they couldn't treat her. I don't know why they didn't take her in and detox her. I don't know. But this is the public narrative that she's putting in the public.
Health in Rhode Island. She was then evaluated at Women and Infant Center for Women's Behavioral Health in Rhode Island, who determined that she did not appear to have postpartum depression.
Did Women and Infants say she did not appear to have postpartum depression? Jessica's head popped off.
Told her to seek the help of a generalized psychologist. She wrote in her journal that she had a suicidal ideation in December of 2022. She told her husband she had thoughts of harming herself and on one occasion of harming the children, but she did not write those thoughts or voice those thoughts again after a brief stay at McLean Hospital.
Okay, so are you calling Patrick Clancy and her mother liars now? Because they both testified to it.
She had called her treating therapist when she had those thoughts and had herself admitted to McLean Hospital on January 1st, 2023. She was discharged from the hospital on January 5th. When she was discharged, the hospital did not file any paperwork attempting to have her committed as a danger to herself or others. When she was discharged, she denied having any auditory or visual hallucinations. She denied any homicidal or suicidal thoughts. She also kept a pretty detailed medication diary. She detailed the medication she was taking and the dosages and what was prescribed to her. And if she had any issues with each medication, she detailed how her doctors would take her off that medication or wean her off if there was an issue.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, it's so good that she kept such a detailed journal of all the medications she was on and how they were making her feel. So that maybe someday a case will be brought against Big Pharma. We know there's a malpractice case against the providers, many of whom testified in the trial. See how that shakes out.
She was never on more than 4 to 5 medications at a time.
She was never on more than 4 or 5 medications at a time. It's not like she was taking, blood pressure, thyroid medications, an allergy pill, and a Seroquel. It was 4 psychiatric medications at one time. You hear that? She was never on more than 4 or 5 medications at a time. They were all psychiatric meds, ma'am. Are you kidding?
She was taking and the dosages and what was prescribed to her. And if she had any issues with each medication, she detailed how her doctors would take her off that medication or wean her off if there was an issue. She was never on more than 4 to 5 medications at a time. And at the time of the murder, she was prescribed 3 medications. According to her journal and notes, she was taking the medications as prescribed. Dr. Dow, EAU, a psychiatrist retained by the Commonwealth, reviewed the defendant's medical records, prescription history, her journals, and didn't find anything out of the ordinary in the manner of treatment or in the medications that were prescribed to her by her providers. She testified at grand jury that the trial of different medications and different combinations of dosages is routine medical practice when initially treating a patient and trying to find out what works for them. Dr. Dow also reviewed the South Shore Hospital Mass State Police Crime Lab and NMS Lab toxicology analysis of the defendant's blood that was taken from her at 8:18 p.m. on January 24, 2023, the day of the incident at South Shore Hospital. Dr. Dow explained that a therapeutic level of medication is the level that's helpful to a patient but not toxic, and not below the level where it wouldn't have any impact. The defendant's blood work showed she had the following medications in her system. Amitriptyline, which is an antidepressant. The level was unknown as it was only detected by South Shore Hospital, and what Dr. Dow testified to was that different labs have different thresholds, and the drug level has to meet that threshold in order to show positive. So it only showed a positive at South Shore Hospital. Ativan, which is a sedative, she had 61 nanograms per milliliter in her system. The therapeutic level for that drug is between 50 and 240 nanograms. So the defendant was at the low end of the therapeutic level. She had Valium, which is another sedative. She had 28.8 nanograms per milliliter. The therapeutic level for this drug is between 200 and 2,500 nanograms. And so she was at the very low end of that medication.
Hardly any Valium.
Level. She had Lamictal, which is an anticonvulsant, in her system, 6.1 milligrams per milliliter, and that was at a therapeutic level. She had Trazodone, an antidepressant and sedative in her system. That level was 0.44 milligrams per milliliter. So that was below the therapeutic level, where it wouldn't be expected to have an effect on her at all. She had Remeron, an antidepressant in her system at 200 nanograms per milliliter. And this was at the therapeutic level of a high dose. And then the final item was the only one that was at a toxic level, which is Seroquel, 1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Oh, so the Seroquel was at a toxic level. A toxic level of Seroquel. Thank you. If you're going to talk about your personal experiences in the chat, just say S for Seroquel, A for Ativan, V for Valium. What are the half-lives? Yeah, there's so many more things we need to learn from the defense experts. But the Seroquel was at a toxic level. So thanks for telling us that in 2023.
And Dr. Dow explained these results to the grand jury. She said that the defendant had therapeutic levels of
Who is Dr. Dow? Did we hear from a Dr. Dow?
and Valium in her system. She had a low level of Trazodone in her system that indicated she had taken that dose the previous night. The defendant also had therapeutic levels of Lamictal and amitriptyline in her blood work. Two medications that were present at a higher level. The doctor explained that they were at peak levels in her blood, which would mean that she took that medication approximately 2 hours before the blood was drawn at 8:15 p.m., which would put that around 6 p.m. This would mean that the defendant took this large amount of Remeron and Seroquel after she killed her children. We know this because she went upstairs at approximately 5:35 p.m. after the phone call with her husband. Her fitness app shows her going up those stairs. It does not show her going up those stairs again. So she remained on that level. Her husband left at 5:15 p.m. She brought the children to the basement and killed them, took a phone call, answered his questions without any problem, and then went upstairs to her room. Also reinforcing this is that Patrick Clancy returned home at 6:09 p.m. and the defendant was already on the ground in the backyard. According to Dr. Dow, the medications present in the defendant's blood could have the following effects on a person's body at those levels: drowsiness, confusion, sedation, hypertension, loss of coordination, seizures, or coma. She testified that the two
Or coma. She was in a coma after this.
worst things that could happen with these medications would be cardiac arrest or coma. She was asked
The two worst things that could happen. Oh, so she didn't take enough pills to kill herself. Is that what you're trying to get at here?
if these medications and these amounts could cause a person to become violent. She said no. She was asked if these
Oh, they couldn't cause a person to become violent or cause psychosis. Hold on.
these amounts could cause a person to become violent. She said no. She was asked if these amounts could cause psychosis, if there were any studies that showed that they could cause psychosis. She said no.
Oh, she said no. What about if you're postpartum and you have the hormones from that and stopping breastfeeding or breastfeeding? Oh, no wonder they're not calling Dr. Dow, because she's going to be, her credibility is shot. It was a medically induced coma after her admission. Yes, that's true. However, she's saying that these drugs could not cause psychosis.
There was a 2 case studies that detail the experience with Remeron.
2
but those are
cases.
just 2 individual patients self-reporting. There were no formal case studies. Seroquel, the one that she had the highest amount of, is actually an antipsychotic medication prescribed to treat or prevent psychosis. So it clearly not cause psychosis.
So it would
And then
clearly not cause psychosis? Really? You're saying this in front of the judge and God and everyone? I mean, she says Seroquel is an antipsychotic, so clearly it couldn't cause psychosis.
To treat or prevent psychosis.
What's
All
that?
case studies. Seroquel, the one that she had the highest amount of, is actually an antipsychotic medication prescribed to treat or prevent psychosis. So it clearly not cause psychosis. On the night of the killings, Patrick Clancy was interviewed by the police at the hospital. He told the police that the defendant was having one of her best days. She was smiling and happy. There was no indication she was going to harm the kids, and no one described her as acting like a zombie in the days leading up to the murders or on the day of the murders.
No one described her as sounding like a zombie or looking like a zombie in the days leading up to. She was having one of her best days. Yeah, that usually indicates that something bad's about to happen.
She consistently denied hearing voices or having any type of visual or auditory hallucinations to all her treatment providers leading up to this incident.
Bullshit. She said she had intrusive thoughts. She was Googling hallucinations. She's Googling a lot of things related to this.
The first time she used psychosis was when she was with the doctor hired by the defense and using his phone to call her husband from the hospital.
Bullshit again. Listen to that again. The first time she used psychosis was when she was with the doctor hired by the defense. She was Googling it. She was Googling it. She was telling her providers all of the things. She was Googling it way before she ever knew who Dr. Zeisel was. This is what people take as truth and spin into TikTok videos. Listen.
All her treatment providers leading up to this incident. The first time she used psychosis was when she was with the doctor hired by the defense and using his phone to call her husband from the hospital.
Remember when Kevin Reddington brought this up in court and said this is going to be their theory? And she was like, no, it's not. He may be 75, but he doesn't have any memory issues.
This was the first time she told someone she heard a voice. She has denied hearing this voice since killing her children. The defendant wrote a note on her phone on October 25th, 2022, stating, I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Calla, my first baby. She also wrote, I want to feel love and connection with all of my kids. This would indicate that she did not feel love or connection with at least some of her kids.
Wow, you're going to interpret her note now, the things that every mom feels? Right. And she hated Dawson the most, so she killed him first. Is she going to say that? Let's see.
She then wrote she wants to have more kids eventually. 4 days prior to killing her children, the defendant did an internet search on her phone, and it was, quote, can you treat a sociopath?
So you have the Google searches, and you forgot to mention that she Googled hallucinations and psychosis and all those other things. But can you treat a sociopath is the one that you cherry picked for purposes of this hearing? I was thinking maybe they didn't have the Google searches back yet, but they did.
The children were killed with ligature strangulation. Ligature strangulation causes the victim to become unconscious anywhere from 10 seconds to a minute. And that depends on how much the victim struggles or fights. The more they struggle or fight, the longer it takes. Dawson had the most petechiae on his face and neck. According to the medical examiner, this means Dawson either struggled or fought for his life more than poor Helen were able to, or that she strangled him harder than the other two, or both. And
That's not what she said in her testimony, is it now?
it takes 10 pounds of pressure at minimum to strangle. After the victim becomes unconscious, the ligature has to be held in place with that same force for an additional 4 to 5 minutes.
An additional 4 to 5 minutes. Remember, that is not what the medical examiner testified to. And so she backdoored that testimony in by calling a trooper to the stand who talked about when he was prepping her for testifying for the grand jury. And this is what she told you then, which I thought was completely improper, but the judge allowed it. This is where everyone got their original theories on this. Okay.
She had to strangle the kids to unconsciousness and then keep strangling them for additional minutes.
That is why the testimony at trial is so important, because people believe what she was telling them back in October of 2023 and believe this to be the truth.
And then keep strangling them for additional minutes. She could have stopped at any time. She could have changed her mind at any time. She could have helped them at any time. She did not. Instead, she finished strangling the children, returned her husband's phone call, then went up to the bedroom on the second floor. There she used the knife to inflict superficial cuts and scratches to her wrist and neck. She took the remaining pills of the Remeron and Seroquel, and then she climbed out of the bedroom window and gripped the windowsill while dangling from it.
Right. And gripped the windowsill while dangling from it. Dangling outside the window, ma'am. Really?
We know this.
Where's your accident reconstructionist who testified to that? Because Trooper Paul was busy. You couldn't get him to come in and recreate this for you? Or you couldn't hire Judd Welcher to come in with Randy, the dummy? And have Randy hanging from the window to see how it would work out and how the blood would splatter all around the back of the house? Onto the cedar shake shingles that nobody thought it was important to test until, I don't know, years later? But here's how we know this, she says.
And then she climbed out of the bedroom window and gripped the windowsill while dangling from it. We know this because there's blood on the outside of the windowsill where her wrist would be in her hand. She then dropped from the window or slid down. She did not jump. She did not hurl herself out the window because there's blood on the exterior shingle going down the exterior of the house. And then on the window, directly below the window she came out of, there's more blood on the top level, looking like she tried to grab onto that windowsill.
Ma'am, it's always about the injuries for me. If she dropped from that window and she was hanging down and she dropped, the injuries would have been to her lower body extremities, okay? Her feet, her legs, her heels, because maybe she might have landed on her feet. And her head would not be facing towards the house. Her head would be away from the house. Think about it. It's physics. You drop down, your body hits the ground, and then your head would be facing away from the house. Your head would not be closest to the house. The way it would if you dove out and did a tuck, and then you landed on your back with your head closest to the house. I mean, we have common sense, right?
So she lowered herself out the window and dropped down. I don't think she took into account the background was frozen.
The ground was frozen. Up the rock hard ground. You could have got the weatherman to come in too, ma'am. That weatherman was so good in Karen Reed.
The defendant did not take advantage of the situation when her husband went out that night. She used Apple Maps to make sure she had enough time to do what she wanted to do to the kids before her husband returned. While being treated at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston after killing her children, the defendant spoke to medical staff.
Oh, Zoe, I deleted your comment by accident. See, that was me on my phone. Wrong one. Sorry.
On February 6th, she said that she had fears that her inability to walk would make her vulnerable to others, and that she was worried about not being able to walk again. On February 7th, she said she was feeling more hopeful about her future. On February 8th, she stated that she was more future-oriented and hopeful. And on February 9th, she was visibly engaged, energized, and hopeful. She is a danger to herself and others. She planned these murders. She gave herself the time and privacy to these murders, and she killed these children in their home where they should have been safe. She did so with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. At least as far as February, she was showing no remorse.
No. Well, this must have been a bail hearing.
Yes, sir. Thank you. First of all, as you're aware, Ms. Clancy is a nurse, obviously a wife, mother. According to anybody that you speak to prior to this incident, she was nothing less than a marvelous, incredible mother husband. I've done that house. There are photographs that show the love and devotion that both Lindsay and her husband Patrick had for these kids. Every single room was covered with her artwork, embroidery, pictures, statements for the kids, charts and graphs of, how they're doing or what they're doing as far as learning, alphabet, numbers, things of that nature. She then, after having the third child, obviously, and I understand that the government wants to portray lack of criminal responsibility as somebody who is crazy, as we would envision somebody being crazy, unable to speak,
Zombie.
unable to take care of themselves with hygiene, acting in a very, very irrational fashion. But that's not what happens when you have a situation as here. You have a woman who is obviously suffering from postpartum depression. And how do we know that? Well, we know that because in the weeks and months prior, she was in such a state. She was unable to emote. She was unable to feel. She had no ability to love, whether it was her husband or her kids, and she told Patrick, her husband, after the law, to the doctors, and told the doctors that she was acting as a zombie. And it's interesting that the government was able to get medical records from these doctors as soon as they snapped their fingers. I had to file a Rule 17 in the district court. I sent out the order to the doctors. Some of them responded. Interestingly enough, the ones that were prescribing the medication, they lawyered up. They wouldn't even talk to me. I got letters from lawyers, most unprofessional, telling me, do not talk to my client. And then when my office manager, Laura Mather, was reaching out to these people, asking the lawyer, where are these records? He didn't even return the phone call. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. So now the grand jury has the medical records. I was finally able to get the Rhode Island hospital record. One appointment is a joke. One appointment she has. And they say, oh, she doesn't have postpartum. No, she doesn't have the symptoms of postpartum. But she was in such a state as a result of the postpartum as well as the medication that she was on, that her husband had to have her mother and father and his mother and father basically stay at the house for weeks, because prior, because she was unable to function. And he had to work. He worked out of the house, but he also had to leave the house. So this is the condition that she was in at the time leading up. And she was taking these diaries because she was told by her doctors to be very, very accurate. Right in the journal, what medication you're on, how much, what's the dose, what if any reaction do you have? And she was faithful to that. She's an intelligent woman. She's a registered nurse. She knew how to take notes in a journal. That does not mean or indicate that she was not suffering, because obviously she was having problems with the medication as a result of which they told her to keep a journal. And it's the same thing as Patrick going to the doctor and telling the doctor she's a zombie, and the parents staying with them to help to take care of the kids. And the fact that that day she was able to talk, communicate, build snowmen with her kids, talk to her husband, make plans to have dinner, go out and get the dinner. This is not some nefarious plan where she's going to Google how long it's going to take to drive to a restaurant that they've been to, that they know where it is. That she's planning, and as a result of that, she then speaks to him. So I guess she must have been fine because she was able to communicate with her husband about the purchases of the items in the drugstore. When I was in the house, I was able to see the blood that was on the floor, on the wall, on the window ledge. And it was fairly copious. So that's some kind of little superficial, little dinky, little scratch on her wrist and on her neck. There was blood. It looked like arterial spray, actually, because it was on the floor, droplets all over it, and as I say, on the wall and on the window. She fell out the window.
Remember, there was a witness who said there was no blood on the walls.
All over it, and as I say, on the wall and on the window. She fell out the window, obviously, not anticipating that she's going to, in some fashion, slide down the house and pretend that she was suicidal. She obviously hit the ground, transecting her spine, notwithstanding for months the police making comments in the news media and the government arguing. And in good faith, I would never suggest that these attorneys would ever misrepresent something. But everybody was taking it like, oh, she should be. She's not going to be fine. She's permanently paralyzed. Dr. Philip Resnick was a world-renowned psychiatrist.
Oh, good. Dr. Resnick, he's going to say what Dr. Resnick is going to testify to. This was all the way in October 2023.
Has examined her in Sonata team. Dr. Paul Zeisel is sitting here, has been with us on this matter from the very beginning, once I get involved with the case, the family. She obviously had no reason to kill those 3 beautiful children. You have to ask yourself, why? Why? And when you ask yourself why, and you consider all of these factors, it's readily apparent as a judgment. This woman was a troubled soul. So when the case goes to trial, I believe she has a very, very, very good defense, a very strong case. But we know that she is a danger, as counsel agrees, to herself and perhaps others. I don't see danger to others, but she's certainly. She's been hospitalized, as you know, social hospital. She went to the Brigham and Women's. She was at Brigham and Women's in Rockwood. She had police officers stationed outside her door at the Brigham and Women's. She went to Spalding Rehab. And now here we are in Tewksbury with the Department of Mental Health. All this thing has filed under 18A, 123-18A, indicating that she needs hospitalization. She does not need jail. She does not need Framingham or Plymouth House of Correction. I do believe, and Your Honor is aware, that she has been evaluated by the court commission. I fully expect that BMH will file a request under 18A, ultimately seeking that she be here pending trial. So I'm asking that you're not holding without, as far as holding without bail, but the order of the court that she would reside here at Tewksbury Hospital.
Has there been a petition filed in regards to me?
I thought there was evaluation this morning, right?
Interesting that Judge Sullivan has had this case from the beginning.
I just wrote an 18A and a half. I can.
How many judges have been on Aidan Carney's case?
At the hearing in regards to need to commit or is an allegation of serious harm to herself. So the doctor and clinician is interviewed her?
Yes.
Is she prepared to, what do we know? She's on.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Gums, I'm sorry, I couldn't tell. Who was, so did you have an opportunity to interview Ms. Clancy today?
I did, Your Honor. I interviewed her via Zoom earlier this morning.
Okay, can you tell me what your the results of that interview?
Yes, Your Honor. So Dr. Karen Towers, court clinician, designated forensic psychologist. I did meet with Ms. Clancy via Zoom earlier today. I had previously had a brief conversation with her social worker from Tewksbury Hospital yesterday. And I'm aware that the clinicians at Tewksbury believe that she does require continued hospitalization at this time. I also did review the Section 18A evaluation that was completed at the hospital in dated April 26th of this year, following her initial commitment there under Section 18A for evaluation. When I met with her this morning, she reported to me that she continues to have feelings of depression. She reported feeling unbearably depressed, struggling to get through each day. She presented with flat affect, little to no emotional expression. She did report that she has been experiencing intrusive thoughts and flashbacks on a daily basis. She's had difficulty sleeping, poor appetite. She indicated that she continues to experience feelings of hopelessness and worthlessness. She reported to me that she does have ongoing daily thoughts of suicide, although no specific plan in place. But she indicated she has thought about ways that she might try to harm herself. She did not present as overtly psychotic. She didn't present with any overt delusional ideation, denied any current experience of hallucinations.
but again, did present with and did report ongoing feelings of depression, anxiety, hopelessness, worthlessness, suicidal ideation, based on her current presentation, which is consistent with my understanding of how she has presented during the course of her hospitalization at Tewksbury. It is my opinion that she does require ongoing psychiatric hospitalization. She indicated to me that she remains on one-to-one observation status due to ongoing concerns about her risk of harm to herself. So I would recommend further hospitalization pursuant to Section 18A. I have been informed that in the event the court is inclined to remand her to DMH custody at Tewksbury Hospital under Section 18A, if there are no objections from any of the parties, Tewksbury would agree to accept her as a straight 18A commitment for a period not to exceed 6 months without the need for additional 30-day evaluation. So the hospital is prepared to do that should there be no objections by any of the parties. Otherwise, the court could certainly order her there for another evaluation under 18A for the 30-day period of evaluation.
Doctor, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, I'm going to make a finding that Clancy has serious risk of imminent serious self-harm. So I'm going to make that finding. And so, is there any objection if I order a commitment under 18A for the extended period rather than 30 days? Colin? Bennett? Of course. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to issue that, so she will be held without bail, without prejudice. She'll be committed under 18A relating to the findings that I made. Okay. And we have a next date.
We do, and I just wanted to file a formal statement of facts and our first notice of discovery, and I have a copy for figuring if you want to keep the November 30th date or
No, I don't so I'm glad we don't have to have that constraint. How about we asked for February?
I would ask for something earlier. I want to keep discovery on track.
Why don't we do that? We can waive the fence, as we make a date. It sounds like there's going to be some discovery. I'm going to be with you on delegate very big September 13th, so that'll be at least a week. Okay, those days that week work for you?
We did that week. Fine.
We'll do it a little bit later. It's the end of the week. Sure. That Wednesday, Thursday. That's on Wednesday. We're going to go into the next.
I mean, the recording is so bad.
Okay, this Friday. So this matter will be continued to December 15th. And this present waived on activity, so we'll see parties. Very good.
Thank you, Lindsay Clancy, on this indictment. The court orders that you're held without bail. This will be settled without prejudice, and that you're going to be under the agreement as the parties. Matters can be continued to 12/15/23 at 2 o'clock. Thank you for the presence.
Thank you, Court Chopped, for clipping that so that we could find it easily and talk about it. Thank you so very much. It's interesting sometimes to look at. That's one of the pretrial hearings that we did not cover because we didn't start covering this case until later. Kaylee, thank you for Venmo. She says the Commonwealth is hosting a farmer's market this weekend. Tons of cherries picked, only $2.27 per pound. Oh, that was good. That's good, Kaylee. Amy, thank you so very much. Yes, we can still rock it. You're amazing. Oh, thank you. She said Elsie is a tough case, but I'm so glad to watch it with you. P.S. The whip tallow is amazing. I know it's really good. It's really good. I love it. That's the narrative that they've been putting out there since the beginning. That's where everybody heard that kind of stuff. Posing backpacks. 30 years ago, I had a suicide attempt. I did not have a plan until 5 minutes before I executed it. Right. That's what we've been saying. Hope you're feeling better. Desiree says, I'm so impressed by your handling of this trial, and especially to the even-handed way you manage the trolls and derailers who, without giving their commentary any life. Comments, no excuse for other remarks, but yeah, I listen. Thank you. I appreciate it. Glamour Sues, the Massachusetts med mal cap is $500K, I imagine, for non-economic damages. So pain and suffering is capped at $500K. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like those caps. No cap on economic damages. Thank you. Mandy Moore says it's misleading to say that the jury is only determining if she knew what she was doing at the time of the murders. They have to find her guilty. They have to find her not guilty, guilty, or guilty by mental defect. She's innocent until proven otherwise. Oh, I'm well aware of that. I have many videos on that. I think when I described that in the context of this particular live stream that we are doing right now, it was because we've read the jury instructions several times. Absolutely, she is innocent until proven guilty, as is every single defendant in that chair is always innocent until proven guilty. I was explaining when I was explaining that earlier, I was explaining the burden on the Commonwealth, and we were discussing whether or not they have actually proved their burden. And so thank you for your 20. I don't know if you were talking to me or somebody else. Rebecca says, thanks for all you do and love your coverage. Mental health is real and it can change quick. My dad is manic depressive, bipolar. It can be very, very challenging with the ups and downs. Thanks, Rebecca. Casey Paralegal, Zyzel plus K-Shred is power team right now for women. Kathy, can an assistant DA refuse to try a case? Sure, they can, but they risk losing their job. Many commentators who have also been ADAs during the course of their career have said, I would never have tried this case. I would have refused it. You run the risk that you could lose your job or your integrity. Take your pick. Thank you. Jerry Not Seinfeld, slip sliding away. The nearer your destination, the more you're slip sliding away. I know. Half Shaft, thanks for your 10. Mel, I emailed you a case on Friday in Florida, postpartum mom. Thanks for all you do. Thank you so much. I do read all my emails. I cannot respond to them all by any means, but thank you for sending it to me. And if you send me an email, it doesn't mean that I'm absolutely going to discuss it on the air, but thank you for emailing me. I really appreciate it. Lost in a Hedge Maze, my new handle describes how the Commonwealth has me feeling about their case. This way, no, this way, no, let's go this way. What are we doing here? You never know what a jury's going to do. You never know. K-Red's Republic Barbecue. I had a car accident at 2:45 p.m. today. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Me and my daughter are recovering in the hospital with you all playing catch up and hoping to be able to get on my feet tomorrow. Oh my God. Well, if you're able to text and watch, that means that you're in okay condition. I'm so sorry about that. Sending you all the healing vibes. Lola the good dog is back. Antipsychotics can have an adverse effect. Oh, we know. Even antidepressants can make someone depressed. We know, right? With WTH, I can't with this prosecutor. I know. And that's why pharmacology expert is so important here. Anne-Marie, thank you for your super sticker. Jamie Ricky, 7 medications, 7 that basically subdue you. I'd personally be a zombie or dead, he says, or she says, because I'd be too suppressed. Poor LC. Casey says, I sent an email what AI said about LC. Very interesting. Thank you. Again, refer to my previous comment about the emails. All right. What a day. I will see the rest of you, all of you, on Wednesday. I will not be streaming tomorrow because I will be on an airplane. And so good luck to all of you. May tiny Jesus watch over you. And you will realize that you do miss me come Wednesday when I'll be waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning to stream for you. Assuming, of course, that where I'm staying has power because there are massive outages where I'm going. So until then, thank you, moderators, for doing this today. This was a particularly rough day in the chat. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, stay safe. Thank you, Larry. And by all means, don't believe everything you read on the internet. And remember to protect your peace. Tell me what you thought of the testimony today in the comments, what you thought was good for the defense, bad for the defense, good for the prosecution, bad for the prosecution, what you thought about Ian WHIFFEN and the testimony of Lindsay's sister and mother, and the only expert that we heard from today for the defense. I think that was the final witness, right? Dr. VULFOVICH. Love you guys so much. I will see you real soon. Peace out, everyone. Keep on keeping on.